During school, we face a lot of challenges, whether that be going into the bathroom and seeing a full concert happening, or being put in a school project with someone that you know isn't going to do any work, or even having to navigate through the couples making out with each other in the hallways. It doesn't matter if you went to school in the hood, if you went to private school, or even Hogwarts. We've all experienced the things I'm about to talk about. Starting off with school fights. School fights are the only event that can make the entire student body teleport to one location in under 30 seconds. I don't care if you're in the bathroom, in the library, if you didn't even show up to school that day because you were sick. The second someone yells, "There's a fight happening," everyone pulls up. But it always starts with the rumor. Someone goes, "Yo, I heard Marcus and Jaden are fighting behind the gym after school." And suddenly, that information spreads faster than you can say the word Diddy. Within 10 minutes, the entire school knows. Kids are texting each other the location like it's a secret concert. The crowd starts forming like a nature documentary. One kid sees the fight starting, pulls out their phone, and suddenly 200 other people appear out of thin air. Where were they? How did they get here so fast? Nobody knows. But here's the thing about school fights. 90% of them are just two people aggressively hugging each other. That's it. Everyone's screaming like this is a UFC pay-per-view event, but really, it's just two dudes grabbing each other's shirts and shuffling in a circle going, "Bro, let go! You let go first!" Nobody's actually throwing hands. Nobody's doing anything. They're always just holding each other aggressively. Very rarely does someone actually land a clean punch. But when that does happen, the crowd absolutely loses it. People are screaming. But the best part is how the story will get retold afterwards. Because by lunch the next day, the fight has already been completely exaggerated beyond recognition. Bro, I heard Marcus picked Jaden up and slammed him through a desk. Really? Because I heard Jaden did a 360 kick into Marcus's forehead. I heard Marcus lost his pinky toe. Some people are saying Jaden's legally blind after that fight. In reality, the actual fight lasted 8 seconds, nobody fell down, and the most dramatic thing that happened was someone's shirt got stretched out. But facts don't matter when you're retelling a legendary story. No. And you may be thinking, how can people lie about these fights when literally everyone was recording them? Well, somehow, even though 100 people are filming it, not a single person is ever able to get a good video. It's like everyone recording it was looking like this person from behind the camera. But the one thing you do not want to happen is getting pulled into the fight yourself. Because I remember one time, a fight was scheduled to happen at my school, and I was front row to see it. I barely even knew the two kids who were fighting, but because all the students wanted to see a good show, someone yelled out loud, "Hey, I heard Tyler has a crush on your girl," to one of the guys fighting. Oh, whoever Tyler is, he's cooked. Wait, I'm Tyler. So now the dude fighting comes up to me and wants to fight me, but I didn't want the smoke. I'm never gonna be the one to fight. I promise you will never catch me in one of those YouTuber boxing events, unless it's against young Sheldon. So without saying anything, I just picked my backpack up, turned around, and left. I didn't care what names they called me. I was getting out of there. Then you got the teacher's intervention. That one teacher who always tries to break up the fight. This will go one of two ways. Either the teacher is successful and separates the kids from each other, or they step in at the wrong moment and catch a right hook to the face. But the second the teacher shows up, the crowd scatters like roaches when you turn the lights on. Everyone acts like they weren't just recording the fight 10 seconds ago. Fight? What fight? I was in the school bathroom. Speaking of that, school bathrooms are a different dimension, where the normal rules of society just don't apply, and literally anything can happen. I'm convinced there's a portal in there to an alternate universe, because the things I've witnessed inside school bathrooms have changed me as a person, all for the worse. But before you can even go into the bathroom, you gotta get some freaky hall pass from your teacher. So you raise your hand and go, "Can I use the restroom?" And the teacher looks at you like you just asked for their kidney. "You sure you can't wait till after class? Do you want to find out?" So she finally lets you go. But before you step out of that classroom, she says, "Wait, take this." And she basically hands you a custom pickaxe from Fortnite. Ah, perfect. This is gonna be so easy to carry while I'm trying to pee. Thanks, teacher. So you finally get the pass, but then you open the bathroom door and it's just, I don't even know what the right word is. It can be literally anything in there at all times. Like one time I walked in and it felt like I just stepped into Snoop Dogg's tour bus because it was filled with smoke and I could barely see. Kids were vaping in there like it was a competitive sport, and it smelled like how I imagined the Powerpuff Girls house would, with a hint of strawberries and mango. But the vaping isn't even the craziest part. The craziest part is the unspoken rules that everyone follows. Like the fact that if there's 5 urinals, only 3 of them are really available. If you try using those other 2, you are a sick individual. And there's nothing more scary than the gap underneath the stall door, because it just makes you paranoid that someone's gonna look under, or even worse, look through the crack down the middle, all while you're taking a dookie. One of the most tragic parts of school bathrooms is how often your teacher won't let you use it. Some schools are out here treating bathroom passes like limited Like, I had a class where we only got 3 bathroom passes per semester. Okay, that's cool. So what happens when I run out then? What's the plan there? You want me to just hold my pee for the next 4 months? Hey, Mrs. Smith, can I go to the bathroom?
No, you already used all your bathroom passes this semester. You have to wait.
Mrs. Smith, I mean no offense when I say this, but I will literally pee on the ground right now if you don't let me go. Like, if you take more than 30 seconds in there, the teacher will literally ask,
what took so long in there?
Maybe it's the fact that I had chili last night and I just had to leave an atomic bomb in the toilet? You think I took forever because I was walking around the rest of school, when in reality, I was fighting for my life in there. But that's the most terrifying part of the school restrooms, when you actually have to use it for its intended purposes. That's right. I'm talking about using the bathroom to go number 2. There is nothing that can prepare you for this moment. You ate something that gave you the runs last night, so even though you really didn't want to, you're forced to go poop in the school bathroom. Once the coast is clear, you run into one of the stalls, preferably the handicap one because there's more space, and try to be as quiet as possible. And then the inevitable happens. Someone walks in and you put your feet up so they don't get a chance to see your shoes from underneath the stall. And you're trying to finish as quickly as possible because no one should ever have to suffer from pooing in a school bathroom. But it takes forever because the toilet paper in there is more thin than Vecna in the last season of Stranger Things. It's truly a traumatic experience. But I don't know what's more traumatic, school bathrooms or group projects. Group projects might be the most stressful part of school. I'm convinced teachers assign these just to watch us suffer. The second a teacher announces a group project, you can feel the stress levels in the room spike. Everyone's doing mental calculations. Who do I work with? Who's actually gonna do work if we're in a group together? Who's gonna ruin my GPA? It's like the Hunger Games, except instead of fighting to the death, we're fighting for a decent grade. There are 2 ways group projects can happen, and both of them are terrible. Scenario 1, the teacher lets you pick your groups. This is terrible because it just turns into a social hierarchy nightmare. The popular kids immediately form a super group while everyone else is scrambling. And if you don't have friends in that class, you're cooked, buddy. You're standing there like a kid who didn't get picked in dodgeball, except this affects your future. Scenario 2, the teacher assigns your group. When this happens, you just gotta pray. There's no other option because you absolutely know that you're gonna get paired with the kid who hasn't turned in an assignment since World War I. The same kid who thinks the mitochondria is a type of pasta. The same kid who's probably not even aware this class exists. And that's exactly what happened to me. So I got assigned to work with this kid who never, and I mean never, came to school. Like, I'm pretty sure he was a myth, an urban legend. Some people in the class didn't even know he existed. I'd heard rumors about him, but I never actually saw him. He was like Bigfoot, except instead of being in the woods, he was just not in class. And when I saw his name on my group, I immediately knew I was cooked. No chance this dude was contributing at all. 0% probability. First day of the project, I show up ready to divide the work. He's not there. Day 2, still not there. Day 3, nowhere to be found. A full week goes by and he's radio silent. We had 25 days to complete this project and he was not there for a single one. Honestly, like, that takes commitment. So I accept my fate. I'm doing this entire project solo. I'm staying up till 2 a.m. on some nights just working on it. I've made peace with it. I'm prepared to present this entire project by myself. I've practiced my lines. I've practiced his lines. I'm ready. But presentation day arrives. I walk into class mentally prepared to solo this entire thing. And guess who walks in that door? For the first time in I don't know how long, my group project partner shows up to class. This man walks into class on presentation day, the only day he's been here pretty much all semester, and I realize we have a serious problem. We've never discussed anything about the project. He doesn't know what the topic is. He doesn't know what's on the slides. He probably doesn't even know what class this is. Why did he have to show up on this one day? And it's not like I can just present the whole thing while he's standing right there next to me. No, the teacher knows that it has to be a collaborative effort. So eventually we get called up to present and I'm sweating. He's standing next to me looking at the slides for literally the first time in his life and he says,
"Yo, nice to meet you."
Nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, nice to meet you too. It's not nice to meet you! You just ruined our whole project! Anyways, I start presenting and it's going fine. I'm delivering my parts. The class is paying attention. The teacher is nodding and I'm just thinking, okay, you know what? I am just gonna say the whole thing. And he can just stand there next to me, nodding like he doesn't know how to speak. Maybe we can just convince the teacher that he had a sore throat and couldn't say anything. But then, after reading about 50% of the presentation, once we go on to the next slide, right as I'm about to speak, he goes,
"I got this one."
And he turns around facing directly towards the presentation, trying to figure out what to say. And he just goes,
So, as you can see from the graph,"
he pauses, actually reads the slide for a second,
and then goes, "So the numbers on the graph, they go up, and sometimes they go down, yeah."
I'm crying inside. I'm standing next to him having an out-of-body experience. And he just keeps going.
And as we can see, this connects to the thing we were talking about earlier.
What thing? We did not talk about anything earlier, lil bro. You weren't even here. The class is confused. The teacher is confused. I'm confused. He's just making stuff up at this point. Full improvisation. Finally, he finishes the slide, and I make sure that I read the rest of them from that point on. We then finish and go back to our seats. Of course, I'm traumatized. I need therapy, and the teacher asks,
Did you guys evenly contribute the work on this project?
we both look at each other. I'm thinking about the 40 hours I put into this thing, the all-nighters, the research, and I go, yeah. Because what else am I gonna say? I'm not snitching, but also, I'm not happy. But we get our grade back a week later, A-. We both got an A-. This man did absolutely nothing, showed up for 8 minutes, said the numbers go up and down, and got an A-. I'm pretty sure I did the biggest carry job since LeBron in the finals in 2018. But that's group projects for you. The teacher hits you with the classic line.
We do group projects because they prepare you for the real world.
Mrs. Smith, know that. On to the next school experience we've all gone through. And this one needs to be illegal. So I'll let you guys guess what this next experience is. Is it A, being accused of having a crush on someone you do not like? B, getting fed slop from the school cafeteria? Or C, walking into class and forgetting you had a test that day? You guessed it. The answer is none of the above. Because the real answer is school couples. Now I know what you're all thinking. Tyler, you're just saying this because you're jealous you were never in a relationship during school. And while you are correct, and I do want to cry because of that, I'm not saying all school couples are bad. I'm talking about the ones who operate under the belief that everyone else is just a background character in their romantic movie. Because picture this, you're walking to class, trying to get to your locker, but oh no, you can't because someone's in front of it. A guy and a girl just making out with each other right in front of where you have to go. They've been there for 6 minutes, haven't paused a second to even take a breath of fresh air, and you need to get your textbook. You're gonna be late, but you can't interrupt them, so you just wait. You just stand there looking like an NPC right in front of people who are making out. Nah, but seriously, school couples are a different breed. Like, I used to be at lunch in school just trying to eat my food in peace, and the couple that would always sit at the spot right behind me was giving me the ick. And I don't even know what that word really means, to be honest. I just hear everyone else say it. First of all, they'd always sit on each other's lap, which doesn't sound too weird until you realize the dude was the one sitting on her lap. They're feeding each other their food, talking in baby voices, calling each other names like Boo Bear and Pookie, and a bunch of other names that should be illegal. So you would think, dang, these two are really comfortable with each other. How long have they been dating? Like 3 years or so? No, try 9 days. And they're already posting my forever and always on Instagram. And then the inevitable happens. After about 3 weeks of dating, they break up. So to all the school couples out there, please just do all that freaky stuff at home, not in front of my locker. This next unavoidable school experience is one I really hope is relatable, because if I'm the only one that's been through it, that's gonna be super embarrassing. But all of us, and I mean all of us, have gone into class before when we're tired, brain's not fully working, and you're just sitting there, but you have to go to the bathroom. So you raise your hand, the teacher says, yes, Tyler, and then it happens. You say, hey mom, can Mrs. Smith, time stops. Your life flashes before your eyes. Everything you've ever done, every mistake you've ever made has led to this moment. You've made a critical, irreversible error. The class reaction is instant.
Yo, he called the teacher mom!
Everyone in class is laughing at you, even though it ain't really that funny. Even the quiet kid in the back, who never makes a sound, is losing it. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Harold. Don't think I don't remember that day. You've united the entire class in your humiliation. Crips and Bloods could be in this room, and they'd put aside their differences just to laugh at you. Your face goes from a normal color to looking like a tomato in 0.3 seconds. You can feel the heat radiating from your cheeks. And then the teacher responds. Some teachers can be cool about it and just be like, oh, Tyler, it's okay. It was a mistake. But other teachers get weird about it. They pause. They look at you with this expression you can't quite read. I'm not your mom. Oh, really? Thank you for the clarification. I was wondering why you were a ginger and I came out with brown hair. Really helpful. Definitely didn't make this worse. So you try to recover and go, can I go to the bathroom, Mrs. Teacher? But it's too late. Everyone already heard it. The damage is done. You could cure cancer by the end of that day and you would still be known as the kid who called the teacher mom. So if you ever accidentally do this, my advice to you is drop out, move to a foreign country, learn the language, cut off all contact with your family, and live a simple lifestyle on a farm. You got no other option. But you know what's even worse than calling your teacher mom? Seeing your teacher outside of school. Finding your teacher outside of school is like seeing a zoo animal in the wild. It just feels fundamentally wrong, like a glitch in the Matrix. You're at Walmart shopping with your mom, and then you see them. Your history teacher, Mr. Jacobs, standing in the cereal aisle. But something's different because this time he's wearing shorts. Teachers are allowed to wear normal clothes. Your brain can't process it. Like teachers actually exist outside of school. They buy groceries and have lives. They're not just NPCs who spawn in the classroom at 8 a.m. and despawn at 3 p.m. This is deeply upsetting information. situation. Now you only have 1 second to make a decision when this happens. Do you say hi to your teacher, or do you hide? Or do you pretend to not see them at all? All three options are terrible. There's no good outcome here. You're in a lose-lose-lose situation. If you acknowledge them, you have to do awkward small talk. Oh, hey, Mr. Johnson, crazy to see you here. And then your mom and the teacher are forced to interact, and you're holding your breath, hoping that he doesn't mention the time where you were 1 decimal away from failing the class. I've seen my teacher in public a couple times, and the most funny experience I have of this happening is when I saw my teacher at the gym, my science teacher, who was usually a really strict dude, the type of teacher who'd give you detention for breathing too loud. I couldn't imagine this guy having any other hobbies besides grading papers and hating teenagers. But I'm at the gym trying to work out, and I see him walk in, so I'm thinking, do not make eye contact, do not make eye contact, do not make eye contact. I'm strategically positioning myself on the opposite side of the gym as him, trying to stay super far away. But at the same time, I'm kind of curious because I want to see what it looks like when he works out. I just didn't expect him to. He wasn't in bad shape or anything, but like I said, I literally could not imagine this guy outside of school. So I'm like, oh, what is he gonna do? Some squats, maybe a bench press? But I couldn't have been any more shocked than what I saw that day. Because instead of picking up any weights, I see him walk into one of those group dance fitness classes. You know the ones, loud music, choreographed moves, lots of middle-aged women trying to keep their hips usable. And I'm just thinking, there's no way. He's probably just passing through. Maybe he's looking for someone. But surely, he's not actually participating in this class, right? There's no way this man enjoys dancing or anything that has to do with fun. So obviously, I have to investigate. So I go inside the dance room to grab a mat to stretch on, and there he is, fully committed to the routine, doing the hip thrusts, the arm waves, everything. Our science teacher actually has hobbies. Neither of us would ever mention it. Seeing your teacher outside of school is like finding out your parents had lives before you were born. You just can't imagine it. Okay, Tyler, surely you've already gone over all the universal school experiences. There can't be any more, right? Wrong. Because one year, my family went on vacation, and I missed the entire first week of school. Great planning, by the way, Mom and Dad. But anyways, when I came back, school had already been in session for a full week. But this was my first day, so I get my schedule. I know where I'm supposed to be, or at least I think I do, and I walk into what I'm pretty sure is my art class. Of course, I'm the last one to arrive because I was trying to figure out the room numbers while everyone else already knew them, and there's only one empty seat in the room. So obviously, that empty seat must be mine. That's just easy logic. I sit down, pull out my notebook, ready to learn about, I don't know, the colors of the rainbow or something, and the teacher starts talking. I'm listening like a good student, but something feels off. I can't quite put my finger on it, but something isn't right. We're about 30 minutes into class, and instead of talking about art stuff, the teacher is going deep into Abraham Lincoln's assassination, like really deep into it. Details about John Wilkes Booth, the layout of Ford's Theater, and I'm sitting here thinking, okay, this is weird, but maybe this is just one of those teachers that gets sidetracked yapping and you never end up actually doing any work. Or maybe we're gonna be painting Abraham Lincoln's beard or something. But then she passes out an assignment, and I realize, hold on, this is a history worksheet. So now I'm like, am I in the wrong class? But I can't be, because no one said anything when I sat down in this seat, and the teacher made eye contact with me and smiled when she handed out the worksheet. So I tap the kid sitting next to me and go, hey, is this art class? He looks at me like I've lost my mind. Nah, bro, this is history. I have no idea what's going on. I'm thinking I just got put on the newest episode of Impractical Jokers. So I raise my hand. The teacher calls on me and I go, am I in the right class? The entire class turns to look at me all at the same time. 30 pairs of eyes. And the teacher goes,
Steven, what kind of question is that?
Huh?
So I say, my name is Tyler, not Steven. And this is where she looks a little closer at me and then says,
oh, yeah, you're not Steven. You just kind of look like him.
Then she opens her roll call and goes,
no, there's no Tyler on my list. You're not in any of my classes.
And I don't think you guys realize how horribly awkward it was to leave the class when you figured out you're in the wrong one. People are staring at you harder than your dog when you got a piece of food in your hand. I check my schedule and find the actual art class I'm supposed to be in. And you know where I made my mistake? My class was in room 103. I accidentally went to room 183 because for whatever reason, some people write the letter 0 with a slash going across it. Why do we do that? Anyways, whatever, who cares? Anyways, do you know what I did next? I dropped out, moved to a foreign country, learned the language, cut off all contact with my family, and lived a simple lifestyle on a farm. I had no other option. Now I need to tell you one relatable school experience that can be quite terrifying. But before I say what it is, I have to ask, did you guys know teachers have a superpower that nobody talks about? That's right. They can sense the exact moment you're not paying attention. You could be locked in for 45 minutes straight, taking notes, nodding along, being the perfect student, but the second you zone out for 3 seconds to think about what soap LeBron uses in the shower, the teacher strikes. They call on you, and they only do this when they know you're not paying attention. It's like they've got a sense for it. They're just professional rage baiters. So you try the classic stalling move. Can you repeat the question? You're buying time, desperately looking around for context clues like you're a detective trying to solve a murder, checking the board, glancing at other people's notebooks, hoping someone looks at you and mouths the answer. So the teacher repeats the question, as if that was gonna help, and you just go for the vague response that sounds intelligent but means absolutely nothing. I think there is no right or wrong answer because at the end of the day, everything is subjective. And then the teacher responds with,
No, Tyler. The correct answer was 5.
very rarely will you get a time where you accidentally guess the right answer. Completely on accident. And the teacher's furious because they know you just got lucky, but there's nothing they could do about it. So if you ever get called on and you have no idea what the answer is, all you gotta do is walk out of the class, drop out, move to a foreign country, learn the language, cut off all contact with your family, and live a simple lifestyle on a farm because you have no other option. Let me know what other relatable school experiences I forgot in the comments down below. But for now, it's time to get back to the farm. If I told you there was a place where grown adults spend their whole day obsessing over teenagers' shoulders, knees, and feet, you'd probably think I was describing some weird cult or Diddy's house. But nope, I'm talking about school. Because apparently, even with all the problems that exist at school, bathrooms that look like they haven't been cleaned since the Cold War, kids smoking Smarties, the thing schools have decided to focus on is making sure that no one can see your shoulders. School dress codes are genuinely insane, and today, I'm breaking down the most ridiculous ones. And how funny the difference between dress codes for girls is versus boys. Let's start out with what might be the freakiest dress code of all time, the war on shoulders. I genuinely need to know who looked at a human shoulder one day and thought to themselves, yeah, if we let a girl walk into school showing these off, no boys are gonna be able to focus. Because schools will literally pull students out of class mid-lesson, all because they're wearing a tank top. And the excuse is always the same. It's distracting to the other students. Distracting who? Who is sitting in algebra getting distracted by shoulders? Has anyone in the history of school ever been like, you know, I was trying to do the quadratic formula, but then I saw Sarah's shoulders and now I can't focus? No. That has never happened. Not once in human history, except to my homie Greg, because he has a weird shoulder fetish. But leave him out of this. Here's where it gets even more ridiculous though. Some schools have dress code violation shirts that they make you wear if you break the rules. And the funny thing about it is, I remember being in middle school one time, and it was like 95 degrees outside. The AC barely worked inside our schools. And by barely worked, I mean, we didn't have AC. So the classrooms felt like saunas. Everyone is sweating. And on one of these brutally hot days, a girl in my class wore a tank top. Makes sense, right? The classrooms are super hot. She's not trying to have a heat stroke while learning about the Revolutionary War. Seems like a reasonable decision for a human being that's trying to survive. But nope. She gets told by her teacher that her shirt violates our school dress code, and she needs to go to the office to get a new shirt that's appropriate. So she embarrassingly does the walk of shame out of class and goes to the office. And a couple minutes later, she comes back with this giant, oversized t-shirt that says dress code violation on it. But here's the best part. The shirt they gave her was so big and baggy that it kept falling off her shoulder. So she got dress coded for showing her shoulders, and the punishment was putting on a shirt that showed even more of her shoulders. The shirt they give you is literally meant to shame you. They're out here making kids wear the educational equivalent of a dunce cap, all because they're showing their shoulders. And the part that sucks about this is everyone knows that school isn't about learning or anything like that. No, the main purpose of school is to show off your best outfits. So when you gotta go from being dripped out in your Prada t-shirt to wearing an XXXXL gym shirt, that's devastating. So if you don't want to get dress coded for showing your shoulders, well, wear something to just cover it up, right? Well, no, because here comes the second most ridiculous dress code rule of all time, which is the hoodie. For some reason, schools are absolutely terrified of hoodies, like genuinely scared. Schools act like you putting your hood up is the equivalent of pulling out the ray gun from Call of Duty. I remember one time, a kid in my class literally got detention for just putting his hood up. The same punishment you'd get for skipping class or cheating on a test. And why is this dress code a rule in the first place? Security reasons, because they need to see your face, right? But what does that even mean? Do you think someone is gonna try impersonating another person by putting a hoodie on? I promise you that if a school intruder sneaks onto my campus, putting a hoodie on over their head is not gonna be a good enough disguise. Unless all the people working at the school just have the IQ of Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
What are you? A platypus? Parry the platypus!
And they can't recognize someone unless they're wearing their signature outfit. Banning hoodies in school was genuinely my least favorite dress code though, because when I was growing up, my mom would cut my hair. And mom, if you're watching this, I love you. But there would be some days where she'd give me a haircut and my hairline was the same angle as an airplane taking off. I'd have to tilt my head like this just for it to be straight. So I came to school so many times with my hair looking absolutely cooked. I couldn't walk into school showing it off. So what was the only solution? Put a hoodie on. But the teachers would always get mad when I did this and tell me to take it off. So from that point on, whenever I got a bad haircut, I would just fake a sickness and not go to school. But here's the funny part. It got so bad at my school that they literally banned hoodies, yet they sold hoodies inside the gymnasium with the school logo on them. So they were literally selling hoodies and telling you that you can't wear them at school. You could only wear long sleeves that didn't have a hood on them. We talked about how my school had no AC, but it also had no heating. And they would enforce this rule even when it was freezing inside. It's 40 degrees in class, everyone's shivering, and yet teachers are still stealing class, pulling hoods off everyone like they're playing Duck Duck Goose, trying to reveal who has the worst haircut. Now this next dress code is one that I actually don't mind because I think they're incredibly ugly, but still, it makes no sense for them to be banned. What am I talking about? Ripped jeans. Now don't get me wrong, I think ripped jeans, along with jorts, might be the worst clothing invention ever created. And while I do think they should be banned from anyone in society at all being able to wear them, I don't understand why schools ban them. Because at least at my school, they had these hyper-specific rules about ripped jeans. It was like, the holes in your jeans can't be longer than 2 inches in diameter, or it couldn't be ripped above the knee, which, if I'm being honest, I don't even know how you measure diameter, so I wasn't gonna listen to this. But who even decided this? Is there a ripped jean council out there that's making these decisions? All right, team, we've done the research. 1 inch in diameter of ripped jeans? Perfect. 1.5 inch in diameter of ripped jeans? Okay. 2 inches? You're pushing it. 2.5 inches? Send them to Alcatraz. And the way they'd enforce this rule was even more ridiculous. Teachers at my school would literally crouch down in the hallway and measure your jeans. They look like detectives investigating a murder scene. They get on their hands and knees, pull out a ruler, and measure the size of the hole in your jeans. Like, bro, you're a 45-year-old man measuring a teenager's pants in the middle of the hallway. Does this not seem a little weird to you? If you did this in any other setting, you'd be getting a restraining order. Maybe if the teachers focused more on teaching me in class and not examining everyone's jeans, I would have turned out to be a doctor and not someone who makes 6'7" and oil up jokes on the internet. Okay, no, I still definitely would have done that, but maybe someone else would have been a doctor. Well, guess what, Tyler? I have the solution. If school dress codes are so bad, why don't we just make everyone wear the same thing? Why don't we just have school uniforms? That's a great idea in theory, but somehow school uniforms are even worse. Because uniforms are supposed to be the great equalizer, right? Everyone's wearing the same thing, so you couldn't possibly have something on that violates the dress code. It's fair, except that's not true. Because even with school uniforms, kids will still find a way to customize it. They'll wear expensive shoes, designer belts, crazy backpacks, and if you have school uniforms, you're probably going to a private school, which means your parents are probably loaded, so I know you guys are dripped out. Making people wear school uniforms is like putting a band-aid over a broken leg and calling it fixed. I had a friend who went to private school where they had to wear school uniforms, and he would literally sag his pants. How did he sag in dress pants? The world may never know, but he did it. Point is, no matter what you do, you can't stop people from getting their drip on. The hilarious part about all these dress codes is how teachers will try to enforce them. Like, I don't know if this was just my school or if everyone had it, but we had something called the fingertip rule. For those who don't know, the fingertip rule is when you have to stand up straight, put your arms at your side, and your shorts or your skirt had to be longer than how far your fingertips go. Sounds reasonable, right? Wrong, because I know a lot of you probably think that I'm just a floating head who doesn't actually have a body, but to your surprise, I actually do have limbs. And for some reason, I have really long arms and not that long of a torso. I'm built like Peter Griffin in that one Family Guy episode where he for some reason becomes a woman. So if I put my hands down to my side, they almost go all the way to my knees, which means for me, I literally couldn't wear anything that was above my knees. And this was a problem because I like wearing shorter shorts. Now I'm not talking Drewski length short shorts, but a couple inches above the knee. But unfortunately, my Slenderman arms made it so that I could only wear long shorts to school every day. It was tragic. Who knows how many missed relationships I had in high school just because the girls didn't like my outfits. That's definitely not the reason I didn't have a girlfriend in high school. But anyway, point is, this rule makes no sense at all. Like, I knew one kid who was born without a left arm. So does that mean he could have pulled up to school every day without wearing any shorts on his left leg and not been dress coded? The funny thing is that I'm pretty sure this rule was made specifically for girls, but instead they had to enforce it on me because I like showing off those pasty legs. And speaking of dress codes that were made specifically for girls, we need to talk about the most obvious one that no one mentions. Dress codes for boys versus dress codes for girls. Because let me paint you a picture of what the dress code enforcement actually looks like inside schools. I remember one time in school, it was disgustingly hot. And like I said, our AC was trash. And this girl in my class wore a shirt that looked just like this. Teacher saw that, shook her head right away and went, absolutely not. You know the rule. Go to the office and get a shirt that doesn't violate the dress code. And I'm thinking, yeah, this rule is stupid, but come on, you know the rules by now. You probably shouldn't have worn that shirt knowing that. Until I turn my head 90 degrees and see a guy from the football team. What is he wearing? A tank top with a hole so big that you could see his full stomach through. Rib cage and everything. Looks like it hasn't been washed in 6 weeks. Has a mystery stain on it, which I don't want to know what that was. His tank top revealed more than a girl's Halloween costume. Yet the teacher didn't say anything. Matter of fact, the teacher literally went up to him and started asking him questions about the football game that week. I saw him wear that shirt about once a week to school without ever having a problem. Yet the girl had to go to the office and spend the rest of the day with pit stains from wearing a shirt that was made for Shaquille O'Neal. It's like schools have two completely different rule books. One for girls that's 38 pages long with subsections and a bunch of bullet points and footnotes and diagrams. And then there's the one for boys, and this one just says, hey, you do you, twin. Here's a list of things girls get dress coded for. Showing your shoulders. Shorts are too short. Wearing leggings. Shirts too tight. Shirts too loose. Ripped jeans with a hole the size of a quarter. Wearing the color neon yellow. I'll explain that one later. And here's a list of things boys get dress coded for. Showing up naked. That's it. That's the end of the list. And I know what you guys are thinking. Tyler, you're just catering towards the girls because you want them to like you. And you know what I say to that? How dare you accuse me of that? Because I, a 6'5" feminist who loves Taylor Swift, matcha, and whatever else girls like, Pilates, but I would never cater towards the girls. Now, I've made a list of some ridiculous dress codes that you guys told me exist at your school. So let's rapid fire through the most random ones. No pajama pants, because apparently it's a crime to be comfortable while you're failing algebra. No bandanas. When I asked this person why bandanas weren't allowed at their school, they said it's because the school thinks it's gang related. What kind of school are you going to that has gang members in it? Degrassi High School? I've never actually watched that show, but I'm guessing it's a dangerous school since Drake got shot in it. Just so everybody knows, guys, if you wear a bandana, you are in a gang. It's not your choice. That's just how it works. Next rule, no sunglasses. Even when the sun is literally blinding you. Why? I don't know, maybe because they think students are hiding something behind their eyes. My one question with this rule is, does it also apply to blind students? This next one is crazy. No graphic tees. Some schools ban all graphic tees, even if they're completely appropriate. You could be wearing a t-shirt that says, I love puppies, and it would still get dress coded. I would have just had to drop out if this was at my school because that would have meant I couldn't wear my I love LeBron shirt to school every day. Next one, no distracting colors. I'm not even joking. Apparently some schools ban wearing neon shirts because they're too distracting. Honestly though, I agree with this one because whenever I was in school, I could not focus if I saw someone wearing a neon shirt. But then I graduated kindergarten. So after all this, you might be wondering, why do dress codes even exist? What's the point? Well, after doing my research, experiments, and testing, I have found out the true reason why dress codes exist. And did I just put glasses on to look smart while I was saying I did research? Who cares? Mind your business. But here's the real reason dress codes exist. It's never been about wearing inappropriate clothes that make it hard for boys to concentrate. If that were the case, sandals would have been banned a long time ago because let's be real, ladies and gentlemen, we all love feet. Am I right? No? Okay, I got a little carried away there, sorry. But anyways, what school dress codes is really about is the teachers. What do I mean by that? Well, I have a theory that dress codes are put in place because the teachers are getting distracted, not the students. So let me know what the craziest dress code rules are at your school. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go put on a hoodie, some ripped jeans, a tank top with my whole shoulder showing, and a neon yellow hat. And I'm gonna wear it all at the same time because I can. Every class you enter, they'll be there. Every school dance, they'll be there. Every time you go to the school bathroom, they'll be there. Who am I talking about? The different types of kids that every school had. And when I say every school, I mean every school. So let's go over them. First up, we got the teachers' pets. Teachers' pets were the kids who acted like the school building was their spawn point. These were the kids who walked into class 5 minutes before the bell rang like they would get 20 years in prison if they didn't. And that's not even an exaggeration, because I had one class with a kid that always got there before me. But I never knew just how much earlier he got there until one day I go to school 30 minutes early because I needed to take a test that I missed from being sick. And guess who the only person in the classroom is when I walk in? You guessed it. The teacher's pet. After this, I started to wonder if he ever left that place at all. I even looked at his legs to see if he had one of those ankle monitors cops make you wear when you're on house arrest. But instead of not being allowed to leave the house, he was forced to not leave the school. Teachers' pets were the kids who, even when no one else would raise their hand to answer a question, they still would. And it wasn't even because they were geniuses or anything. They were just trying to glaze the teacher. Like when I was in chemistry class, no one ever raised their hand because chemistry is basically as hard as rocket science. And I don't even know what rocket science is. I just always hear people say it's hard, so I did too. But anyways, there was one kid in that class that would always raise his hand. So the teacher would be forced to choose him, he'd answer the question, and half the time, it wouldn't even be right.
Okay, guys, what is the chemical symbol for the element gold?
Oh, I know.
Yes, Andrew, again.
The answer is 4.
I hate this class.
The teacher even got so tired of him being the only person that ever raised their hand that she banned him from answering questions like halfway through the year. And I didn't dislike teachers' pets or anything. They're just trying to get a good grade in the class. I respect it. But the one thing they would do that I absolutely despised was when they would remind the teacher about assigning homework. The clock would be ticking, 30 seconds left of class, and the teacher hasn't brought up homework once. It's gonna happen. You're gonna get out of class without her remembering to give you any work. But then Andrew would just raise his hand and go,
Miss Nelson, you haven't given us the homework for today yet.
and the whole class would just turn and stare at him like he committed a felony. Because why would you remind the teacher about that? What do you gain? There's no prize for this. You don't get a medal. You just get 30 people staring at you, hoping that you step on a Lego. And substitute days turn teachers' pets into temporary principals. The substitute would walk in and be like, okay, class, so your teacher left me some instructions for today. And the teacher's pet is already standing up in the front of class like,
Hi, yes, I'll take it from here.
they'd be whispering all the secrets to the sub like,
You know, Mr. Michaels usually doesn't let us go on our phones like this.
and then the teacher's pet would turn around and hit the class with,
Guys, The teacher told us to be quiet.
Like, who are you? You ain't the president. Sit down. But the most funny thing about teachers' pets is that, at least in my experience, the teacher didn't even like them. Like, they also found them annoying. Yeah, it was cool at first, but no one wants to be glazed that much. You just start to ignore it at a certain point. That's why, honestly, I usually just reply to my hate comments rather than the ones that are saying nice things to me. And trust me, there's a lot more negative comments than there are positive ones. Like a lot. Seriously. I mean, my parents ask me sometimes if I'm okay because they see me getting bullied in the comment section so often. So please, stop. Anyways, the next group of students we have are the dumb kids. And I don't even know if these kids were dumb because of low IQ levels or if they just really did not care about school. I think it was a mix of both. But one person I went to school with was definitely the first option. And I'm not being mean because this person was my friend and he's still my friend to this day, so I can roast him. We'll call him Patrick during this video because his actions remind me of something Patrick Star would do. But anyways, Patrick was somehow so lost during class that he would literally make the teacher rage quit. Like one time, we had a test that was timed. We only had 5 minutes to do it. And once the timer was up, you had to drop your pencils and turn in the test. So the teacher says to begin, and everyone is sweating, trying to finish before running out of time. And right when that timer beeps, the teacher says to drop our pencils. But then Patrick raises his hand. So the teacher goes, "Yes, Patrick?" And he says,
When do we start the test?
he literally left the teacher speechless. Like, she did not know how to respond. And while having a class with Patrick was awesome because it was so funny to watch him interact in class, it was also terrifying because whenever we had group projects, he would always want to work with me. And if you've ever been in a group project with someone like Patrick, you know it's a nightmare. Doing group projects with someone like Patrick is like trying to play duos in Fortnite, except your teammate is using their feet to play instead of their hands. You know you're gonna have to carry them. When we had a group project together, I tried giving Patrick the easiest job possible. I literally just told him, "Patrick, find good pictures to put on all of our slides." That's it. And somehow I'd open the Google Slides later and our presentation about Abraham Lincoln would have this photo on the front page. One time, I asked Patrick if he could change the font on the whole project to Times New Roman, and he responded by asking me if that was a superhero. And then when we had to present this project, you know he didn't memorize any of his lines, so we're just standing up there in front of the whole class, and Patrick literally just turns directly toward the projector, away from everyone, to read what I put on the slides. The craziest thing about the Patricks in every school is they always finish tests first. Like always, which is terrifying, because when you're taking a test and you see someone finish before you even wrote your name down, you start sweating a little bit. I didn't even realize why all the dumb kids turned in their tests so early until Patrick told me. Because I said to him, "Hey Patrick, how do you always finish your tests so quickly?" And he just goes,
Oh, well, I just decide whether to pick A, B, C, or D based off which one I feel the most spiritually connected to.
whatever the heck that means. So they weren't turning in their tests quickly because it was easy. No, they just didn't care. But the most confusing part, they'd still somehow pass the class. Always. You'd see the grades they get on all the tests and think, no way they make it through this. But then somehow, on the last day, they're getting a 38% in the class rounded up to a C-. Like, what deal did you make with the teacher? Do you have secret proof they're cheating on their wife? Because that's the only plausible explanation. Patrick would also make my teacher laugh sometimes too, though. Like, we were talking about the mitochondria one time in class, and he went, "Is that a country?" And the teacher tried to not smile, but she couldn't hold it in. No one could. It was too funny not to laugh because you could tell he was being serious. But one group of kids who the teachers loved was the popular kids. Popular kids were the royalty of school. They walked through the hallway like it was a red carpet, and the rest of us were just background NPCs. And they always walked in a group. It almost felt like the Zoolander movie every time they'd walk by. They'd show up to first period looking like they're heading to the Met Gala right after class. Hair done, outfit coordinated, shoes are all clean. Meanwhile, I'm wearing the hoodie I slept in and my hair looks like I just survived a tornado. This one is a weird subject to talk about for me because in school, I was always more of the quiet one. But in middle school, my friends were a part of the popular group. So by association, I was kind of in it too. But then when high school came around and I transferred to a school where I didn't know anyone, that popularity went straight out the window. So now I got to see the popular kids from everyone else's perspective. I was scared of the popular kids when I got to high school because you guys have all seen the movies. The popular kids are the ones that run the school. And the place where this was really obvious was lunch. Lunch was basically the popular kids' kingdom. They had the table. You know what I'm talking about. The one table everybody knows not to sit at unless you're invited. It's like a VIP section at a club, but with peanut butter and jelly sandwiches instead of bottle service. Now, of course, everyone that wasn't a part of the popular group hated them. But at the same time, they wanted to be them. So we would all be super nice to the popular kids, especially because this was the group of people that always threw the school parties. And finding out you were invited to this school party was like getting invited to the World Cup final. One time, I got invited to one of these parties and I was super excited to go after watching Project X, thinking it would be exactly like that. But then when I got there, I remembered how socially awkward I am and I just ended up standing in the corner the whole time, checking the weather in Cupertino. But if you're in school right now and thinking, man, I wish I was a part of the popular kid group. Just know, it literally means nothing. The moment you finish school and look back on it, you'll laugh wondering why you cared so much about being popular in the first place. Because you want to know what the most popular kid at my old school is doing right now? He's a car salesman. I mean, I'm making ditty jokes on the internet for a living, so I don't think I can really speak either. But you get my point. Moving on. Next, we have the kid who, anytime there was a school lockdown, you immediately looked over to check if they were at their desk. You know what I mean. I'm not gonna elaborate any further. All I gotta say is, make sure you're nice to this kid. And then, we had the class clowns, who are either the funniest people you've ever met, or the most painful human beings to be with in an enclosed space. There was no in between. The class clowns who were actually funny? Legends. These were the kids who could say one sentence under their breath, and the entire class would lose it. Never tried too hard, always had perfect comedic timing. And they knew exactly when to stop. They could roast the teacher without getting in trouble, make the dumbest situation funny, and somehow never cross the line. But then there were the other class clowns. The ones who thought being loud was the same as being funny. These kids would interrupt the class for no reason, repeat the same joke over and over again until it died. They'd say something, nobody laughs, and instead of stopping, they would just double down on it. Like, let me reenact an actual scenario that happened in my class one time. Okay, Steven, what's the answer to this math problem?
14?
No, that's incorrect.
What? This is why math is racist. I said, this is why math is racist.
We heard you the first time! So if you're in school and you think you're the class clown, be very careful in making sure that you're the one everyone likes, not the one that overdoes it. And if you're not sure whether you're the actual funny one or not, I have some bad news for you. And I know I'm giving the unfunny class clowns a bad rap, but you know who else got a bad rap that didn't deserve it? Band kids. Band kids were easy to spot because they were always carrying a briefcase that looked like it contained an RPG. You'd see them walking down the hallway, hunched over, struggling, holding an instrument case bigger than their body. Trumpets, trombones, anything else that starts with a T, you name it. But band kids had a bad reputation. People would always say they smell, they're a little awkward, and overall, just kind of unlike the rest of the students. And I think that was why band kids only seemed to hang out with other band kids. And sure, sometimes these stereotypes were true, but most of the time, the band kids were actually pretty cool. They were just a little different. If you think I'm lying, actually try talking to one for once, and you'll see what I mean. Most of them are chill, funny, normal people once you start talking to them. Except for this one band kid at my school, because let's just say, this guy also fit into the category I mentioned right before class clowns. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. But the biggest reason that band kids didn't deserve this label of being weird is that band was actually pretty dope. You never saw what they were spending hours after school working on until the football game came around Friday night and they're playing Mask Off by Future. So start giving the band kids more respect. They're talented. But you know a group of students I absolutely just despised? Like, these people really grinded my gears, and honestly, I wish the school would get rid of them. I'm talking about the students who thought they were influencers. Who would ever try to be an influencer? Like, that's so embarrassing. Get a real job. No, I'm kidding, obviously. That's the career I ended up going down. Still have no idea how I got here, but when I was in school, I was not a part of this group. I had no idea I was gonna be an influencer when I was in school. At this time, I still thought I was gonna be the next LeBron, but it turns out the only thing me and him have in common is our love for Taco Tuesday. I never even realized how delusional I was to think that I could be in the NBA until I rewatched my old high school highlights the other day, and I looked like this. So when I talk about students who tried being influencers, I'm not talking about myself, but also no judgment. I just thought this specific group of people was funny in school. A lot of the times, the popular kids and the influencers were the same people. Like, there was these two girls I went to school with who, once again, no judgment, but they would go live on Instagram every day, and every time I would pop in to check it, there would be maybe 2-3 viewers, which there's nothing wrong with. But the part that makes it funny is when they'd come to school the next day and they would literally be like,
yeah, a bunch of people are asking us to do more lives. We're basically influencers now. We have like a really big fan base.
Now, I don't know if these girls were just schizophrenic and imagining things, and if so, I apologize, or maybe those two people that were always in their lives just really loved the content. But the way they explained it was in a bragging way. Always like they were better than everyone else because they were influencers. So to those girls out there, you want to know what a real influencer looks like? Peep my page. This is how you make content, girl. Just kidding, I have no idea what I'm doing either. But these girls weren't even the reason I thought about adding this section to the video. The real kids who made me remember that every school has people who want to be influencers was this group of 3 girls that ruined my junior year of high school. What happened? Well, it wasn't actually their fault, but there was this group of 3 girls at my school that would always do TikTok dances together. And they always recorded their videos in the exact same hallway right next to the staircase. And one day, I leave in the middle of class because I have to go to the bathroom. And that's exactly what I did. I go to the bathroom, do my business, and head back to class. So what does this have to do with the 3 influencer girls? Well, the next day, everyone's coming up to me with a big grin on their face going, "Have you seen the video of you that went viral?" And I'm like, No, what video? Oh, what do you mean? So someone shows it to me, and the video is these 3 girls in the same spot as always doing their TikTok dance, but in the background, you see me walking to the bathroom. And that wouldn't seem to really be an issue, except for the fact that in the video, my posture is really bad. I'm literally walking like this.
Up, back, and down, difference that makes.
So all the comments on the video are just cooking me like, who is bro in the back? Someone get homie a chiropractor. Why does the guy in the back have the posture of Dr. Doofenshmirtz? And that was the very first time I went viral on the internet. No one online knew that was me, but everyone at school did. Since then, I've promised myself I would fix my posture. That always just ended in me trying for 2 days and then giving up after. I respect the wannabe influencers though. They were brave to post knowing that everyone in school would see it. The only reason I ever started posting content was because I finally graduated high school, which meant I wouldn't have to worry about posting an embarrassing video, it absolutely flopping, and then showing up to school the next day knowing everyone saw it. The next group of people you're gonna encounter at school, I want you to stay far away from, okay? I'm serious. You have to promise me you will stay far away from them, because I'm talking about the super seniors. These were the kids who had been in high school for so long that their freshman yearbook picture was in black and white. You show up to geometry class, and on your right, you have Timmy, who looks like a typical 9th grader. 5'2", hasn't hit his growth spurt yet, and still has a squeaky voice. But then you look over to your left and see
Derek.
Now, even though
Derek.
and Timmy were in the same class, they look nothing alike. Because you would see
Derek
and immediately think, why do you have more facial hair than my dad? I'm talking full beard, receding hairline. This man's probably going home to feed his family of 4 after this. And yet here they are, still walking the same hallways as freshmen. Why were they still here instead of college or the coal mines? The world may never know. And listen, if you're a super senior, fine. Okay, maybe you're just not that great at school. That's okay. Everyone has struggles in their life. I won't judge you for not finishing high school yet, but the one thing I will judge you for is still trying to flirt with the girls. You cannot be doing that at your grown age. Flirting with someone in the same grade as you doesn't seem like a problem at all, until you realize you've been in the same grade for 3 years. Go riz up a job application or something, man. These super seniors were sneaky. They knew how to get away with anything, but they still weren't as sneaky as the school dealer. Everyone had one of these. They were the youngest entrepreneur at school. They would sell literally anything out of their backpack. You needed food, drinks, gum, talkies, chargers, homework assignments, literally anything you could want during the school day, they had it. But it wasn't gonna be cheap. These kids were charging like they owned an Erewhon store. They didn't even go to school to learn. They went to do business. Inside their lockers and backpacks, it looked like one of those convenience trucks you see in New York City. And they always had to keep their business low key so they didn't get caught. Because for some reason, it was against school policy. The school just hates to see a young kid getting his bag, let's be real. And actually, I was a victim of this one time. Because in middle school, I really wanted to get a PlayStation. Now, of course, the problem was I only had about $14 and a McDonald's gift card to my name. So I couldn't afford it, and my parents refused to buy me one because they wanted me to like go outside or something. I know, stupid. But since you can't get a job at 12 years old, well, at least not legally, the best thing I could think of to make money was start selling candy at school. I would have my mom take me to Costco and buy 24 packs of candy. I'm talking M&Ms, Snickers, Skittles, you name it. I had all the best candies. These candies cost about $1 each, and I would sell them for $3. So all I had to do was sell 200 pieces of candy, and I would be able to afford the PlayStation. Sounds easy enough. Well, no, unfortunately, it wasn't. And the reason why it wasn't easy is something I know you all are gonna cook me for. I shouldn't even share it, but the reason it was so hard to make that money is because I would just eat all the candy myself. But don't judge me, because listen to this first. I would literally bring about 50 pieces of the best candy to school every day, and I would probably end up selling about 15 to 20 of them. But I would also eat 3 or 4 of them myself. So I was losing money and getting fat. After about a week of doing this, I realized if I wanted that PlayStation, I needed to lock in. So I stopped eating my own product, and I started making some pretty good money. But then, one day, I get pulled out of class randomly, get told to go to the office, and when I get there, the vice principal breaks the news to me that she knows about my illegal operation. She was saying I gotta stop right now, and she knows I keep the candy in my locker, so by tomorrow, she was gonna check, and it better not be there anymore. She was treating me like the cartel moving around product, except when I say product, I'm literally just talking about Kit Kats. Still don't see what's so dangerous about that. Sorry, I was trying to give the students a better option than that slimy chocolate milk. So not only was I sad, but all my clients were heartbroken too. Here's some honorable mentions of people that every school has, but I didn't think was worth making a full segment for. The girl who eats hot Cheetos first period and wears pajamas to school with a slick back bun. For some reason, every school has this exact person. And they do this every single morning. No days off. They got red fingers by 8 a.m. I sat next to a hot Cheetos girl one time, and it would literally almost make me gag because the thought of eating hot Cheetos was just not appetizing to me at that time. So please, to all the hot Cheeto girls out there, I'm speaking for your stomach right now when I say, have an omelet for breakfast or something, because it can cannot be good to set your insides on fire first thing in the morning. And then we got the NPCs, the background characters. The kids you've seen every single day for years, but have never spoken to once. You don't know their name, you don't know their voice, you're not even sure what grade they're in. They just appear in the hallway, sit quietly in class, and disappear the second the bell rings. For all you know, these people aren't even actually conscious, and the school just spawned them in to fill up all the classrooms. The NPCs are especially funny when you have a class with the same one over and over again, yet you still don't know who they are. Then there are the goth kids. All black outfits, chains, dark makeup, looking like they just got out of a funeral. At first, you think they're scary, like they might cast a spell on you or something. But if you actually talk to them, they're usually the coolest people you've ever met. They just happen to be interested in something that makes your appearance look like you just switched your whole closet to dark mode. And finally, we got the foreign exchange students. Instantly popular for no reason other than people think it's cool that they're not from the same place as everyone else. Half the time, no one knows what they're saying, but that's part of what makes them so lovable. They could literally go, McDonald's, and everyone's just like, yeah, McDonald's. And vice versa, they usually have no idea what we're saying. I went to school with a foreign exchange student from South Korea, and even though we could barely understand each other, we were homies. But all our conversations would go exactly like this. Hey Jongwoo, how you doing? Oh, yeah, nice. Teachers love them, students love them. They became friends with everyone without even trying. Every school has all of these people I mentioned, even yours. Maybe in different fonts, but your school definitely had it. Let me know if there's any other students that every school has in the comments that I forgot about, because I'm sure there's a bunch. See you guys. Hey, can I go to the bathroom?
No.
Hey, can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, can I go to the bathroom?
You could leave school right now and never come back for all I care.
You may be wondering, why did I just show you my incredible acting skills right there? Well, it was to give you examples of the different types of teachers that every school has, including yours. First type of teacher we gotta talk about is one that still gives me goosebumps to this day. You know them, you love them. I'm talking about the baddie teacher. Every school had one. The teacher that made attendance mysteriously hit 100% even during flu season. The one where guys who hadn't raised their hand all year were suddenly volunteering to answer questions. The kids who couldn't even tell you what 2 + 2 was suddenly becoming scholars when this teacher walked into the room. And for me, my baddie teacher was Mrs. Rodriguez in English class. And listen, calling this teacher just a baddie doesn't even do it justice for how beautiful she was. And it wasn't just me that thought this. It was all the guys at our school. And because of that, when we were picking our classes, everyone would try to get in Mrs. Rodriguez's class. Not because of what she was teaching. To be honest, I don't even remember a single thing from that class. It was purely because she was 26 years old and looked like she should have been on a magazine cover instead of teaching us about Shakespeare. So of course, when I found out I got into that class, I was so excited. And the actual dynamic in that classroom was insane. Guys would show up 10 minutes early, which never happened for any other class. Like I knew kids who were late to literally everything. Like I'm talking, they were probably even late to their own birth. But when it came to this class, suddenly they discovered the concept of being on time. And whenever the teacher needed help with passing papers out, you know everyone raised their hand. I don't know what everyone's grades in that class were, but they must have been pretty great because I saw the same guys who would sleep through every other period suddenly raising their hands to discuss symbolism in the book To Kill a Mockingbird. Do you even know what that sentence I just said means? Me neither. That's how hard people were trying in this class. But not everyone liked this class. No, because the girls hated it. And I understood why. They had to sit there and watch every single guy in the room be a complete moron trying to impress someone they had zero chance with. My friend Sarah, who was in that class with me, once told us being in this classroom is like going to school with 20 golden retrievers who all just saw the same tennis ball. I didn't understand that at first, but now that I think about it, that was pretty clever. But just imagine how depressing it was when the school year ended and I had to say bye to Mrs. Rodriguez. It felt like getting a divorce. I mean, Mrs. Rodriguez, if you're watching this, I am old enough now, in case you want to go on a date or something. You know, I know you were teaching English, but let's be real. I'm pretty sure we both felt some chemistry between us, right? The worst part about this school year ending was that the next year after this, in my new English class, I went from having Mrs. Rodriguez as my English teacher to the next teacher that every school has, which is the creepy dude. Now, if the baddie teacher was every student's crush, the creep was every student's nightmare. Specifically, if you were a girl. We're gonna call my creepy teacher Mr. Peterson, because if I use his real last name, I'm afraid he might, I don't know, come to my house and kidnap me or something. I mean, he was a creep. But anyways, Mr. Peterson taught history. I don't know why I said he taught English. But looking back, I have no idea how this man kept his job. He was probably in his late 40s, but dressed like he was trying to fit in at a high school party. I'm talking tie-dye t-shirts, jeans that were way too tight, the whole thing. And he called students by nicknames that he made up himself that never caught on. It was almost as if mentally, he was still the age of a high schooler. He had this thing where he'd try to be the cool teacher who related to teenage drama. He'd ask about school parties, who was dating who, everything. And at the time, some people thought it was cool that a teacher was interested in their lives, but there were these moments that even as a dumb teenager, you knew something was off. Like he'd make comments about what girls were wearing, not directly to them, but he'd be like, which doesn't sound weird until you realize that this was the tone he said it in. Oh, Sarah, that's a nice dress. Now, if you don't think I should be put in prison just after doing that interpretation, I don't know what to say. Some girls hated his class because of how creepy he was, but other girls loved it because, well, if you were a girl in his class, passing was way easier. I knew a girl who got a B+ on a terrible essay she wrote about the Revolutionary War, and the reason I know it's terrible is because the paper was supposed to be on the Cold War, but what grade did I get on that assignment? I got a C. Now, I'm not saying my essay was amazing, but I do know that I at least wrote it on the right war. The pattern was obvious to anyone paying attention. He'd do that thing where he's half sitting on students' desks while talking to the class, but only the girls' desks, and he'd make jokes that were just slightly too personal. There was this unspoken understanding among the girls in the school that you didn't want to be alone in Mr. Peterson's class. If he asked you to stay after, you'd bring a friend or make up an excuse why you can't. But here's the crazy part. So every school had a teacher like this, right? A little creepy, but only inside school. Like once you left school, you didn't have to worry about them. Well, Mr. Peterson was different because he would try following students through social media. Was this illegal? I don't think technically, but it was weird. And one of the girls who had him as a teacher decided to accept his follow request just to see if he would do anything weird. And as far as I know, he never DM'd her, but he would always comment on all her photos. Didn't say anything unusual, but the fact that he was commenting at all was weird. And this was about 8 years ago. So you may be wondering, where is he now? Well, he was actually on a YouTube video last week. Yeah, that's right. He was on a Gideon video. No, I'm just kidding. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was on there soon. Now, thankfully, the creep teacher usually just taught high school classes, which didn't make it any better, but at least he wasn't teaching younger kids. Because have you ever noticed how the types of teachers schools have changes as you go to different grades? Elementary school teachers were basically just your second parents. You were still at the age where you're pooping your pants in class like every other day, so they couldn't even really focus on actually teaching. And you were scared of the teachers. Like my elementary school classes always had these colored cards you'd get. Green meant you were doing good, but red meant bad. So if you got a red card, it was basically like getting a red card in football. You were cooked. Then you move on to middle school, where for the first time, you're actually starting to learn stuff beyond just addition and subtraction and how to not poop your pants. And now, instead of just having one teacher, you had 6 or 7 all teaching different subjects. School's getting harder, you're going through puberty, and all the teachers are telling you, you better not mess around. They won't let this slide in high school. Then you get to high school, and they let literally everything slide. Like everything. Because high school teachers either acted like the president who didn't let you do anything, so you hated going to their class, but the other half of high school teachers were just people who had straight up given up on life by this point. They were just trying to make it to retirement. You could do literally whatever you wanted in these classes, which brings me to my next subject, the chill teacher. The chill teacher was usually a coach for one of the school's sports teams who just needed a teaching job to legally coach. They literally had the I'm just here so I don't get fined attitude about their job. Everyone was getting an A in their class no matter what. Show up or don't, they couldn't care less. The only thing they cared about is when that last period bell rang and they got to leave the classroom and head to the football field. I will never forget the one class I had with our football coach because it was amazing. I had a teacher named Coach Matthews who taught physical education theory. And you may be saying, I've never heard of that class before. Yeah, me neither. All of us students were pretty sure they just made it up simply so he had a class to teach. And let me tell you, this man put about as much effort into teaching as this security guard did trying to stop people trespassing. He would do the same thing every day. Put on a documentary about sports and then fall asleep at the desk. I'm not exaggerating about the sleeping thing just to make the story sound better either. He had a full routine. He'd start the video, tell us to take notes on it, then sit down, put his feet up, and within 10 minutes, he was out, completely snoring. We'd have full conversations at normal volume and he would not wake up. His grading system was the most simple thing ever. You either got 100% or 0. That's it. If you showed up, you got the 100. If you were absent or being dumb, you still probably got the 100. I never met anyone in that class who did get a 0, so I don't even know if that ever happened. But it genuinely would have been harder to get a 0 than a 100. You would think at some point the school would step in and be like, hey coach, if you're gonna continue working at the school, we need you to actually teach something, like even just a little bit. But Coach Matthews was so good at coaching the team that as long as they kept winning, the school didn't care one bit about what was going on inside the classrooms. Every day I miss Coach Matthews' class. But if there's one class I really don't miss, it was my 7th grade science class. Because for some reason, there are some teachers out there who wake up in the morning with one thing on their mind, and that is to make sure their students' lives are as miserable as possible. It's like they can't sleep unless they know every student is going home after school crying. My 7th grade science teacher, Mrs. Elliott, taught me that some people just want to see the world burn. And she is the subject of the next type of teacher I'm going to talk about, which is the teacher that's on
A power trip.
If you don't know what I mean by this, let me give you a visualization of what this looks like. Picture a boxing ring, and inside it is the best fighter in the world. If someone tries to come into that ring, they beat them up, punch them until they have no hope left. Now the teacher that's on a power trip, that's the boxer. And the boxing ring is her classroom. And the the opponents that come into the ring are the students. Because stepping into Mrs. Elliott's classroom was like stepping into a torture chamber. But at least when you're in one of those, the torture usually stops after a while. This, on the other hand, was never ending. Let me explain to you just how horrible this class was. You couldn't use the bathroom during class, ever. Didn't matter if it was an emergency, didn't matter if you were sick, it did not matter if you quite literally pooped on the floor. Because she had this whole thing about how
In the real world, you can't just leave whenever you want.
which is actually not true at all. I have no idea where she got that from, but whatever. And then when it came to where we sat in class, of course, she assigned seats, but she had a strategy to make sure we sat in the worst spot possible. If she saw you even smile talking to the person sitting next to you, she would immediately move you next to someone you didn't talk to. The whole point of her class was to make sure that you did not enjoy it. Of course, the most terrifying part of being in her class was on test day, because cheating in that class was impossible. If you even dared to turn your head 1 degree in either direction, you better kiss any chance at college away, because she would fail you right there. I remember one time, a kid sneezed during a test, and she accused him of cheating. Yeah, because of a sneeze. He promised he wasn't cheating, but she didn't trust him, so she made him retake the test alone in the hallway. When he tried to explain that he just sneezed, she said,
I've been teaching for 15 years. I know all the tricks that you guys try to pull by now.
Looking back at it though, I low-key respect how dedicated she was to being a villain. Like, she was really a D1 rage baiter. And don't get me wrong, I never want to go inside that class again, but I can tip my cap to anyone who's that committed to something. Now, that science class was bad, but at least after the school year ended, I never had to worry about it again. But unfortunately, there are some teachers you are stuck with for life, whether you like it or not. And it's all because you know this teacher outside of school. For me, it was Mrs. Patterson, my friend's mom. She taught some medical class I don't remember the name of, and at first, I thought it was gonna be chill. Like, she was cool outside of school. I've been to their house for sleepovers many of times. So surely this would be an advantage for me, right? It was not an advantage. First of all, I think because everyone knew that I was best friends with her son, she went out of her way to not show me any favoritism, which, okay, I respect, but also, come on, throw me a bone. Like, if I asked a question, she'd be more strict about making me figure it out myself than she was with other students. But the real awkwardness came from the fact that since I was friends with her kid, my mom was friends with her. So if I was misbehaving in class, my mom knew about it. If I was talking to a girl in that class, she'd tell my mom about it. That never happened, let's be real. But if it did happen, my mom would have known. Point was, I felt like I always had to have my guard up here because she was watching everything I did and reporting it back to my mom. The worst part was how this affected me outside of school, because now, whenever I would try going to Jake's house to hang out, if his mom was there, I tried to hide from her. I didn't know whether she was gonna be cool mom or scary teacher, so I just didn't want to get involved with it at all. It actually started to put a strain on mine and Jake's friendship because I started saying no more and more whenever he would ask me to come over. Not because I was busy, but I just didn't want to go to the house where my teacher lived, unless it was Mrs. Rodriguez's house. Once again, hit me up. I do have to say though, as much as this class made me super uncomfortable, my friend's mom was a pretty good teacher. I got a solid grade in that class if I remember correctly, but I can't say the same about this next type of teacher, which is the one who just straight up sucks at teaching. Not even trying to say this in a mean way. Like, this type of teacher was usually really nice and trying their best. They just had no idea what they were doing. A lot of the time, it would be an old person who was alive for both World War II and Prime Fortnite. So by this time, their brain just could not function anymore. And the question with these teachers is, why don't they just retire? They're already 105 years old. Go travel the world. Enjoy your life. Get out of the classroom for once. Well, the reason they don't retire is because teaching is what gives them purpose. Teaching is what gets them out of bed in the morning. Without teaching, they don't know what to spend their days doing. They simply love teaching. And teachers also get paid like $4 an hour, so they probably just didn't have enough money to retire. But the other part sounds sweeter, so let's just go with that. Now, I had a teacher like this in school named Mrs. Campbell. She taught algebra, but there was only one problem with being in her class. She had no idea how to do algebra. Literally no clue. Talking about her chocolate chip cookie recipe? Yeah, she could do that, but finding the circumference of a right triangle? No chance. She was a lovely person, always positive, always encouraging, but when she tried to explain certain concepts, it was like she was speaking a different language. She'd write something on the board, and her hands were shaking, so you couldn't even really read it, but this is what she would do.
So if you multiply 3 times the x variable and then find the square root of it, then you get, who's hungry?
She'd pause, erase what she just wrote, rewrite it slightly differently, then look at the textbook to confirm that she did it right. She never did it right. She'd teach the same concept 5 different ways, and somehow all of them were wrong. I remember spending an entire week on quadratic equations, a concept I didn't even know existed, and by the end of it, I was more confused than when we started. Really think about that. I understood a concept more when I had never heard about it than after she started teaching it to us. But you could never be mad at her because she was so nice. She genuinely cared about whether we were learning. She'd stay after class to help, offer extra credit, and and try her best. But unfortunately, her best just kinda sucked. Her class definitely made me dumber, which is pretty impressive for me. But there would be kids who would take advantage of this, because since the teacher was so out of the loop, you could tell her that she made a mistake grading your assignment and she would just trust you. There were students all the time who would absolutely bomb a test, then go up to her and say she put the score in wrong, and she would just assume they were telling the truth and change it. Mrs. Campbell, if you're still kicking, which I hope you are, I want you to know we appreciate you, okay? We know you tried your best. It's time to sail into the sunset now. Go to Fiji, go to the Bahamas. Just enjoy yourself, girl. You deserve it. Now, I kind of mentioned that you could manipulate Mrs. Campbell into getting whatever grade you wanted because she didn't know any better, but old people aren't the only type of teachers you can do this to, because there's another type of teacher you just have to feel bad for, and I'm talking about the pushover. The teacher who tried so hard to get respect, but had absolutely none. They didn't run the class, the students did. Kids would be on their phones, talking to each other, going to the bathroom for 30 minutes at a time, and for some reason, the teacher just didn't have the ability to do anything about it. No one feared them at all. I actually cringed being in these classes, because sure, I liked messing around and going on my phone during the whole class too, but seeing the teacher try to correct kids and them just not caring kind of made me feel bad for them. I've been in a class like this before where the teacher was pretty much invisible. Anything he said or did was irrelevant because none of the students cared. There was one time where he was doing a presentation about the Industrial Revolution, and this kid was talking, so he went,
Garrett, please stop talking while I'm teaching.
and Garrett just went,
Yeah, so I would. You're not my boss, shut up. So anyways, yeah.
Funny thing about that is, in this scenario, he pretty much is your boss. Like, that's literally his role. But you want to know what was really tragic about being in that class? The teacher said that after this year, they were going to go retire and celebrate by exploring the world for the next whole year. Well, fast forward to the end of the school year, and we were such a bad class that he said he couldn't go out on a year that horrible. So he came back for one more year to try again. And then, in the middle of that year, COVID happened. So he never got to travel the world. Legend has it, he's still teaching to this day, and no one is paying attention. Here's some teachers I think we've all had before, but I didn't think were as prominent as the other ones. Number one, the oversharer. This teacher is absolutely goated to have. All you gotta do is get them talking about their weekend or their hobby outside of school, and they will waste the whole period yapping about it. Then before you know, the class is over and you did absolutely no work. I've had plenty of teachers like this where I just pretended to act interested in whatever was going on in their life just so we didn't have to do any work. Oh, you just watched the new season of Grey's Anatomy? Tell me all about it, Mrs. Michaels. Matter of fact, tell me about every season. I've had classes before where we literally didn't do the test we were supposed to do because the teacher couldn't stop talking in time to pass it out. Number two, the teacher that tries too hard to be cool. Desperately wants to be relatable to all the students. They use outdated slang, try to ask about how our personal lives are going. I remember one time, my teacher was trying her hardest to understand Gen Z slang after we took a super hard test. So she said to us,
Sorry about how difficult that test was, guys. That probably wasn't very lit, was it?
nobody had the heart to tell her that the hairs on the back of our necks just went up out of cringe. Number three, the mystery teacher. You genuinely have no idea what they do outside of school. They appear at 7:55 a.m., teach for 6 hours, then vanish. Search them up on social media, no record of them. You don't know if they have a family, friends, anything. You think one of two things about them. Either they're in witness protection or they're a robot. I prefer my teachers this way, because like I've said before, thinking about the fact that teachers have their own lives out of school just doesn't feel right to me. But there is one flavor of teacher that is the ultimate gamble. You have no idea whether this will be the best class of your life or the worst. And that is because I'm talking about the substitute teacher. Having a sub was like playing Russian roulette. Wait. No, I'm talking about a substitute teacher, not a Subway sandwich, you big back, geez. Calling me a big back when you eat like this is crazy. Really? Do you want to go right now, editor? You know what? Let's go. Let's meet in the parking lot. Come on. Okay guys, sorry for that delay. I had to take care of that situation with my editor. But anyways, where was I? Oh yeah, having a substitute teacher could either be the best day of your entire school year or it could end in disaster. There was no in between. The good subs were incredible. You'd walk into class and they'd just be chilling at the desk, scrolling on their phone. Then when the bell rang, they just hand out a worksheet and go, all right guys, finish this by the end of class or don't. I'm not gonna check. And you would just spend the entire class talking with friends, catching up on homework for other classes. But the one thing that you definitely weren't doing was that dang worksheet. Everyone was happy. But then there were the subs who tried to actually teach. Why would you even do that? And this is where things got dangerous because since the sub wasn't your normal teacher, no one respects them. They think they can do whatever they want without any punishment. But let me just tell you right now, that is not true. And I know this because I had a sub for English once and she was trying to teach. But then one person decided to test her limits. He started talking loud, then throwing things and got other people involved. And you could see the moment the sub decided she had enough. She pulled out a piece of paper and started writing. Everyone knew what she was writing, the note. That's right. The worst thing you could possibly see when having a sub. The note is what the sub leaves for the regular teacher to read when they get back. And if it was a good note, awesome. But if it was a bad note, you might as well not even bother showing back up at school. So the sub starts writing names on the note, and all of a sudden, everyone wants to become professional scholars. No one's saying a word. I even saw the kid that wouldn't stop yapping 5 seconds ago holding up a quiet sign. I guarantee that's the first time he's ever done that in his life. So the whole class knew we were cooked, because when the teacher starts writing names on the note, you have no idea if yours is on it or not. So you just have to wait till the next day. And when that next day came, where our actual teacher came back, she had fury in her eyes. She read the note out loud, basically saying how much we all sucked, and we're all holding our breaths to find out what was in it. And after she finished reading the notes, she announced we were having a pop quiz due at the end of class. Everyone failed, and we deserved it, but it still sucked. So if you have a substitute, just behave, because getting your name on that note is not worth it. Or honestly, just don't show up at all if you have a sub. They probably wouldn't even notice anyway. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some unfinished business I have to take care of with my editor. Let's go. Imagine a place with no laws, where it's always either too hot or too cold, and it smells worse than the inside of your retainer case. Now, you may think the place I'm describing is Waffle House, but no, because the place I'm talking about is the school bus. The school bus is one of the wildest places I've ever been, and I've gone Black Friday shopping in Compton, so that's saying something. And I don't mean the school bus is wild in a fun way, I mean that it's wild in a there are no rules here, and we're all just trying to survive until we get to school type of way. Because the school bus was supposed to be simple. You get on, you sit down, and they drive you to school. But this whole idea fell apart for one reason and one reason only, which is the students on the bus. But before we even get into the actual people, let's talk about the experience of getting on the bus. You wake up in the morning absolutely miserable because you only had like 5 hours of sleep. You get ready and then it happens. The school bus pulls up to your house. First thing you notice when you step on that bus, the smell. The smell was impossible to identify, but the best way I could describe it was your dad's underwear after a full day of work. Not that I would know what that smells like. Anyways, the reason this scent was so strong was because the windows were always shut in here. So the body odor of 20 teenagers that were still discovering the concept of a shower was trapped inside this tin box. And this led to the next problem, which was the temperature. This might be a personal thing, but it was always either so hot that the kids next to you are passing out. That's not a joke, by the way. That actually happened when I was on the bus. Or it was so cold, you couldn't feel your fingers by the time your bus got to school. There was never an in-between. And the seats had no comfort to them at all. I'm pretty sure the reason my posture looks like this is because I'd always sit in the bus slouching down just so I could be comfortable. It's like the people who created school buses had a big meeting together and they were just like,
Okay, how can we make this experience as miserable as possible?
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah, chopped guy, what do you have?
How about no air conditioning or heating?
No air conditioning or heating at 7 a.m.? I love it.
Oh, I have one.
Yeah, cross-eyed dude, what's up?
How about we put windows on the bus, but don't allow the students to open them?
Dude, that is evil. I love it.
So you've got a smelly bus, a temperature that is always wrong, and seats designed by someone who has never sat down before in their life. And then you fill it with 30 kids, and what happens? I've got a new video topic. Now, I lied at the beginning of this video when I said the bus had no rules, because it did have one. And this rule was about where you sat on the bus. Because the bus was split into 3 sections: the front, the middle, and the back. And based on where you sat, everybody on that bus already knew exactly what type of person you were. Let's start at the front. The front of the bus was for one type of person and one type only: the teacher's pet. Because what other reason would you have for wanting to sit as close as possible to the driver? If you sit literally anywhere else in the bus, the driver won't be able to hear what you say or do, which means you could do whatever you want. But here's the thing about front of the bus kids. They didn't just sit there quietly being good. They didn't just sit there because they were homies with the driver and talked about sports or movies with them. No, they had a purpose for sitting up there, and that purpose was to be the lookout. Now, of course, since the bus driver has to focus on, well, driving, he doesn't have the time to pay attention to every single kid and make sure they're behaving. So the front of the bus kids would take it upon themselves to do this for them. Now, you may be wondering, did the driver ask the kids to do this? No, they probably couldn't care less, to be honest. Because I was on a bus one time and the lookout kid tapped the driver on the shoulder and said,
Mr. Roberts, there's kids fighting back there.
And because the bus has that big honking mirror at the front of it, I could see the driver's face. And when this kid snitched on the people in the back, the bus driver literally just rolled his eyes as if he was tired of this kid snitching on everyone. The kid would do this over literally anything too. Like, he had the rows of seats memorized.
Kids in row 10 are throwing food on the ground.
And no, hey, I respect the passion that these front of the bus kids had, but maybe they should have put that passion towards something more useful, like cranking 90s and Fortnite. That's what I was passionate about at the time. Now that I think about it, my passion was pretty useless too, actually. I genuinely felt bad for the front of the bus kids though, because the one on my bus was just trying to behave. He wasn't actually doing anything wrong, but because he'd snitch on other students, some of the people on the bus would mess with him. Like, there were times where he'd get a grape thrown at him and turn around like this. Who did that? But right behind this row of kids that are snitching on your every move was the kids in the middle of the bus. The middle of the bus was where the NPCs lived. And before anyone gets upset because I called you an NPC, I myself sat in the middle of the bus for most of my life. So I would know. It's not an insult. This is just the truth. But I'm not calling us middle of the bus kids NPCs because we didn't have any personality or anything like that. No, I'm calling us NPCs because compared to the rest of the psychopaths in this bus, we were just the normal kids. We would just get on the bus, sit down, maybe talk to whoever was next to us, look out the window. We weren't causing any problems and we weren't snitching on the people who were. We were simply on that bus because we needed a way to get to and from school. But here's what I didn't fully realize until way later. Being normal on the school bus was actually the weird thing to do. When you look at what was going on in the front and in the back, the people who were just sitting there being regular human beings were actually the minority. We were the ones who suffered the most on these bus rides because all we wanted was peace. But unfortunately, when you got World War II happening behind you and the Secret Service in front of you, that was impossible. And when I say World War II is happening behind me, you may ask what I mean by that. You'll understand very soon because now we gotta talk about the back of the bus. Now I want you to do something for me right now. Close your eyes and picture what happens in the back of the school bus. Take a few seconds. I'll wait. What did you see? Smoke? Flames? Screaming? Crying? Whatever you saw, it's probably accurate. But the fact that you can even picture what the back of the bus looks like just shows how crazy this section was. The kids in the back weren't bad people. Okay, maybe sometimes they were. That might be a lie. But they just did not think the same as the rest of us. I don't know if there was free caffeine hidden somewhere back there or what, but it was always pure chaos. And you may ask yourself why the back of the bus was so different from everywhere else. And it was simply because this was the furthest point away from the driver. So this basically meant no one had any idea what you were doing or saying. Yeah, sure, the bus driver has mirrors to look back there, but at least in my case, my bus driver had bad eyes, so they probably couldn't even see that far back. Now that I think about it, why was someone with bad eyesight driving a bunch of kids around to school every day? How did he even pass the test? Whatever. Anyways, I know I said I was a middle of the bus kid, but that was when I matured a little bit, because before that point, I myself was a back of the bus kid. And this means I know firsthand what happens back there. I'm talking cooking food, breaking windows, riding on the seats, anything you can imagine, it probably happened. So I have some crazy stories about kids in the back of the bus that you would not believe. So if you're a back of the bus kid watching this, learn from me. Please stop. But here's the thing, splitting the bus into front, middle, and back is really only part of the picture, because inside those sections, there were specific types of people, characters, the same characters that appeared on every bus, in every school, in every city. Let's start with the one who plays music. This person mainly lived in the back section, but their presence affected the entire bus, because although playing music usually isn't a big deal, for some reason, there was always a kid who would play it out loud. Why would they do that, you may ask? That's a great question. This person would hop on the bus at 7 in the morning, and they're playing Drip Too Hard by Lil Baby. Don't get me wrong, I like that song, but it's 7 in the morning. Let's listen to that song at lunch. Not now. If you're gonna play anything at this time, play elevator music or something. I always wondered if this person played their music out loud because they didn't care if they were bothering anyone, or if it was because they actually thought other people wanted to hear their music. Newsflash, no one did. If there's someone like this on your school bus, do them a favor and buy them some headphones. They won't actually use them, but at least they'll get the message. Obviously, you did not want to sit next to this type of person, so you try going somewhere else on the bus. The only problem is there's not many seats left, so you try sitting next to a random person, but they go,
"Ooh, sorry, I'm saving this seat for my friend."
To be fair, I understood these types of people. When you get on that bus, you want to talk to your homies, so of course, you're gonna save your seat for your friend. Totally fine. You don't want to end up being next to someone who's gonna make the next 40 minutes of your life horrible. I get it. But the way these people executed the seat saving is where I have a problem. They would get on the bus, drop into their seat, and immediately spread across both spots in a way that physically communicated, this seat is not available. Backpack on the seat, arms and legs stretched out, and if you made eye contact with them, you could tell by the look in their eyes that they were thinking, there is no way you're sitting here. And at first, that was fine. You respect the process, you keep walking and look for somewhere else to sit. But then the bus starts filling up, and the seat saver is still holding that spot. Bus hits 60% full, still holding the spot. 70%, still doing it. 80% capacity, and now you're one of the last few people walking the aisle looking for an open seat, and your options have gotten bad really fast. So you look at the seat saver, and they look back at you and are like, don't even think about it. The bus could quite literally be full, no other seats left, and they still wouldn't let you sit down. So when they don't let you sit there, you just have to go, oh, no problem, I'll just go stand on the roof. Like, that's basically your only option left. They would genuinely rather have you do that than take their seat. But there's always usually at least one seat left open, and it's usually next to the person in this next category, the heavy sleeper. I would never judge anyone for being in this category. I have been in it a couple times myself. You were forced to wake up at what should not be a legal hour for a kid to have to wake up. You somehow got dressed, found your stuff, walked outside in the cold and got on a moving vehicle. But your body's telling you, no. We're not ready to fully wake up yet. We need 30 more minutes of rest. So when these people would get on the bus, they were fully asleep before the doors even closed. Head against the window, mouth slightly open, completely gone. Now, the reason I said this person would usually have an open seat next to them was because they were a very risky person to sit next to on the bus. It would always go one of two ways. Either they didn't bother you at all and it was a pleasant, peaceful ride, or they were a snorer. Not quiet snoring, not subtle, polite, barely there type of snoring. I'm talking your dad in the middle of the night after a long day of work snoring. If you weren't sitting there right next to them, you would think it was the sound of someone trying to start a lawnmower, and that made sitting next to them miserable. There was a kid on my bus that would snore every day, literally every day, and after a while, it just became background noise for us. Like, we didn't even hear it anymore. I don't even know if he was aware he was snoring every day, but one time, I was forced to sit next to this kid because there were no other seats left open. I thought to myself, okay, this won't be that big of a deal. I'll just put my headphones in and won't hear a thing. Well, I was wrong, because when I sat down next to him, the driver took a sharp turn and all of a sudden, Sleeping Beauty had his head laying on my shoulder, and I had no idea what to do. Do I wake him up? Is that rude? He's basically screaming, snoring directly in my ear at this point, but I decided to just let him do his thing. But then I felt my shirt get a little wet, and I looked up to make sure it wasn't raining, and that's when I realized this man was drooling on me. It was right then and there where I just shoved him off. I tried being kind, but I'm sorry, I could not do it anymore. And he woke up for about 2 seconds, went, then he leaned against the window and went right back to sleep. But some people on that bus simply could not afford to sleep. Some people had things to do, important things, things that were supposed to get done the night before, but didn't. You know who I'm talking about. The person who was always rushing to finish their homework. This person was usually super handsome, super tall, and all the girls loved him. Now, am I saying this because I was always this person? Maybe, but anyway, so because this person was me, let me give you a rundown of how every day would go. I'd get home from school and have a bunch of homework I have to do. I'd then look at the homework, decide this homework could wait a little bit. I would then play some video games or hang out with friends, and all of a sudden it would be 9 o'clock at night and I'd have 0 homework done. But I'm way too tired to get it done now, so I would convince myself that I have enough time to get it done in the morning while on the bus. Sometimes I did have enough time, but other times I had to lock in like it was the 4th quarter of the finals. So I'd wake up and instantly I'm panicking because I remembered I have homework I need to finish in the next hour. And if I don't, I'm gonna be revving up those fryers at McDonald's for a living. So I get on the bus, open my backpack, and I'm writing as fast as possible. Is my handwriting eligible? No. Would I get all the answers right? Usually no. But did I finish before we pulled into that school parking lot? Every single time. Because here's the thing about me that I realized back then, and I still believe now. I was not a regular season player. I was a postseason player. I performed better under pressure than I ever did when I had plenty of time. You give me a whole weekend to do something, and I'll do it on Sunday night. You give me a whole weekend to do something, and I probably won't get it done. But if you give me 40 minutes on a school bus, I will exceed expectations. I could not get any work done unless I had a genuine threat of failing the class. So this was already super stressful, but nothing made the homework situation harder than having the person directly behind you kicking your seat the entire ride. The seat kicker was a very interesting type of person, to say the least. I'm trying to talk about them without my face getting red because they usually tended to make me very annoyed. Even just thinking about them right now is making me clench my fist. You can't even blame someone for being a seat kicker. They just don't know any better until they turn 5 years old, because at that point, there's no reason to still be a seat kicker. Who raised you? I don't even know if they're aware they're doing it or not, but every few seconds, you would just feel a thump, and I'm trying to do my homework, but then I lose my train of thought because I just got assaulted. This would happen over and over again. And one day, I got completely fed up with it. I don't know if I woke up on the wrong side of the bed this morning, but one time, I felt my seat get kicked, so I turned around, looked at the guy who did it, and said, Elliot, if you kick the back of my chair again, there will be consequences. I didn't elaborate on what those consequences were, but that made Elliot scared enough to stop doing it. And listen, do I support violence? No. Matter of fact, I probably would have lost if we actually had a fight. But hey, it worked, didn't it? He did stop kicking the back of my seat. So if someone is kicking your seat and they won't stop, just threaten them. Unless it's like a baby kicking the back of your seat, then don't do that. Well, actually, no, don't do that. Now, you would think the school bus needs someone to stop these seat kickers, but unfortunately, that did not exist. But there was one type of person that could have stopped them: the police officer.
What? Tyler, you had actual police officers on your bus?
No, I'm not saying we had actual police officers. I'm talking about a student, a completely normal student who had at some point decided they were going to dedicate their whole lives to making sure no funny business happened on that school bus. Nobody put them in charge. Nobody asked them to volunteer. They didn't have a badge. They just decided one day that they were the law on the bus. These people were obviously part of the front of the bus group. Unlike every other kid, these students weren't fazed by having to get up at 6:30 in the morning every day because they came ready with the energy. These kids had an awareness level that was actually kind of impressive if you think about it. They could be sitting anywhere on that bus and they would still know what's happening all around them. Someone in the back starts doing something mildly questionable. The bus officer had already seen it and reported it to the driver. The driver didn't ask for their help, but the thing that's silly about this is, did it actually work? Did the bus become a calmer, more orderly place because of their efforts? Absolutely not. But hey, if it made them feel important, I'm no one to judge. And speaking of people trying to manage a bus full of students, let me take a moment here for the person who was actually in charge of all these kids. The person who showed up every single morning, knowing exactly what they were walking into and did it anyways. The bus driver. I will always have so much respect for the bus driver because I need you to actually think about what this job is. You have to wake up early, earlier than the kids, mind you, because you have to actually go get the bus. And let's not act like this thing is easy to drive. A school bus is a vehicle that is roughly the size of a small apartment building. And then you load that vehicle with up to 30 children, some of whom are fine and some of whom will make you never want to have children yourself. And then you have to actually drive through traffic on real streets while noise and chaos is happening constantly around you that you can't fully ignore, but you also can't fully respond to because you're operating a large motor vehicle and you're responsible for these kids' safety. My mom can't even drive if someone is talking to her from the back seat. If you ask her a question while she's driving, she quite literally will not respond. Not because she's trying to be rude, but because if she does respond, that probably means she'll have to take her concentration off the road, and we don't want that to happen. I love my mom, but that is just her trying to deal with one person talking to her while she's driving. So imagine multiplying that by 30 in a vehicle where kids are getting up, fighting, and still getting everyone to school without anything terrible happening. And on top of all that, the driver had to stay on schedule. It wasn't just get the kids there alive, they had to get them there alive and on time. If the bus was late, parents complained. If the bus was early, kids missed it, and parents complained about that too. One day, everything is calm, and then the next day, someone brought soup and a Bluetooth speaker, and the back turned into a full dining experience. Sounds like a tough job, right? Surely, the bus driver must be getting rewarded very well for this. Well, if you count minimum wage as a reward, then I guess. Like, the bus driver did not make enough money for this job. Whatever they were being paid, it wasn't enough. So you may be saying,
Hey Tyler, if you think bus drivers deserve more money, why don't you give them some?
no. But if you are a bus driver watching this, I will say thank you for your service. But the thing that really pushed the bus driver to their absolute limit, the thing that turned an already difficult job into something requiring a level of patience that most humans simply do not have, was the student who was always running late. Every single bus had one. The kid who, for reasons that went beyond poor time management, could not be ready when the bus showed up. I'm not talking about once in a while on a rough morning, they needed an extra minute of sleep. I'm talking every morning, consistently, like clockwork, late. I had a friend who literally just could not get up early in the morning. No matter how hard he would try, he couldn't do it. And it got to the point where he would set 5 alarm clocks all 1 minute apart in the morning, hoping that would just wake him up. Sometimes it did, but sometimes it didn't. So to give himself the most amount of sleep possible, he created a routine to where he would wake up 3 minutes before the bus arrived to his house. 3 minutes was all the time he had to get up, put clothes on, brush his teeth, go to the bathroom, and get on that bus. I'm not kidding. His alarm went off at 7:02, and the bus pulled up to his house at approximately 7:05. Just 3 minutes to do everything. When I wake up in the morning, it takes me 3 minutes just to convince myself to actually get out of bed. So forget about getting ready on top of that. Obviously, this just isn't sustainable. You can't get ready in 3 minutes every day. So every morning, the bus would pull up, and at 7:05, there would be no sign of my friend. The driver had done this route enough times to know that he was coming, we just had to be patient. And that somewhere between 30 seconds to 2 minutes from now, that front door would fly open, looking like it had been kicked from the inside by someone running at full speed, because that's exactly what happened. And my friend would come out absolutely sprinting to make sure the bus didn't leave him. He was never fully assembled while making that run to the bus. He was always in some stage of still getting ready. One shoe on, holding the other in his hand. He'd have his breakfast in his hand some days. Backpack is wide open with papers flying out all over the place. Hair that had clearly not been touched since he woke up. It was a complete mess. And he was sprinting across his front lawn to the bus, and every single person on that bus would be watching. Like, the whole bus would go quiet for a second, because this was our morning show. He'd get on the bus, completely out of breath, drop into the nearest available seat because he did not have the oxygen left to go any further back, and then within about 60 to 90 seconds, he would start putting himself together, putting the shoe on, zipping his backpack, running his hands through his hair. I remember one day where he got on the bus, but right as we took off, he started touching his pockets and looked super nervous. So I was like, "What'd you forget this time?" And he went,
My underwear.
Oh, that's not a big deal. Why are you so panicked about that?
Because how am I gonna change in the locker room now with all those people around me?
I don't know what he did end up doing that day in the locker room, but knowing him, he probably figured it out. I respected his ability to maximize how much sleep he got every night. If I could have woke up and made the bus 3 minutes before leaving every morning, I would have done the exact same thing. But unfortunately for me, I always had to give myself about 45 minutes to get ready in the morning. Not because I was doing my hair or making sure I looked good. No, it's because I spent the first 30 minutes on the toilet every morning because my body gave me no other choice. Matter of fact, I still do that every morning. I've just accepted it at this point. But the craziest part about all of this is the fact that the school bus driver never crashed. Like, have you ever heard of or seen a school bus crashing? I sure haven't, which is why, once again, I have to give very big respect to school bus drivers, because if it was my mom in control of that bus, this would have happened. There are unwritten rules about school everyone knows, like never poop in the bathroom, or when the teacher looks at you during a test, look up at the ceiling like you're trying to think. But what if I told you there are also unwritten levels of popularity every school has that everyone knows, but nobody talks about? From the kids you went to class with every single day for years without ever learning their name, to the students who were so popular, they basically ran the school more than the principal. The levels of school popularity is an unspoken code that no one talks about, but everyone understands within the very first week of school starting. And it all begins with level 1. The outcasts. Now, I want to be really careful about how I say this because outcast sounds mean, and I'm not trying to be mean, but let me tell you, most of the people at school were very mean to this group. The outcast wasn't a group that was necessarily disliked by everyone. It's more that they fit into a very specific category that people immediately wrote off the second they heard it. Like, there are certain labels in school that the moment someone tells you,
Oh yeah, that's a band kid.
or
Oh, he's a nerd.
your brain just automatically assumes you'll know exactly what their personality is like. The biggest examples are the nerds. These kids were outcasted in school simply for the fact that they were smarter than the rest of us. Sounds pretty dumb once you get out of school, but while you're in it, for some reason, it feels like it makes sense. Instead of hanging out with people after school or playing sports trying to fit in, these kids would just go home and lock in on homework. They were investing in their future, and now those kids are probably all doctors. Meanwhile, the rest of us who weren't thinking about our future are probably all saying,
Hi, welcome to McDonald's. What can I get you?
for 5 days a week. But outcast wasn't just for people who were smarter than us. Sometimes it was for a totally different reason. Because another type of person that fit into the outcast group was the band kids. Once again, if you heard someone say they were a band kid, you instantly made an assumption about their personality in your head. Now, was it a good assumption or a bad one? Depends on who you ask. But at least at my school, band kids did not have the best reputation. But it wasn't for the typical reason you would think of the band kids smelling or anything like that. No, it was simply because one band kid at our school peed his pants during a performance in front of basically the whole school. And he was wearing khakis, so everyone could see it. And from that point on, the band kids did not have a good reputation. But here's the thing, the outcast group is actually kind of fascinating because they have arguably the highest sense of community of any group on this entire list. Because when you're placed in a box by everyone else, you find the other people that are also in that box and you form a really tight group. You know, now that I think about it, that's probably the same way some really evil groups that have done a lot of harm in the world started too. But we can talk about that another time. Point is, the band kids have each other. The theater kids who overlap with the band kids in a Venn diagram also have each other. Now, do I actually know what a Venn diagram looks like? No, but I said it because I wanted to sound smart, so I hope it was accurate. The nerds have their corner of the library and their lunch table and their own inside world that nobody else knows about. But from the outside perspective, the rest of the students at school, these kids are just written off. And that's the defining feature of level 1. It's not that people dislike you, it's that people hear what you're into and they just go,
Oh, okay, I know exactly what he's like.
But here's the hilarious part about all that. You would think it sucks to be in group 1 because of how you're treated. But I would say most of level 1 in high school are thriving way harder than everyone else was after high school. Because it turns out the skills that you got labeled a nerd for will make you money. The skills that you learned from being a theater kid will make you a famous actor. And the skills from being a band kid, to be honest, y'all might just be cooked. I don't know if there's any transferable skills there. But I don't want y'all to feel left out, so just imagine there was. But shout out to all the level 1 popularity kids in school. You guys deserved better, but you're thriving in life in the long term. Now, level 1 is literally the lowest level of popularity you can go, but somehow, I think level 2 would actually be worse to be in. Let me explain. Level 1 kids, the outcasts, they're known. They have a reputation, even if it's a bad one. When I talked about level 1 kids, you probably had someone specific come to your mind. But when I describe the level 2 students, no one will come to your mind, because you simply don't know them. And the reason for that is because level 2 is what I call the invisible kids. These kids are ghosts. And no, I'm not saying they got superpowers and are literally invisible, because I know some of y'all will take whatever I say literally and be like,
Tyler, there was no invisible people at high school.
yeah, I'm talking to you, Steamboat432. I see all your comments on my videos. Learn what sarcasm is. I'm sorry. But let me get to the point. The kids in level 2 are simply people that exist. They attend the school, they sit in class, do their homework, eat lunch, but somehow, despite doing all those things in the same building as 500 other people for 4 years, nobody knows who they are. Like, you'll be at a lunch table one day and you'll glance across the cafeteria and there will be a kid sitting alone and you'll think,
Wait, who is that?
and someone will say,
Oh, that's Jake. We've gone to school with him since kindergarten.
and you'll just be thinking, you could have told me that man transferred to this school today and I would have believed you. The invisible kids are not weird. That's the thing. They're not doing anything that would cause people to write them off the way level 1 kids get written off. They're not labeled at all. They're not nerds. They're not band kids. They don't do anything to get noticed. The more I talk about it, this low-key sounds like the most peaceful life ever. They probably don't go through any drama or anything. Just imagine how low their cortisol levels are. But I did say in the beginning of this section that I believe being a part of level 2 can be worse than level 1. And the reason for that is because at least outcasts have a community. The nerd table is a real table with real people who care about each other. The band kids have band and anime or whatever else they like. But the invisible kids, they genuinely might go an entire school date without saying a single word to anybody. Now, I can't speak for these people because this wasn't the level I was a part of. So maybe level 2 people actually preferred it this way. Who knows? But I do have the most funny story about an interaction I had with someone on this level, because I was in class one day and I got put into a random group for a project. I was low-key scared for this because the group I got put into for this project was me and 3 other kids that I literally did not know at all. I didn't know their names, I didn't recognize their face, nothing. So when we got put together, I introduced myself to all of them. I said my name and asked what theirs was. But for every single person I introduced myself to, they all said they already knew my name because we've gone to school with each other for 8 years. I've never felt so bad before, but at least after that day, I did know who they were. But to anyone who is in this level at school, I have a question. What is your high school experience actually like? Because from the outside, it looks lonely. But that's the thing. We can only see it from the outside. Because now that I'm not in school anymore, I low-key am a part of group 2. I don't leave the house much. I don't really talk to anyone during the day. And you know what? I love it that way. So shout out to you guys. Y'all figured out way before us that being a level 2 is the most goated way of living. Unfortunately, we can't all live a goated life though. And that is why most of us have to fit into the next category, which is level 3, the average student. I need everyone to pay very close attention to this level because most of us were in it. And when I say us, yes, I mean me and you, twin. We were level 3ers. You can deny it all you want, saying that you were higher than this, but let's be honest, that's not possible. Because here's what most people will do. They'll hear me describe level 3, they'll recognize it completely, and then they'll convince themselves,
Okay, well, that's not me. I was at least a level 4.
well, brother or sister, let me put my hand on your shoulder and say, level 3 is you. It's definitely you. Because level 3 is exactly what it sounds like. You have friends, but not a lot of them. You're not a loner. You're not navigating the hallways in complete social isolation. You have people you sit with at lunch, but those friends are probably also in level 3. You're not connected to the popular kids in any meaningful way. You're not getting invited to the parties, not because you're disliked, just because you're not quite a part of that group. Do they play sports? Maybe, but they're probably not the star player on the team. Academically, you might be all right. You're not failing any classes, but you're also not winning valedictorian like I did. Okay, that's a lie. Now, I think level 3 can either be the best level to be a part of or the worst, because level 3 students are never targets. The bullies don't care about you because they're more focused on level 1. You'll probably never be miserable in school because no one is spreading rumors about you or involving you in drama. That sounds really nice, right? But when you're in school, for some reason, you crave drama. So you're kind of sad that you're not a part of all that. But if you aren't sure whether this was your level, I have a way that will confirm whether you were in it or not. When you think back to all the years you've been in school, are most of your memories about the people you were close with or about the broader school in general? You remember conversations at that one lunch table. You remember the inside jokes with your 2 best friends, but you probably don't have a lot of memories that involve half the grade, right? Because that's how my experience was. Low-key, now that I'm looking back at high school, I had no motion, dog. No wonder I never had a girlfriend. But anyways, you may ask,
Tyler, where's the personal story about level 3 like you've given for all the other levels?
I don't have one because us level 3s don't have anything crazy to talk about. But I definitely got some stories for level 4, which is where things start to get interesting. Level 4 is what I call the group member. This is where you actually start to get some motion in school. If you're in level 4, your social identity starts to be defined primarily by what group or team you're a part of rather than you as an individual. At level 4, people outside of just your level start to become aware of you. And that's mainly because of who you hang out with. You might be just inside the popular kids group. If there's a big party happening, congratulations, buddy. You might be getting the invite. Now, I don't want to gas up level 4 too much because while you are involved in all these things, you're just barely a part of it. So say you're a level 4 person that is a part of the popular kids group and they're having a sleepover. Odds are you're not getting invited to that. That's right, twin. Me and you are not getting invited. You're just not close enough yet to be in that level. But if there's a bigger event going on that's less intimate, that's where you shine. There's definitely group chats your friend group has without you because while you're a part of the friend group, you're not in the core part. If you don't really understand this level yet, think about it this way. You remember the TikTok Riz party? Which I can't believe I'm talking about as a grown man, but it will make sense. Just bear with me. Anyways, the TikTok Riz party had 3 main people: the group leader, Quandale Dingle, and White Shirt Kid. Now, it is very obvious from the video at the party that Quandale Dingle is the definition of a level 4 person. He's at the party, so he's cool with everyone. But if you see the way he looks around, you can tell he's just trying to fit in. He doesn't know exactly if he belongs yet. That's what being a level 4 student means. So this also means level 4 is a really stressful place to be. You're fighting to get higher up in the group to get invited to the more exclusive hangout sessions, but you're also at a point where they could just easily boo you out of the group at any moment because they feel like it. The athlete version of this is interesting because athlete group members have a very specific experience. Like, the football team in most schools is all popular kids. The team itself don't even gotta be good. If you're on the varsity football team, you basically have a free ride to being level 4 at the very least. I used to think I was level 4 when I was actually in school, and it wasn't until I got out that I started to realize I definitely wasn't. I was just living in delusion. The reason I thought I was a group member at the time is because I was cool with a lot of the kids in these groups. Football players I was friends with, most popular kids in school. They all knew my name, but as I start to think about it, I never got invited to a single event or hangout or sleepover that these groups had. To all of them, I was just that guy that you're cool with at school, but the moment you graduate, you never see him again. One hot take I have about level 4 is that it's by far the most stressful level to be in, because you could so easily switch down to a level 3 or up to a level 5. Now, it's gonna be really hard for me to move on to the next level, mostly because I can't count past 4, but still, I'm gonna try. So now we got level 5, the niche popular. If I could go back to school, well, I mean, technically I could because I never finished, but if I could go back to school and choose which level of popular to be, I would easily choose level 5. If you are at this level, most of the school knows you. Not just within your friend group, but across the whole school. If you walked into a classroom in a hallway that you've never been to, there's a pretty good chance that some random kid in the classroom knows who you are. Everything is elevated at this level. You're definitely either on a sports team or hang out with all the popular kids. But the difference here is that you're not fighting for your life just to be a part of these groups. You can joke with them without risking saying the wrong thing, getting someone mad, then getting booted out of the group. But this group is different from others because you can be a part of it without having to be on a sports team or be with the popular kids. You can be at this level simply for just who you are. Like, there was a kid at my school who they called the freshman flyer, and that's because one day he jumped off the top of the roof at school onto the ground. What was he trying to accomplish? Nothing. He did break his back though. But what I'm getting at with this is that he instantly became level 5 of popularity because obviously when someone jumps off a school building, you're gonna hear about it. So basically everyone knew his name. By the way, I don't recommend trying that. This didn't mean he started hanging out with all the popular kids. He still went about his day like normal. In a back brace, sure, but everyone at the school knew his name now. Another example of someone who could be level 5 of popularity is the school plug. And I don't think I need to explain what that means, but let's just say you're the person who can get things that other people need, like M&Ms, and people are always happy to see you. Obviously, in an ideal world, everyone would love to be in the highest possible level of popularity. But here's the problem with getting too much higher than level 5. The higher you go, the more your popularity stops being about people liking you and becomes more about people either being jealous of you or wanting to use you for social gain. At a certain point, and we'll get into exactly where that point is, the popularity stops being warm and starts being complicated. This is the weird part though, because I was definitely at different levels throughout all my years at school. Yeah, I know I said I was in level 3, but that was for most of school because there was a time where I, Tyler Vitelli, was in level 5. And let me tell you, it was amazing. For both years of middle school, I was the new kid. There were so many kids I had never met before who went here, and that made people interested in me. So instantly, I became kind of popular. And let me tell you, the perks of being level 5 were the best. I was getting invited to everything. Like, this was the first time I ever went to a party, and one of the last because I realized I didn't like them. But everyone was friendly to me, and there was literally nothing for me to complain about. You know what the best part of level 5 was though? You're mostly immune to the drama. You're popular enough to be respected, but not hated or envied enough to the point where people want to make up rumors about you. Unfortunately, I suffered from this one time because my school made a rumor about me that I wore a thong to class. Obviously, this was entirely made up, okay? It was a Speedo. And although you're not involved in the drama, you know all of it. You're close enough to be told any secrets that most people at school wouldn't know. If you ever have the chance to switch your level of popularity at school, I would recommend trying to get here and then stay there. Because if you dare to go up to level 6, things start to get tricky. Now let's just be real for a second, guys. 99% of us can sit this one out. Yes, me and you, we're all way too chopped to be a part of level 6, unfortunately. Because there are some specific requirements everyone in level 6 has to have. And one of those requirements is to be very good looking. If you're not, You got no chance, I'm sorry. And I learned that the hard way. This is why level 6 is the school celebrity. And when I say celebrity, I mean it. These kids are famous within the school. Not just known, like everyone at level 5 is known, but these kids are famous in the sense that their name gets mentioned in conversations they're not even a part of. They're always being talked about. Level 6 is almost always reached through one of two things. Either being super athletic or being extremely attractive. Being conventionally attractive in high school is genuinely a superpower. Matter of fact, being handsome in life in general is a superpower. And trust me, I would know. Can't wait to see what the comments say about that part. But whether we like it or not, it's the truth. The good-looking students get treated differently. They get more patience from the teachers, more invitations, more attention. People they don't know smile at them in public. This is why when people ask the question, would you rather be super good-looking but really dumb or really smart but ugly? The answer is always obvious to me. I mean, I'm already really handsome, so I don't really gotta worry about that question though. And the elite athlete version of being in level 6 is similar. If you're the starting quarterback on a football team or a starting player on a basketball team, you are level 6 almost by default. The thing about being a school celebrity is that everyone wants to be around you. And that sounds great on paper. Who wouldn't want to be popular? Who wouldn't love people always wanting to sit with you and talk to you and invite you places? The problem is you very quickly start to lose track of who actually likes you versus who hates you. Because the people who hate you will act the nicest to you. But trust me, they are wishing on your downfall. As bad as it sounds, it's true. I would trust my friend way more that calls me chopped all the time than the one that's gassing me up. Because at level 6, your friendship is currency. People literally gain something from being your friend. My first year of high school, there was a guy who was definitely level 6, and I still don't know why, but for some reason, he just really liked me. He was a junior, so he had a car, and he would always drive me to get food and things like that. Now, the only problem was this man was crazy. Like literally crazy in ways I'm scared to elaborate. But because of that, I was always nervous to be around him. But hanging out with him gave me so much social credit with the rest of school that I would still hang out with him even though it kind of terrified me. If you get put in this same scenario and have an opportunity to be friends with someone in level 6, be careful. They're probably crazy because if they were normal, they'd be in level 3 with the rest of us. If you're still not really sure how to identify what a level 6 person is, just watch basically any Hollywood movie about high schoolers. Level 6ers are usually all the side characters. But just like every movie, there's side characters and then there's a main character. And without a doubt, the main character of every high school movie is level 7, the legend. Level 7 is different, not gonna lie. Just from me saying that level out loud, I almost started levitating out of my chair, which isn't really that unusual because that's just something I can naturally do. Similar to how I can also make people poop on command. Don't believe me? Did you just poop your pants? Most of you probably didn't, but I'm sure at least one person out there watching got the urge to poop. Where was I though? Level 7 is its own category entirely. And I genuinely think if you ever went to school with one of these people, you know exactly who I'm talking about. You're already picturing a face right now. The first thing you need to understand about the legend is that there are very few of them. Like we're talking maybe 2 or 3 people per school. And at some schools, maybe just 1. Not everyone even goes to school with a level 7. But if you did, you know. It sounds like I'm talking about a rare Pokemon, but it low-key was like that though, because the legend is what happens when you take everything I just said about the level 6 school celebrity and multiply it by 10. The level 6 person is famous within the school. The level 7 person is the school. Their reputation doesn't live at the school. Their reputation is the school's reputation. Like, if you went to a different school and someone asked you where you go, there is a very real chance the first thing out of your mouth would be this person's name.
Where you go to school? Oh, I go to Ligma High.
Wait, Ligma High? Isn't that where Marcus goes?
Yeah.
The level 7 person has more actual power in the building than most of the adults. I know that sounds insane, but they run the place. Now you may ask,
Tyler, how do I get into level 7?
and buddy, if you're asking this question, let me just tell you, you're already too late. You have no chance, unfortunately. Because being level 7 is just something you're born with. Whether that be because you were blessed with the most athletic genes on the planet or the most attractive genes on the planet. No, once again, editor, I'm not talking about gene pants. I'm talking about genetics. Bro is just mad he wasn't born with good genes. All right, do you want to get fired again? Genuinely, it's like this is your fetish. You love getting fired. So you know what? Let me grant your wish. You're fired. I could do this job myself. The legend is almost always the best athlete the school has had in a generation. They're going to a huge college everyone knows, or they're going to New York after college to be a model because of how attractive they are. There's something about them that's just different. You can feel it when they walk into a room. People love to overuse the word aura, but if you actually want to know what aura is, it's a level 7. But level 7 isn't all sunshine and rainbows. It's easy to just describe them as this mythical figure that everyone wants to be and just leave it there. But the reality is, it's more complicated. First is because everyone knows you at school, so everyone has an opinion on you. Some are probably good, but most are likely very jealous. I mean, think about it. It's a bunch of teenagers. Of course they're gonna be jealous of the coolest kid at school. I sure know I was. And if someone is jealous of you, they may do things to try to put you down, which means there will always be rumors about you. No matter whether they're true or not. The legend is the person throwing parties, not attending them. They don't wait for an invitation. They create the events that other people are begging to be invited to. Their family is probably rich. You know, the more and more I think about school popularity, it's all my parents' fault I wasn't this high of a level. If they just blessed me with amazing athletic and attractive genetics and they were rich, I could have been level 7. The legend also has a very interesting relationship with the teachers because even they know how popular this person is. Now, depending on which teacher it is, they might start flirting with the level 7 student, which definitely ain't right, but let's be real. We've all had some teachers before that, well, they probably shouldn't be allowed within 500 feet of a school if we're being honest. Because of this, the level 7 student can basically do whatever they want in class and still pass. They don't have to actually go and learn because the teacher will give them a good grade either way. They're chilling. But if you somehow become a friend with the level 7, brother, you are set for the rest of school. Just by association, your life has gotten 10 times easier. I know, this sounds amazing, but unfortunately, for most of us, this is just a dream because at the end of the day, we are chopped. Yes, me and you. We are all chopped. Matter of fact, that's what I'm gonna call my fan base. Chopped FC. Yeah, we are Chopped FC. School field trips are the days you live for as a child. It's the only time where you actually enjoy waking up early in the morning. And at my school, there was one specific field trip that stood out from the rest. Science camp. A whole week spent in mountain cabins with your friends and no parents. It was an absolute dream come true. Until we actually got there. Many years later, I still struggle to explain what happened in those woods that night, but this is how I remember it. So at my school, we had a field trip called Science Camp, which was basically described as the most life-changing experience you would ever go on. Like whenever students would come back from this trip, they'd talk about it as if they just took a school bus to Mars. That's how much they hyped it up. Like it sounded something straight out of the Magic School Bus TV show. And you know what's crazy? The Magic School Bus could literally be anywhere right now. Like it could be inside your body. That's not good. But anyways, I'd been hearing about this trip since I was in 2nd grade. I have two older brothers, and they returned from this trip talking about crazy stories they had there. Staying up late with their friends, seeing wild animals in the distance, and doing science experiments where they made stuff explode in the woods. They described it as having a sleepover with your best friends for a week straight with no rules. Each year, I'd watch the students board that yellow bus with their oversized backpacks, just imagining when it would be my turn. So when the day came when my teacher announced the field trip and passed out permission slips, I nearly fell out of my chair. I forged my mom's signature right then and there because I was so excited to go. But if I knew what I know now about those woods, I wouldn't have been nearly as excited as I was. Because when the field trip was announced, my friend group all met up with each other. We'd been making strategic plans for this field trip since we were in 4th grade. Sleeping arrangements, snacks we were gonna bring for the campfires, video games. Me and my friend almost got into a fist fight over who would get the top bunk bed. We settled it when he threatened to tell the whole school about the time where I wet the bed when I was sleeping over at his house. So he got the top bunk. The morning of the trip, I woke up at 4:30 a.m. out of excitement. Explain that to me, by the way. I feel like a zombie trying to wake up at 7 a.m. on most days, but all of a sudden, I can wake up at 4:30 a.m. all full of jolly and glee? I don't get it. But I got to school at 8, and the parking lot resembled the baggage claim of an airport. Kids stood everywhere with giant suitcases and sleeping bags, looking like they were getting ready to climb Mount Everest. And the bus ride there was insanity. Because keep in mind, this was the week all of us had been looking forward to since we were in the womb. So we were bouncing in the seats, throwing stuff, and we only calmed down when our female teacher activated her male voice and said, "Hey, if y'all keep misbehaving, we're gonna turn this bus around." Don't know where she learned how to do that. But anyways, when we finally navigated that winding mountain road and spotted the camp entrance, I started to get butterflies. Beyond the camp entrance, nestled among massive trees, there was log cabins that stood straight out of a movie. It was just like I had been imagining in all the stories I heard about this place. Once the bus came to a stop, we sprinted off, grabbing our belongings and heading straight to the cabin. But then, things started to go wrong. Although we were under supervision of our teachers, it felt like there were no rules. But surprise, surprise, mixing no rules with dumb young kids is a recipe for disaster. Because let's fast forward to nighttime now. We're all laying down in our bunk beds when all of a sudden, we hear our counselor start to snore. So we knew he was sleeping, which meant we could do something on our own now. And that's why we made a decision that seemed brilliant at the time, but would later make me terrified of the wilderness for the rest of my life. My friend whispered from the bunk across mine, "Guys, we should totally do something." It was barely past midnight, and there was absolutely zero chance that any of us were sleeping yet. We just spent the whole day getting oriented, learning camp rules, and setting up our cabins. But now, the real freedom began. 6 dumb young kids with no parents around. What could go wrong? So one of my friends sat up and said, What if we play hide and seek? That is the dumbest thing ever. How are we gonna play hide and seek in a cabin with one room? Not in the cabin, dummy, in the woods." We were all immediately down to play, but we peeked over at our counselor and could tell that he was either in a super deep sleep or he wasn't alive anymore. But either way, he wasn't waking up anytime soon. So we all tiptoed our way outside the cabin. We slipped onto the porch And that's when something hit me. The darkness in the mountains is not the same as back home. Because when you're in the city, there's always some light, even in the middle of the night. Street lamps, porch lights, buildings, there's always some light coming from somewhere. But here, it was just black, which would be a very important detail that would get us into trouble later. We all pulled out our flashlights, keeping the lights low so our counselors couldn't see us from the main building. There were 6 of us in total. And when deciding who should be it first, everyone pointed at me. I agreed because low-key, hide and seek can be boring unless you're the one doing the seeking. There's nothing worse than playing hide and seek with someone who sucks at finding people. But no worries because I was a beast at this game. Or so I thought. So I closed my eyes and started counting. 1, 2, 3. I could hear their footsteps scattering, fading into the distance. By 30 seconds, all I heard was crickets. 59, 60. Ready or not, here I come. After opening my eyes, reality started to hit me. I was completely alone in the pitch black forest with nothing but my tiny flashlight's little beam. All of a sudden, I was kind of terrified. I thought about quitting right away and walking back to the cabin, but that would have meant my friends would be hiding in the wilderness all alone for who knows long. So I had to find them. I started walking slowly, trying to listen for any whispers or movement I could hear. I'd creep up to a bush, shine my light behind it, and find nothing. After about 10 minutes of searching, something felt off. Like I said, I'm a beast at this game. I should have found someone by now. So I started looking around trying to find areas that I haven't searched before, and then it hit me. I realized I couldn't see the light from our cabin anymore. What did that mean? I was lost. All the trees looked identical. I spun around slowly trying to find something familiar, but I couldn't. That first feeling of real panic hit my stomach like I just swallowed a piece of gum. So I said out loud, "Guys, game over. I quit." Expecting at least some of them to hear me and come out from their hiding spot, I got no response. I tried again. "Hello? Anyone?" I started walking in what I thought was the direction back to camp, but after a few minutes, I still couldn't see any sign of the cabins. All of a sudden, it was freezing cold and I was completely lost. After wandering around for what felt like forever, I slammed into something which made me scream. After a second of pure panic, I realized it was my friend Miguel. I'd never been so happy to see someone. Miguel seemed relieved to see me too, and he said, "Dude, where is everyone? I've been walking in circles for 20 minutes. I told him I had no idea and that I was lost too. So now that I had another person with me, I felt comfortable trying to find everyone else. But that's when we heard it. A scream from the depths of the forest. And not I just walked into a spiderweb scream. No, this was a scream of pure terror. Miguel and I instantly froze, staring at each other. Just like the night at his parents' house, I once again probably wet myself. Then it happened again. Another scream, louder this time. The sound bounced off the trees, coming from deeper in the woods. "What was that?" Miguel said. We didn't know what to do. Return to the cabin? Which direction was that? Everything blended into endless trees and darkness. Try finding our possibly in trouble friends? My heart was now pounding, but we made a decision. We needed to find our friends, and we didn't know how to get back to the cabin anyway, so we would go towards the screams. Although we both agreed, if anything goes south, it's every man for himself. There was one more scream that happened right after this, which was the loudest of them all, so that guided us in the right direction. All those stories about what lurks in the darkness at night crept into my mind. Because it could have been anything. A crazy person, a bear, Guy Fieri. After going towards the screams for a couple minutes, my flashlight started to flicker. So I knew we didn't have long to figure out what was happening before I completely went dark. Now it wasn't just a worry about whatever was screaming in the darkness. It was a race against time. Dude, I think we should go back. I started to think that was the rational thing to do too. The only problem was, which direction was back? The trees all looked identical. Massive pines watching over us like giants. Watching 2 stupid kids who were about to come a precautionary tale for the next year's students. So we figured our best bet was to keep following the screams, because we knew that at least wherever they were coming from, there must have been people over there. The woods transformed into an endless maze, each path looking deceptively familiar, yet at the same time, completely foreign. It was so damn bad, I tried using the science lesson they taught us earlier about using the location of the moon to know where you're going. The only problem was, I didn't pay no attention during that presentation, so we just kept heading towards the screams. My decision to go commando and wear nothing but a t-shirt and basketball shorts to bed was now backfiring, because I was freezing. Then a scream echoed again, bouncing in between the trees, sounding like someone was in pure danger. But this time, the scream sounded a lot closer, which was both encouraging and terrifying. Maybe it's a mountain lion. My cousin's neighbor got attacked by one last year in Colorado, Miguel said, because apparently what I needed to imagine was a predator stalking us. I don't know how he possibly could have thought that would reassure me or make the situation better, but it didn't, because 1, that definitely sounded like a human scream, and 2, if it is a mountain lion, we're cooked, and 3, What do you mean your cousin's neighbor got attacked by one last year? But anyways, just as we're about to give up hope for the 20th time and accept that we're toast, something caught my eye. About 50 yards ahead stood a shape that was definitely not natural to the forest. It almost looked like a cabin, but at the same time, it was way too oddly shaped to be that. Miguel, do you see that? He squinted and said, "See what? I can barely see you, and you're right next to me. There's something over there. It looks man-made." The beam of my flashlight barely reached it, but was able to confirm that it wasn't just more trees, although we still couldn't tell what exactly it was. We approached it cautiously, each crunch of leaves beneath our feet sounding incredibly loud in the quietness. The shape became clearer. It was a structure built into the side of the mountain. After getting closer, Miguel whispered, Is that a door? We crept up a little more, and from the looks of it, we thought it was some type of bunker with a small door in it that looks like it was made for a Smurf, which is a problem for a guy like me because I'm 6'8".
Hell no, man.
But the weird part was, we could smell something coming from it, almost as if someone was just in there. So we thought for sure, whatever was making those noises was definitely inside there. We stood frozen about 20 feet from the creepy entrance, deciding what to do next. What kind of person builds a hidden bunker in the middle of the mountains? Was it like an end of the world type of thing? Was it for the military? And more importantly, what was making those screams that sounded terrified? Whatever it was, I didn't want to suffer the same fate, so I was reluctant to go inside there. The door had these weird carvings on them that we couldn't make out in the dark. Miguel kept squinting at them with his light, which was now flickering too like mine, but we still couldn't read it. The darkness beyond the entrance gave us no hint of what was inside. Do you think our friends might be hiding in there? Miguel asked. If they are, they probably ain't doing well based off those screams we heard earlier. I can tell you that. And then we heard another sound, which confirmed something was in there. But this time, it wasn't a scream. It was a laugh. Multiple laughing sounds. I didn't know whether to be reassured or terrified that someone was laughing in the middle of the woods at night, especially when they were just screaming 10 minutes ago. Like, are you having the time of your life in there, or are you terrified? Somehow the laughs felt even more creepy than the screams because it made no sense. Should we go in? I asked Miguel, even though every cell in my body was saying, no! You know what happens if you do that. Miguel looked at me as if I just suggested that we jump off a cliff. I ain't going in there first. I didn't blame him. I didn't want to go in first either. I low-key thought about just pushing him inside to test the waters, you know? No, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. I was really just thinking that we shouldn't even try going in at all. But then I thought about our friends. What if they needed help? What kind of friends would we be if we just left them here in the middle of the night? It's time to be brave. So I decided to be brave and stay. And I also had no idea how to get back to the cabin still, so this was our best chance at doing that. But yeah, mostly I was trying to get our friends back. Maybe we could just call out a noise, which is what Miguel suggested. And that seemed like a much better plan than my idea to sacrifice him by pushing him inside. We took a step closer, but not too close. Then Miguel said, okay, do you want to make the noise or me? And I volunteered. So with my chest puffed out, in my most intimidating voice possible, I went, hello? But my sound got no answer. As it goes back to complete silence, I hear, hey! Anybody in there? Miguel shouted that, making me jump. Don't know why he asked if I wanted to make the noise when he was planning on doing that the whole time, but that didn't make whatever was inside there come out either. Deciding what to do next, I then spotted a rock by my foot. Thinking of my previous experience in baseball, I said to Miguel, I'm gonna throw this at the door. Maybe it'll make whoever's in there hear us. So channeling my inner Shohei Ohtani, I chucked the rock at the door as fast as possible, probably around 7 miles per hour. And what happened? Nothing, because I missed the door. But then I tried again. And this time, I hit it. It made a loud knocking sound with an echo that seemed to go on forever. For a second, nothing happened. And then, silence. The complete kind that feels like someone just pressed mute on the whole forest. No crickets, no wind, nothing. Miguel and I exchanged looks at each other, and his eyes were just as wide as mine. But that's when we saw it. A flashlight turn on underneath the door. Someone was inside. Miguel whispered to me, we should run. As he was already backing up, all of a sudden, he didn't have the same toughness as 2 minutes ago when he was screaming for someone to come outside. But like I said, this was our best chance at getting some sort of answers. Then quickly, a beam of light shot out from the entrance, blinding us after all that darkness as the door opened. I threw my arms up, convinced that this was it. I thought we were about to be captured by some forest-dwelling psycho, and then a figure started to emerge. My stomach dropped, my throat was closed. Time seemed to stop. The person was tall and had to duck through the opening. We could only make out their silhouette because of their flashlight pointed towards us. I thought I was seeing Slenderman at first in the dark wilderness. I was about to sprint away because, remember, every man for himself like we talked about. But then the figure spoke. Well, well, well. What do we have here? I recognized that voice. The figure stepped fully out of the structure and aimed his flashlight away from us so we could finally see his face. So there I was, about to have a heart attack, when this figure shines the flashlight towards their face and reveals that it was a camp counselor. He was laughing his head off as we looked terrified. Turns out that weird bunker was the camp's echo chamber, which is a place they use to teach kids about sound waves. All those terrifying sounds we heard? Just him messing around testing the acoustics of it before he took the students to the place tomorrow. We explained everything that was happening and told him that we were lost. Of course, he knew his way back to the cabins, which literally took 5 minutes. Apparently, we were just wandering in circles the whole time, terrified over absolutely nothing. But wait, there was still a problem, because our friends were still out here somewhere, right? No! When the counselor took us back to our cabin, you know where they were? Laying down in bed. Me and Miguel were the only ones that were still outside. Apparently, they got scared and cold after about 5 minutes and just gave up and went back. I'm real glad they decided to tell me and Miguel about that. The counselor promised that he wouldn't tell any of the other counselors or teachers about what happened if we just promised to stay in our cabin the rest of the trip. We happily agreed. I didn't learn anything about science that trip, but I did learn a super valuable lesson about not playing hide and seek in the woods. When you get on a school bus, the one thing you expect is that you will get taken to and from school. But what if I told you that one time, when me and a bunch of other kids were on a school bus, we got picked up, but we never actually made it to school. And on top of that, 2 of the students who were on that bus disappeared. What happened? Well, let me tell you. The day started with everyone being super excited because we were being taken to Six Flags Magic Mountain. Our school had a fundraiser raising money, and whichever class raised the most got a free trip to Six Flags. And the people in my class really love roller coasters, so we were grinding to make sure we won. And ultimately, we did. So we were the only class in this whole school who got to go on this trip. And we were all super excited for it. All the other students were really jealous because they were doing schoolwork while we get to ride roller coasters. But trust me, after what happened that day, everyone in my class wishes that we didn't win that fundraiser. We met up at school super early in the morning, while it was still dark. Everyone had on these ridiculous looking neon green shirts that were so bright, you could probably see us from space, just so the teacher could keep track of us while we were in the amusement park. And our whole class was absolutely buzzing, because we thought we were about to have the best day ever. There's just something about doing fun activities while everyone else is in school that makes it feel 10 times more fun. So there we are with our teacher and 2 chaperones waiting for our school bus to come pick us up. After a couple minutes, we see the school bus pull up and there's a collective cheer between all the students. The school bus driver, who, if I remember correctly, was named Rudy, opens the door. Now let me tell you a little bit about Rudy so you can understand why the day went so wrong later. Rudy was not a dude that loved his job. Because you would think if someone signed up for a job to be a bus driver, they would at least like kids. Not in a weird way, but what I mean is Rudy did not enjoy his job. He would never talk to any of us while we were on the bus. He was simply there to pick us up, drop us off, and collect a paycheck. So keep this in mind for later in the story. Because we all get on the school bus, say hi to Rudy, he doesn't say hi back, and we start driving towards Six Flags Magic Mountain. Now for those of you who don't know where this amusement park is, it's basically in the middle of the desert. So it gets super hot in this area, and you're not next to any major cities where there's a bunch of people around. And you might think this must be the point where everything went wrong and something crazy happened while we were on the school bus, but not quite. Because the ride to the amusement park was perfectly fine. After about an hour of driving, we got to Six Flags and went into the amusement park. And while we were actually inside there, we had an amazing time. You sprint through the entrance like you've been freed from prison. Everyone's screaming something different. We're hitting the Superman ride first. I want to go on X2. I want a funnel cake. Can you guess who said that part? But we went on every roller coaster possible that day. We didn't stop until my back felt like it was gonna get blown out if I went on another one. Why do I keep making everything sound so accidentally freaky? Whatever, let's keep going. By about 5 p.m., it was time for us to leave. Our teacher makes an announcement for the whole class saying, 15 minutes to the bus area. This is your final call. And once we got back to that bus waiting for us in the Six Flags parking lot, this is where everything started to get weird. Everyone piled into the bus, sunburnt, exhausted, and ready to get back to school. Once we were all inside, we started driving out of the parking lot. We were all super tired. Everyone's eyelids were getting heavy, voices were starting to get lower, and pretty much the whole bus was just a bunch of kids sleeping. But about 15 minutes into our drive back, the unexpected happened. A loud noise comes out of nowhere that wakes everyone in the bus up. The bus jerked for a second and then pulls over to the side to see what just happened. After coming to a stop, Rudy, our bus driver, tells everyone to stay inside and he's gonna go check it out. After about 30 seconds, he comes back inside and tells our teacher the worst news we could have heard. A tire popped. If you've never heard a bus tire explode, it basically sounds like a balloon popping from right under you. You could smell hot rubber, which I can confirm is not a good smell. And all the kids are reacting differently. Some clapped because we're just dumb. One of them asked if we just hit a deer. Yeah, Jerry, there's deer in the desert. Use your brain, kid. Our teacher, Miss Patel, told us all the same thing. Everyone stay seated. The bus clearly couldn't go any further, so Rudy turned off the engine, got on his radio and started talking to, I don't know, the bus Illuminati or something? I don't know. And he told us that we're gonna need another bus to come pick us up. In the desert, in 105-degree weather. For all the European people watching, that's like 4 degrees Celsius. I don't know, I'm a stupid American, whatever. But the moment he turned off that engine, a real problem arrived. Heat. If you've never been inside a bus, which for some reason don't all have AC in them, it's awful. But like, how are we in 2025 and we still don't have AC in all the buses? We've literally got robot girlfriends, well, at least I do, but no AC in school buses? Doesn't make much sense to me. But point is, the bus was starting to feel like a sauna. The air stops moving. The windows crack open like they're actually gonna help with something, but then all they do is funnel the desert heat directly into your face. Like imagine someone standing 2 inches away from you with a hairdryer set to the temperature of a sidewalk in Arizona. That's what it felt like in there. You could feel the temperature jump super quickly. And after just a few minutes, everyone in that school bus is looking like they just finished playing a game in the finals with how sweaty we're all getting. You knew it was bad when the students weren't even joking about the situation because we didn't have the energy to anymore. And you may be wondering, how could this lead to a couple students disappearing just a little bit later? Well, it will all make sense very soon, because here's where the grown-up debate started. After the bus driver and our teacher started talking, she gave us the facts. Our right rear tire got blown out, a replacement bus is reportedly on the way, and although she knew we were all super hot from being inside this bus, she said none of us were allowed to leave it because we were right on the freeway and it was dangerous to be that close to cars. So her idea to help with the heat was just to open every window in the school bus, which basically was the equivalent of putting a singular ice cube inside the sun. It didn't do anything. The heat did not care at all. It just kept climbing and climbing. I could feel sweat dripping down from my back to my crack. By the way, does anyone else think it kind of tickles when it falls down there? No? Just me? Okay. No, I know you guys think it too. You're just too embarrassed to say it. Whatever, doesn't matter. You know, actually, it does matter. Because deep down, we all know it tickles. But anyways, the heat was getting so unbearable that kids were starting to take off any extra article of clothing they had. Permission slips became fans. People were using the park map as a fan. One kid took off his shoes and socks, which in that moment, I wouldn't have been that angry if he decided to get off the bus and walk into the freeway. But that was just the heat anger talking. I looked out the window and started to laugh. Not because anything was funny, but because this felt so staged. Just in the middle of the desert, no matter where you looked, no city for miles. By this point, the sun was starting to set behind the mountains, but the heat was still radiating like the earth forgot to turn the oven off. 5 minutes turned into 10, turned into 20. The radio squawked, our teacher listened, and then she came back with an update that no one wanted to hear. The buses are delayed because they didn't have any on standby, so they had to wait for the next available one. She didn't say how much longer it would take, but it didn't matter. We all knew that we weren't going to be able to last much longer in here. Instead of people making a bunch of jokes, now everyone was just whining. Various people tried to call their parents and quickly discovered that SpongeBob has a better chance of passing his driver's test than you getting cell service out in the middle of the desert. Someone suggested opening the emergency exit to let a breeze through, but when they reached for that door, Miss Patel became Usain Bolt and ran over to it. Immediately she says, absolutely not. She didn't want to add, student fell into traffic as one of the many bad things that happened that day. But then, something happened to where it became clear that we could not stay on this bus any longer because a kid throws up, understandably. So immediately when that happened, our teacher had no choice. We were getting sick on the bus now, so she gets up right away and says, okay, we're opening the doors now. She goes toward Rudy, the bus driver, gives him a nod, and the doors open. The desert air spilled in like we let the sun climb aboard the bus. It was still hot outside, but at least the air out there was moving. It wasn't like a recycled soup like inside this bus. So in an organized order, they started letting us out. Front 2 rows, step out, but stay on the dirt. Do not step near the white line. Do not wander. Stay together. We went down those school bus stairs like we were about to take our first steps on the moon. After we get out of the bus, we can see cars driving by doing that nosy stare they always do. It's always like this. But the instant relief of stepping out of that bus was real. Fresh air on your skin, space for your lungs to actually breathe. Our teacher made sure that every kid was standing together in a group, and you could tell she was stressing this whole time. Nobody sit on the guardrail. Get your feet away from the pavement. No, you cannot go pee over there. Absolutely not. After about 10 minutes outside, and the fact that all of us kids had the attention span of a fly, we start messing with each other. One of the kids started eating stale popcorn and became the stock market of our school bus because he was the only kid who had food and we were starving. So we were all paying him quarters just for a handful of that popcorn. Another group of students formed a circle and played rock, paper, scissors for chances to have a little sip of Gatorade. I was doing the dumbest thing ever, just refreshing my phone, hoping for some cell service, but instead of it saying 5G or LTE, it just said LOL. You could tell our teacher was stressing while all this was going on, trying to find the balance between not having kids pass out from heat exhaustion on the school bus, but also not losing them or letting them play Frogger on the freeway where cars are going 90 miles per hour. But her worst nightmare became true right after. Because as everyone is trying not to freak out, the first big problem came when one of the students said, "Hey, where's Leo?" Leo was a student, and after someone said this, we all started kind of looking around, doing a scan of the area, expecting to find him. But after about 30 seconds of looking, it was like he vanished. No one knew where he was at. So our teacher starts panicking even more because a flat tire on the freeway, nothing you can do about it. But losing a student, that doesn't look good on the resume. So as she's panicking and we're all searching for Leo, we realize something. Another student, Joey, also isn't here. So now the whole world is falling apart because two students have somehow randomly disappeared with everything else going on. Basically, our teacher now was officially on fraud watch. Like she was generationally bad at keeping her eye on students because losing one, okay, I get it. Kids are sneaky. But losing two, you're just not on your game today if that happens. And now, all of a sudden, the heat was no longer the priority. Our teacher did not care if we were hot or throwing up. She was gonna make sure that she didn't lose any more students. So with a shaky but stern voice, she goes, "Everyone back on the bus now. We're doing a roll call." All of the students groaned because we didn't want to go back on that bus. Like, was this that big of a deal? None of us really liked Joey or Leo anyway. Nah, I'm kidding. But still, we didn't want to go back on. It felt like a sauna in there. But you can't argue with the teacher, so we did. And once everyone was back on that bus, our teacher did a head count, making sure she didn't lose any more students. Low-key though, like she needed to calm down. It's not like she lost the whole class. Like I think if we got back to school and there was only 2 students missing, she could have got away with it, right? It's like when you're a kid and your mom tells you to finish eating all your food. As long as most of the food is gone, who cares if there's just a little bit left over? No big deal. Like coming back with 28 out of 30 students is a 93%, which would get you an A in school. Although this was real people we're talking about and not chicken nuggets. But still, point stands. After we established that Leo and Joey were nowhere to be seen, our teacher started asking us if anyone knew where they were at. As kids do, we start making stuff up. Leo went off into the desert. Joey went back to ride more roller coasters. Someone saw both of them heading for the McDonald's 3 miles back. Nothing that actually helped our teacher figure out where they went. Our teacher's scrambling for ideas on what to do, and she starts giving us tasks. Everyone check under seats for bags or backpacks. See if their stuff is still here. After checking, we found Joey's backpack, but not Joey. I saw the teacher and chaperone whispering to each other about what the best thing to do in this situation was. But I'm pretty sure their hearing must be bad because I heard one of them say to the other, "We have to call 911. When she said this, now I knew it was serious. I was kind of getting excited when I heard that because like, heck yeah, my boy Leo is about to be on an Amber Alert? That's awesome. Time was passing by in what felt like slow motion. And by now, the sun had already set, and we had no idea how much longer the replacement bus was gonna take. It felt like whoever was coming to rescue us must have blown their tire on the freeway too, because that's how long they were taking. So we're all just sitting inside the bus, basically melting away, looking out the windows. I see a coyote trotting by in the distance, and it makes me think, what if Leo and Joey got snatched up by one of those? Would not be good. But I was out of any other explanations by this point. These were the thoughts I resulted to after sitting in that hot bus so long. But then finally, after waiting approximately 700 hours, I see big bright lights flash up from behind us. It gets closer to us and closer until it's right behind us, and then it stops and turns off its engine. When their lights shut off, we can see that it's yellow. What did that mean? Our replacement bus was finally here. Seeing that bus made me feel 3 emotions at the exact same time. Hope, hunger, and fear. Hope because finally our replacement bus was here and I wasn't gonna pass away from a heat stroke. Hunger because, well, you know why. But fear came from the fact that 2 students were still missing and we still had no idea where they were at. There was no Amber Alert update on them yet, so the jury was still out on what happened. We all get out of our original school bus and head towards that new one. Cheering took over among all the students. The kind of cheer people do when a plane lands. No, I'm the only one that claps when the plane lands. Whatever, and it doesn't matter. But our teacher got us on that other bus as quickly as possible. We're getting on the other bus. Grab your bags, go in a single file line, and do not veer off. We started boarding, but But the whole time we're doing this, I just couldn't stop thinking about what was about to happen next. Are we just gonna leave without 2 of the students? Hopefully. Or are we gonna stay here until we find them? Please no. Or are we gonna drive around looking for them like we're playing Where's Waldo? Hopefully not that either, because I was starving. But the moment we stepped onto that new school bus, I didn't care what we did next. Because what I didn't realize before stepping onto this one was that it had air conditioning, which meant we didn't have to rely on the tiny breeze coming from the windows to cool us down anymore. So that got rid of our biggest problem. Well, unless you say the 2 students that disappeared is a bigger problem. But personally, I think that was our biggest problem. Anyways, after we all board the school bus, it's just our teacher and the chaperone left outside. And the driver of the new school bus says, "We're ready to go whenever you guys are." But our teacher breaks down the situation to him, saying that we can't leave yet because 2 students are missing. It was kind of funny, actually. This is how it went. "Ready to go whenever you guys are." "Yeah, you see, we're missing 2 students, like they just disappeared, so we kind of have to wait for them to get back." "Get back from where? Where are they?" "Yeah, see, that's the problem. We don't really know, so yeah." When she says that, the new bus driver looks like he just saw a ghost with his reaction. And I don't blame him. As we're on the school bus, waiting to find out what the next steps are going to be, trying to find the other students, our teacher gets a phone call. She quickly answers it, and from the way she was talking, it was clear that she was on the phone with someone from our school. This must have meant one thing. She was getting fired for losing students. No, I'm just kidding. Unless. But this is what she did during the phone call. Wait, say that again? Oh, thank goodness. Okay, thank you so much. After she hung up the phone, she got on the bus and told the bus driver that we were good to go back to campus. Finally, the school must have called her and told her that it's okay to leave these 2 students out in the desert. We don't need them. No, that's not what happened. But she did tell us what actually happened. Because all the students are acting super nosy, asking where Leo and Joey are. And she wasn't going to escape it, so she told us what they did. So here it is. One of the missing kids, Leo, called his aunt. Somehow, I don't know how he got cell service because I couldn't, but whatever. He told his aunt about the situation, how they were so miserable, how they were stranded in the desert, and his aunt, who I've never met before, but clearly seems like a very proactive person, was apparently not far from this area anyway because she worked out here. Not super close, but like 30 minutes away. So Leo asked his aunt if she could come pick him up since he knew that she was close by anyway. Of course, his aunt agreed and came, swooped him up like an Uber driver, and they left. But this still leaves 2 questions. Why would his aunt not inform the teacher or chaperone that she was picking up her nephew? And 2, what about the other missing student, Joey? Well, I guess Leo told his aunt that all the other students were getting picked up by their parents too. So she didn't know that everyone was still stranded on that bus. Okay, that kind of makes sense. But still, where is Joey? Well, Leo and Joey were good friends. Everyone knew that, which was kind of why it made sense that they were the 2 that got lost. But when Leo told Joey that his aunt was coming to pick him up, Joey asked if he could get a ride back too. Leo said, yeah, of course. So they got in her car when she arrived, shut the door, and drove off back home without telling anyone. So that was it. They didn't get eaten by coyotes. They didn't go back to the amusement park. And for us, we just drove back to school a couple hours later than originally planned. But the only thing this whole situation did was make me wish that the magic school bus was a real thing. You know how when you're on a field trip, you think, today is gonna be the best day ever. But what if I told you that I went on a field trip that was so bad that when it ended, the whole class left without me and I was stranded? This is how it all started. It was late October, middle of the fall, where everything smells like cinnamon and you see pumpkins all over the place. And every year during this time, our school would take my grade to a pumpkin patch for a field trip. Nothing fancy, just hay rides, overpriced cider, and a sad little petting zoo with goats that definitely shouldn't have been that aggressive. No one ever really got that excited for this field trip because it was pretty boring, but it was an excuse to not be in class. That's all we cared about. So when we pulled up in the school bus to the pumpkin patch, I barely paid attention. But when we got off the bus, that's when I saw it. And I swear, it felt like it was calling to us like the Green Goblin's mask calls to him. What is it that I'm talking about? A corn maze. Just off to the side of the pumpkin patch was a massive, tall corn maze. It was at least 7 feet high, and it looked super thick, as if it hadn't been trimmed in years. And even from the outside, you could barely see past the entrance before the walls of corn swallowed everything. There were signs posted near the entrance to it that said things like, "Corn maze closed for the season. Do not enter. Authorized staff only." Naturally, me and my friend Jason looked at these signs, then looked at each other, and grinned. We both agreed. The pumpkin patch was super boring. We didn't care about that. But this This was the real field trip. We both agreed, let's go in it. We weren't supposed to. We were assigned to a group by our classes. So while our group and our chaperone was busy watching a worker show how to pick a pumpkin, which was literally just grab it by the stem and twist. Wait, pause. But anyways, as the workers were showing that, we snuck away, past the bales of hay, and through a fence that said, employees only. And just like that, we were away from the class and in the corn maze. When we first stepped in it, I hesitated. Not because I was scared, okay, maybe a little bit, but because I didn't want to get in trouble. Jason, on the other hand, was already halfway inside the maze. Dude, come on. We'll be back before anyone even notices. So after he reassured me, I stepped in after him. But I never should have done that. Because once we got fully into the maze, the whole world changed. When you were inside the maze, it was so thick that everything was completely quiet. Like dead quiet. The corn maze was so thick that sunlight was barely even able to get through it. But Jason led the way like he knew where he was going, and I just followed him. I followed close behind him, not trying to think about the horror movie situation that we just stepped into without knowing. And he kept saying, just follow the right wall. It's a maze trick. If you follow the right wall, you'll always find the exit. I've never been in a corn maze before, so I just trusted what he said and kept my hand on that wall. Knowing what I know now, that man had no clue what he was talking about. Because we walked for about 10 minutes straight, twisting, turning, trying to pretend like we weren't getting deeper and deeper into something we definitely weren't supposed to be in. At first, it was kind of fun. The paths were wide enough to walk side by side, and every few turns felt like solving a little puzzle. See? Isn't this way cooler than being at the pumpkin patch and watching goats eat people's backpacks? I did agree that being in the corn maze was exciting, but something about it felt off. Not in a scary way yet, but there just wasn't something right about it. Because the further we walked into it, the more it swallowed everything around us. Now, you couldn't hear kids shouting in the distance, you couldn't hear laughter from the pumpkin patch. The only thing we heard were our own footsteps. Where even are we right now? Probably like the middle of the maze. I'm sure we're almost there. Jason said it like he was guessing. Like he wanted to sound confident, but really, he had no idea where we were at either. Are you sure this thing actually ends? Yeah, all mazes have exits. That's like literally the definition of a maze. What we didn't know is that this wasn't any normal maze, because the turning point came when we passed a corn stalk that had a zip tie on it. Bright red, just dangling on. And keep in mind, it was bright red. I didn't think much of it until 5 minutes later, after walking, we passed the exact same one. Wait. Hold up, that's the same one from earlier. No, it's not. It is. Same color, same height, same broken leaf right next to it. There could be more than one of these things. No, but I specifically remember this one having a broken leaf right next to it and a bright red zip tie. I think we're going in circles. Dude, I know where we're going. Really? Because I don't think you do. After I said that, Jason snapped. Okay, you lead then. I wasn't saying I know the right way. Then what are you saying? You want to turn back? And go where? I didn't have a good answer because, truthfully, I had no idea where we were at. But I knew that after passing this zip tie and that leaf, we were going in a circle. I just don't want to keep walking in the same loop over and over again. So go your own way then. Okay, fine. We both stood there, pretending we knew more than the other person, and then Jason pointed down the path to the left. I'm going that way. Don't follow me. And just like that, he turned and walked off. I didn't stop him, even though my heart was starting to beat really fast now, but I was mad at him and he was being stubborn. So I turned the opposite direction, to the right, which was the opposite way of what we just went, and I started walking in that direction. I figured I'd catch up with him later at the exit. We'd joke about it, blame each other for being wrong, but after that moment, I never saw Jason again. After Jason disappeared down his own path, it got really quiet now. All I could hear was the breeze pushing through the corn leaves above me. Every turn I took, I became less confident that I knew where I was at. And as I'm walking, just trying to figure out the right way to go to get out of here, that's when I saw the first weird thing. I turned a corner and saw what looked like a scarecrow standing in the path ahead. Except it wasn't on a stick or a platform like all the other ones I saw. It was just leaned up against the corn, like someone forgot to install it properly. And under its arm, there was a shovel. The first time I walked by it, I didn't really stop for long to look at it. I turned left, walked a little quicker trying to figure out where to go. But 5 minutes later, after walking around a little more, there it was again. Same scarecrow, same shovel. But that couldn't have been possible because I walked in the opposite direction of where it was. There was no way I should have ended up right back at it. But I knew it was the same one because all the other scarecrows around there didn't look like that. So when I saw it, I spun around and took a different path. Now I was starting to pick up the pace. But a couple minutes later, it happened again. I turned a corner and there he was, the scarecrow. Same outfit, still leaning against the corn, but this time the shovel was facing the other way. I had no idea what this meant. All I knew was now I'm starting to get worried. So I turned again and walked faster. I wasn't full on running yet, but I was close. The maze had fully turned from being fun and spooky to just straight up scary. At this point, I was saying, "Ref, I don't want to play anymore." I didn't know if I was just going in loops, if there were somehow multiple scarecrows that looked the exact same in the exact same spots, or if I was being followed and messed with. But I didn't like any of these options. But then, in the middle of all this panic, I saw something new. A red laser dot. It was tiny, just flicking across the corn wall about 20 feet ahead. It moved quickly, like someone was moving a laser pointer trying to get a cat's attention. It zipped from wall to wall, then hovered on the ground for a second, and then it completely vanished. I froze when I saw it, just trying to follow it with my eyes. After it went away, I tried making sense of it. What did this mean? Was someone watching me? Is a weapon pointed at me right now? Because I've played Call of Duty. I know exactly what that red laser dot means. And I was not trying to be trick-shotted in a corn maze. After it went away, I just kept going, trying to ignore what I just saw. But then the laser flicked on again. But it was low this time, aiming at my ankles. I took another step forward, and just like that, it vanished again. I didn't trust it. I had no idea what this meant. So I turned the other direction and kept walking. A couple minutes go by. I'm still lost in this maze, and that is when I hear voices. Not shouting or clear words, just faint, repetitive murmurs echoing through the corn. I follow the voices, and that's when I saw it. A small black box, zip-tied to a wooden stake, covered in cobwebs as if it hadn't been touched in years. What was this box, you ask? Well, as I got closer to it, I realized that it was a speaker, and after standing next to it for a couple seconds, I heard,
Careful, you're not alone.
Then another message said,
Don't turn around.
After it said these messages, there was just laughter. Creepy laughter. It was a prop, some kind of automated Halloween sound machine, like the ones they sell for haunted houses. I realized that someone probably wasn't messing with me. This speaker was just there from when the corn maze was open. The only problem was, the corn maze wasn't open, so why was the speaker playing? I didn't know. I had so many questions, and at this point, very little answers. And keep in mind, while I'm walking, going through all of this, every few minutes, the red laser keeps reappearing, always just for a couple seconds, and then it would click away. And I still had no idea whether to run from it or run to it. Hawk Tua. I'm done. By now, in my head, I wasn't in a maze anymore. I was in a trap. Every turn felt the same. As I was walking, it felt like deja vu no matter where I went. At this point, it must have been about like 6 or 7 because the sunlight faded and now it was starting to get dark. So I felt even more of a reason to have to hurry up. I must have turned down at least 20 more paths. Some led to nothing, some looped me right back around to where I was before, and at some point, it stopped being scary and now it was just annoying. So I started trying new tactics out. I figured maybe Jason was still in the maze. Let's try to find out. So I shouted, Jason! Nothing. I tried it one more time, but still no response. So I was alone, fully alone, in a big corn maze with no idea how to get out. But you know what the one constant was in this maze? The red laser. By the way it was moving, I could clearly tell that it was a person using it. It was going in different directions. But every time it showed up, it felt like it was getting closer because the laser became thicker. But what I didn't know is that this little laser would be the answer to all my questions. Because I was really confused every time I saw it. Was someone in this maze with me? If they were, why weren't they just calling out for my name? If it was a staff member or a teacher or even Jason, why wouldn't they have just said something by this point? But the one thing that made me question whether a real person was handling the laser was that I never heard any noises, just the laser showing up whenever it felt like it. And it gave me anxiety every time I saw it because I didn't know whether it was trying to help me or hunt me. And then just when the silence started to settle again, I heard a voice.
You're not supposed to be here.
I whipped around when I heard that, but saw nothing.
Turn back while you can.
I turned the next corner, trying to figure out where these voices were coming from, and there it was. Another voice box, covered in cobwebs, looking like it was abandoned years ago. Why were these voice boxes on if the maze was closed? Later on, I found out that the answer to this question was super important. When I got to that sound box and found out that it was just another automated voice, I turned and started walking in a different direction. But then, out of nowhere, I hear a noise. And after that noise, chaos happens. Sprinklers shooting from everywhere in the corn maze. There was a sharp hiss, followed by a blast of water going all over my body. The sprinklers to the corn maze just turned on. Within a couple seconds, I was drenched. My hoodie turned into a sponge, my socks were squishing inside my shoes, and now, to make everything even better, the ground was muddy. And I had no idea where to run, because when I turned left, psh, more water. When I turned right, psh, more water. It wasn't just spraying all over the place. It was trapping me. I just started screaming, "Stop! Please stop!" As if the maze could hear me. Now I started sprinting. Did I have any idea where I was going? Nope. But I didn't care. I was just running, and that was my plan. And while I'm doing so, cutting through the sprinklers, what did I see once again? The red laser. Not flickering around or moving this time. No. It was just holding steady on this one specific spot. It was pointing forward, almost as if it was a compass, telling me what direction to go. I didn't want to trust it, but at that point, I had nothing left. My body was shaking from adrenaline and probably mild hypothermia, and I couldn't take seeing another scarecrow, hearing another voice box, so I just followed the laser. It just stayed ahead of me, as if it saw me and was moving forward as I did. I was still scared. Honestly, kind of half expecting it to just lead me to my demise, but I didn't care. Because once you got water going down your you-know-what, you'll do just about anything to make that stop. As I'm following the laser, the corn stalks around me started to thin out for the first time. Not by much, but just enough so that the path was a little bit wider. I took that as a good sign, because when we first stepped into the maze, this was how it was. But as I'm starting to get some hope, still following the laser, I see something on the path ahead. Half buried in the mud, it was a backpack. Gray and torn open. I ran up to it cautiously, as if it might do something to me, and inside it were a few things that were still intact. A crumpled pamphlet from the pumpkin patch, a broken phone charger, and one shoe. It wasn't mine, it wasn't Jason's, and I had no idea how long it had been there. But it didn't look old. After taking a second to check this out, I went back to following the laser. It was the only thing in this nightmare that kind of made some sense, so I kept going towards it. The maze seemed to fight me harder the closer I got to it. More twists, more brush blocking the path, and then, just for a second, I hear footsteps. Not mine, and it didn't sound like an animal's, but it was fast, and heavy, and coming behind me. That is not what I meant. Wait, hold on. I spun around, but saw nothing. But when I turned back, all of a sudden, my one shining light, the red laser dot, was gone. I screamed, begging for it to come back. Whoever was shining that laser, can you please do it again? But now, for the first time in probably an hour, the red laser didn't come back. My one sign of hope was gone. I was starting to break now. I didn't know if I was about to cry or scream or do both, but my legs felt shaky, my arms were cold and twitchy. But as I'm just standing there, giving up hope, I look around, and that's when I see it. Not a laser this time. Not a scarecrow, not a teacher, but a light. A pale yellow light. It was faint, but unmistakable, glowing from probably 50 yards away, but it looked like it could have led to an exit. So I ran to it without thinking, tripped over a root, scrambled back up, turned right, turned left, and as I'm following it, I burst through one last wall of corn, and that's when I get into a new space I hadn't been to before. It was a lot more open, almost circular, unlike the rest of the path. The light was brighter now, flickering, almost as if it was coming from a lantern. And right next to it was a man. Finally, my first sign of hope. His boots were muddy, and he looked like someone who worked here. He was sitting on a folding chair, wearing a red baseball cap and a flannel shirt. He had a walkie-talkie clipped to his belt, and in his hand, what was he holding? A laser pointer. He looked up when he saw me. Not startled, not angry, just relieved. There you are. Been trying to get your attention for the last hour. I just stood there, blinking at him. Soaked, shivering, speechless. He pointed in one of the 4 directions you could go from the path and said, "Exit that way. Another 2 turns and you'll be out." I looked in the direction he said, and sure enough, I could see the faint glow of light coming from the pumpkin patch. The real world. He stepped forward and offered me a towel, which I took without question. "You okay?" I just nodded back to him yes and said, "Why were you using a laser?" "Well, we were trying to find you, and shouting doesn't really work because we don't know which direction to tell you to go, so we just use a laser. And usually, when the people get lost and see it, they follow it. But you didn't." I guess that's what I get for playing too much Call of Duty. I'm scarred from seeing a red laser. I just laughed a little because it turned out that little red laser that I was so scared of was my rescue. The man walked with me through the last few bends of the maze, talking to me like I just didn't have a full psychological breakdown. And apparently he was a volunteer at the pumpkin patch. He'd been working there for years. And whenever people got lost in the maze, it was pretty much his job to help them get out. The only difference this time was the maze was closed. So we weren't supposed to be in it, and that made things trickier. But when we got out of the maze, the pumpkin patch was completely empty. No kids, no groups, no buses, just my chaperone teacher pacing in circles with the phone on. She saw me and dropped everything. "Yeah, I don't know." "Oh, finally, where have you been?" I didn't have a good answer to that question. She said they loaded both the buses already, did a head count, and realized I was gone. Jason told the teachers that I walked off into the maze and no one could find me. Apparently, Jason did get out way before I did, so I should have followed him. So the teacher drove me back to school in her own car. And I know what you're thinking. Tyler, you must have gotten in so much trouble for doing this. Well, actually, I didn't get in any, because the teacher didn't want to get busted for losing a kid, so we both agreed. Let's not tell anyone about this, and we'll have a truce. Moral of the story? There is none. So I'll just add this random outro. Have you ever wondered what goes on inside a school after everyone leaves? Silent hallways, empty classrooms, and strange shadows when all the lights go off. Well, I always did, but I found out what really happens the hard way when my friends and I decided to sneak into school at night. But what started as a fun adventure quickly turned into a night I'll never forget, and not for a good reason. So my friend's dad is a teacher at the school we went to, and one day he comes up to me at lunch with this evil look in his eyes, and he pulls something out of his pocket. With a smile on his face, I can see that he took his dad's classroom key. I asked him why he took that off his dad's keychain, and he told me he didn't. Instead, he got a copy of the key. Now, I couldn't really understand why he would feel the need to do this, so I asked him, and that's when he brought up the idea. Dude, we should sneak into the school at night. Nobody would know. When he said that, I just stared at him like he was crazy, because I was trying to go to a good college, and the last thing I needed was to get busted for trying to break into my own school. Like, how am I gonna get into Hogwarts after doing something like that? But my friend wouldn't drop this idea. He just kept pushing it. Come on, we could literally do it next week and no one would notice. Just think about it. I wish I had better judgment, but after a couple of days of him bringing it up, I decided that it did sound kind of cool. Like, we've all thought about what our school is like when no one's there, and there's something about being in a place that you're not supposed to be that just gets me super excited. So I was convinced. We made a plan to meet up at 10 p.m. that Friday. Once everyone goes home for the weekend, we were pretty confident that there would be no one left at school. We should have been smarter than to think that though, because on Friday night, when we got to our meeting spot behind the football field, I thought it was just gonna be me and him. But he brought his cousin too. I didn't expect him to do that at all, because I had no idea who this man was. I didn't know if he was gonna snitch or not. Whatever though, it's fine. When we finally got to the school doors, it looked super different at night. I never realized how much of an echo the school had when you would talk during the day, but now that we were here with no other noises, it was 10 times louder. We got to the front door of the school, and this is where things started to get nervy, because once my friend turned that lock to open up the door, it felt like there was no going back. And we weren't sure if that when we stepped inside, that would set off some sort of alarm or anything like that. So I was shaking when he put that key in, but it fit in perfectly. So he turned it and there it was. That click sound. The door was officially unlocked. We all kind of looked at each other smiling for what we were about to do when we got inside. Once we actually stepped in, the hallways inside were super dark. We only used our phone flashlights because we were scared someone from the outside might see if we used a big one and they would call the police. But as we're walking through the hallways, our footsteps made these big echoes against the walls, and every little noise we heard made us freeze. We were trying to figure out where to go first, and we ultimately decided to go into a couple classrooms. You know, I had some beef with some certain teachers there, and I wanted to do something, to say the least. So I took a dump on Mrs. Schumer's desk. No, I'm just kidding. That was a lie. That was a lie, okay? Mrs. Schumer, if you're watching this, I did not take a dump on your desk, okay? That was not me. That was Gerald. But anyways, all the classrooms looked super creepy at night when it was completely dark. And every time we would go into one of the classes, it felt like someone was watching us. Whenever I got that little tingle thinking that someone was looking at me from behind, I'd turn around super quickly and look at them, thinking that I'd catch someone in the act, but there was never anything there. Sometimes I still do this when I think there's a ghost in my house. And one day, I'm gonna catch him. Okay, I thought I was gonna do it there, but I didn't get him. At first, it was really fun to be inside the school after we got over the fact that no one was in here with us. We ran around the halls, sat in the teachers' chairs pretending to be them, and my friend's cousin, well, he drew some inappropriate pictures on the teacher's whiteboard, to say the least. Now that I think about it, I don't know if he ever erased those. I wonder what the teacher thought when they showed up to school on Monday and saw those drawings. But we ended up wandering to the teacher's lounge, wanting to check out all the places that we weren't allowed normally as students. It low-key kind of looked like an insane asylum in there, with no light or anything. It was just kind of depressing. No colors on the wall. I don't know how teachers do this, but it was just cool to be in there in general. So we were laughing, enjoying this experience, until out of nowhere, my friend's face drops. And he looks at us with this confused expression on his face. Do you guys smell that? I hadn't noticed anything until he said that because my nose is clogged 25 hours a day. But then I took a deep sniff and there was a strong smell in the air. What exactly it was, I couldn't pinpoint. So we all started sniffing like a dog, trying to figure out what that smell could have been. And suddenly it got stronger and stronger. It wasn't the smell of food or cleaning stuff or anything I've ever smelled at school before, but we could kind of tell which direction the smell was coming from, so we figured it would be a good idea to go and try and find the source. We didn't realize just how bad of a decision this would be, because as we walked out of the teacher's lounge and into the hall, the smell got way more intense. The best way I could describe it is that it smelled like chemicals, but it also was burnt at the same time. Almost like when you leave something on the stove too long. But as we got closer and closer to where the smell was coming from, something that none of us had planned for happened. We realized exactly what the smell was. Smoke. It hit us right in the face. Once we thought we figured it out, we all kind of looked at each other with confused expressions on our face. None of us said anything at first, but the smell kept getting stronger as we were taking every step. It was almost as if it was spreading through the air vents, and it started to make my nose burn. Then, to confirm my suspicions, my friend says, Is that smoke? When he said this, I suddenly thought of what they always taught us to do in school when there's a fire. Line up in alphabetical order in a single file line, and then once everyone is there, we can walk out as a class. As someone with the last name Vitelli, I always knew I would have been cooked if there was a fire in school. I hated doing stuff in alphabetical order when I was younger. It's pretty much like being the first guy chosen in the 100 men versus 1 gorilla fight. Like, you know you're cooked. But this was when real panic started to set in. Was the school actually on fire? If it was, There were two reasons this would be terrifying. One, because fire is obviously dangerous and we don't want to get hurt. But two, if the school actually was on fire and we were the last ones seen at it before it happened, who are they going to think did it? Did he? Okay, no, I don't, brain rot, bro. I don't know why I'm saying this. But obviously, if we're the last ones seen at the school, they're going to think we did it. Sorry, not again. My friend's cousin suggested that we leave right away because he already has a criminal record. Glad we decided to bring this guy to break in. But I was thinking about how guilty we would have looked if we left. So I knew if there was actually a fire, we needed to try our best to stop it. Otherwise, I would have been going to college at McDonald's University. That actually don't sound too bad now that I'm thinking about it. Damn, I'm hungry. So we stood there trying to decide what to do. My brain was jumping from one idea to the other. If we left and the school burned down, would they actually be able to figure out that we were the last ones here? Are there any security cameras at this school we don't know about? But if we stayed and tried to fight the fire, we might get trapped. Or worse. So we decided to go towards the smell just to see how big of a problem we were actually dealing with. We started walking towards where the smell seemed the strongest, which was down the hallways in one of the classrooms. With each step, the smell got worse. It was definitely some sort of chemical burning, which was making my eyes water and my throat scratchy. I kept thinking about how much trouble we were going to be in. Breaking into school was bad enough. Just that alone could get us suspended. But what if there was actually a fire and we didn't report it? What if the whole school burned down because of us? You know what that means? No school on Monday! No, but for real, that would have been bad, so we didn't want that to happen. Because my mom would have done way worse to me than the police ever could. So we were arguing about the next best step. We should call someone. Maybe the fire department. No way, are you crazy? Then we'd have to explain why we were here in the first place. What about your dad? He's a teacher. He might know what to do. My friend looked unsure, but he knew it was the right thing to do. So he pulled out his phone and dialed his dad's number. Ring, 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 ring. Straight to voicemail. So he tried again. Ring, 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 ring. Nothing. You can never rely on a teacher to pick up their phone past 10 p.m. on a Friday night. We both knew exactly what that man was doing right in that moment. So that was it. We were on our own with the problem getting worse and worse by minute. The smell was so strong now that I had to pull my shirt over my nose just to breathe. We followed the smell down the hallway, past the math classrooms, and around the corner. When we turned that corner, the smell suddenly got way worse than it had been before. And we also saw something to confirm our suspicions for the first time. Smoke coming from underneath the door. So we approached that classroom door carefully, as if it was about to explode any moment. And we tried to open the door handle, but it was locked. We tried peeking through the small window in the door, but it was so dark it was hard to see. The one thing we knew for sure, the smell was absolutely coming from inside that room. While pressing his face against the glass and cupping his eyes to block out the flashlight from our phones, my friend looked through the tiny window to see if he could see anything inside there. Maybe some smoke or just some sign that would help us out. But the darkness made it impossible. Although we knew we were onto something because of the smoke coming from underneath the door. Once again, we were back to deciding what to do. We needed to get inside that classroom. And then it hit me. The window, huh? This classroom has that window on the other side that faces towards the parking lot. They would always keep it cracked during the school days because it got so hot inside there. Shout out to our school for not having air conditioning, by the way. Maybe it's open right now. We knew that was our best and probably only chance to get inside that class. The three of us sprinted through the dark hallways with our phone lights bouncing all crazy off the walls, knowing how quick we needed to be if there was really a fire. Because we're from California. If there's one thing we know out here, it's fire. And these things can spread fast. So we burst through the exit doors trying to get to the parking lot. We slowed down when we got closer, trying to remember which classroom we were just by. They all looked the same from outside. Dark squares against the brick wall. And then my friend's cousin pointed to the one where the blinds weren't completely closed. That's gotta be it. The window was way higher up than I remembered. It was at least 8 feet off the ground. And I'm 6'8". So if I can't see into it, no one can. Yes, I am 6'8", guys. And I respect women, okay? Who want me? Seriously. I told the guys I was gonna need a boost to get inside, and they immediately crouched down and cupped their hands together to help me out. I stepped into their hands and they lifted me up. Once I could reach the window ledge, I was able to pull myself up enough to see inside. But what I saw made absolutely no sense. The room looked completely normal and empty. No fire, no smoke. Nothing spilled over inside, just dark lab tables and stools tucked underneath them. What do you see? Nothing. There's nothing inside here. Well, maybe it's not where the smell was coming from then. But the smell was way worse here than it was inside the hallways. It was leaking through the tiny crack I was peeking through, and it was making my eyes water. I tried pushing the window open wider so I could get a better look, but it was stuck. Probably because I haven't seen it move from that position since the whole time I was at that school. So I pushed harder using everything I had, and suddenly, it broke away. The window slid up about halfway, and now the smell was so bad that I felt like throwing up. Literally the first thing I did when that window opened more was gag. Oh my gosh, The smell is definitely coming from inside here. That's what I thought in the moment, not knowing the full truth about the situation. What is it? Can you see anything burning? No, that's the weird thing. It looked totally normal, except for the fact that the room was covered in some sort of haze, as if there was smoke in it recently. I pulled myself up higher, trying to get a better angle of the whole classroom, and I managed to squeeze myself halfway through the window, hanging in there like an idiot with my legs dangling outside of the building and my torso inside. I recalled to all the Final Destination movies I watched where someone passed away in a ridiculous cartoon way, just thinking I was next up. But I turned on my phone flashlight and panned it around, desperate to find something that would explain the smell and the smoke. The tables were all clean, the cabinets were all closed, nothing was knocked over or spilled. Guys, I don't understand, but the smell is definitely coming from inside here. Maybe it's like invisible gas or something. Which is what they said as they were still trying to hold my big back up. But the thought of invisible gas freaked me out. What if it actually was some dangerous gas that could poison us from breathing it in? Or what if it could explode? I've seen stories of people just passing away one night in their sleep because of the gases, and they had no idea that it was coming. So what if we were breathing in toxic chemicals right now? So I scrambled to get back out of that window, and as soon as my feet hit the ground, I backed away from the building, taking deep breaths of the clean night air. We need to get out of here. I don't know what's going on, but we need to leave. The possibility of those dangerous invisible gases really freaked me out. The guys didn't even try arguing. The freaked out look on my face must have been enough to convince him to leave. But we needed to figure out if we were just gonna leave without saying anything or actually try and solve this. We need to call 911. There might be a gas leak or something that could explode in there. Are you insane? If we call 911, they'll wanna know who we are and why we were at school at midnight. If we do that, we're getting arrested. But what if the whole school burns down because we didn't tell anyone? We'd be responsible. As Dumb and Dumber were arguing, it felt like we were stuck in between two horrible choices. Either risk getting in serious trouble or risk being responsible for something horrible happening to the school. We decided we couldn't just leave if the school was in danger. Although we were terrified of getting caught, actually being the reason that something bad happened sounded even worse. But we knew calling 911 directly would mean us getting in trouble because of the questions they would have asked us. They ultimately would have found out that we were breaking into school, and that's how we found this smell. So we stood there trying to figure out what to do, when finally, I had an idea. What about calling the school's emergency number? You know, like the one they give the parents? We could call from a block number once we're far away, just say that we were driving by and smelt something weird, and that's it. It wasn't a perfect plan, but it was something. Because our school had this number that you could call if you had any questions or concerns, and it worked 24 hours a day because it wasn't affiliated with the actual school. It was a separate company. So we decided to get out of the parking lot first, then make the call once we knew we were a safe distance away. The plan was to leave everything exactly like we found it, so no one would know we were there, unless the camera saw us. Sorry. So we went back to my friend's dad's classroom first to make sure we didn't leave anything behind, and the smell wasn't as bad over there, so we figured that we would be okay. We checked the room quickly, making sure that nothing changed, and then we bounced. We ran for blocks without stopping, not saying a single word to each other, just trying to put as much distance between us and the school as possible. We finally stopped when we reached the park about half a mile away. All three of us stopped and laid on the grass, panting and coughing. Our lungs hurt from running so hard and from whatever that smell was that we were inhaling the whole time. So then my friend's cousin pulled out his phone and called the emergency number. We figured it would be safest for him to do it since he didn't actually go there. When the automated system picked up, he left a message about a chemical smell coming from the building. We sat in silence for a few minutes after that, all thinking the same thing. Were we going to get caught? Were there security cameras we didn't know about? Was the school itself going to be okay? We had to decide on a game plan to make sure that if anyone asked any questions, we all had the same answers. We agreed that we wouldn't talk about this to anyone, and if someone were to ask us a question about the situation, we would just deny. So that weekend was super nerve-wracking, not knowing what would happen next. But then, Monday came around. Now we had to go back to school. And I barely slept at all that weekend. The first thing I did when I got to school that morning was check out the classroom to see if anything happened to it. But when I walked by, it looked different. There was yellow caution tape across the door. And not like just a little strip. No, the whole doorway was crossed off with this bright yellow tape that said, "Do not enter." A bunch of students were crowding around the hallways trying to figure out what exactly it was. I tried to act normal as I walked past, just keeping my head down and looking through the weather in Cupertino. But a couple minutes before classes started, the principal's voice suddenly came over the intercom and said, "Attention students and staff. Because of an incident, classes in room 118 will be moved to the library until further notice." Which class was room 118? Yeah, you guessed it. The room with the caution tape over it. So what incident was the principal referring to? Isn't incident what you call when 3 students break in and almost die from chemical fumes? Did they know we were there? Were they just waiting to pull us out of class and arrest us in front of everyone? Yo, low-key, that would be kind of hard though. Like imagine your crush watching you get arrested. That'd be kind of sick. Once lunch came, I was walking towards the cafeteria when I noticed 2 teachers talking outside of that room again. They kept pointing towards the room as if they were talking about it, so I slowed down to try and hear what they were saying. Peterson's always super careful with this stuff. Yeah, but you know how things like this can happen when students are messing around. I kept walking before they noticed me eavesdropping, but my mind was racing. When they mentioned students messing around, I definitely thought I was getting busted. And then, in the middle of history class, my phone buzzed in my pocket. I sneakily checked it under my desk, and it was my friend sending a text that said, "Did you hear? They're saying something about an experiment that went wrong in that classroom." So I finally worked up the courage to ask my biology teacher for answers, not wanting to do it before because I didn't want to look guilty. She wasn't as strict as some of the other teachers, so I felt more comfortable asking her. "Mrs. Ramirez, I was just curious about the caution tape on room 118. Do you know what's going on in there?" "Oh, nothing too serious. Just some chemical reaction because of some liquids that were left in beakers inside that class. Apparently the students didn't clean up after doing their science experiment." My heart started hammering in my chest. "Oh, that's good. Well, were the chemicals that were released dangerous or anything?" And that's when she told me there was a chemical reaction creating a compound called ammonium chloride. So I asked her about that chemical. And she told me that those fumes can cause respiratory problems if anyone's exposed to them. Well, that's great. So if I grow a 3rd arm or something when I'm older, you guys know why. But after asking her some more questions, apparently this compound can create smoke and a really strong smell, which explained everything that we were experiencing that night. As far as I know, no one else ever found out that we were at school when this was happening, which would be great if it weren't for the fact that I am now telling thousands of people about it on the internet. If you're afraid of the dark, don't be, because look, there's nothing to be scared of. Watch. See? Wait. As a kid, I did a lot of dumb things that I'm pretty sure we all did growing up. So I'm gonna tell you some stories about some of these things I did, including a time when my stupidity brought someone this close to dying. So when I was in school, every classroom had the exact same ceiling tiles, white squares with tiny holes in them. And the second you notice these holes as a kid, your brain doesn't ask what they're for. Your brain decides they're a target, a challenge. Because you can only focus for so long learning about the Revolutionary War before you get bored. So me and my friends created a game, and this is how it would work. We would make paper airplanes, but not the normal ones out of notebook paper because those were too big for what we were trying to do. Instead, we used Post-it notes. Tiny, fast, disposable. You could fold one in the time it took for a teacher to sneeze. But the goal with these paper airplanes wasn't to throw it across the room. The goal was to throw it towards the ceiling and have it wedge into those tiny little holes. So we would wait until the teacher looked away from us and then immediately throw it into the ceiling. We did this any opportunity we got. Teacher turns to write on the board, launch a Post-it note. Teacher bends down to pick up a marker, launch a Post-it note. And when it stuck, you felt like you won the Super Bowl. One time, our teacher turned their head to sneeze and a student tried flicking it into the ceiling, but they totally misjudged it because it slingshotted straight into the teacher's head. The most fun part about this game was that whenever the teacher saw this Post-it note in the ceiling, she would get furious knowing we were doing this behind her back. And she would always demand for whoever was doing this to admit to it. But since basically the whole class was involved, no one ever snitched. And this game didn't just stay inside one classroom. No, eventually the whole school was doing it. No matter what class you walked into, you could probably find one of these things sticking in the ceiling. All the teachers at the school were starting to get really frustrated with this. So what did they do to fight back? They basically put a bounty out there. Whoever got caught for throwing the Post-it notes at the ceiling would get suspended. Because up to this point, no one had ever been caught for it. The whole school was moving like James Bond. But unfortunately, all good things have to come to an end. And one day, somebody got caught. His name was Noah. And when this happened, the rumor was spreading around school like Paul Revere telling everyone the British are coming. So all the students are getting super nervous. Because at this point, pretty much everyone was involved in doing this. So if Noah snitched on us, was the whole school just gonna get suspended? Well, we never found out the answer to that question because Noah didn't snitch. He didn't say it was a group thing. He didn't say there was others involved. He just took the blame for every single Post-it note around school like he was a Navy SEAL protecting secrets for the government. So he got suspended, and that was it. No one else got punished. I'm pretty sure the school knew there were more students involved than just him because the Post-it notes were literally all over school, but finding everyone who did it would just be too much work. To this day, people from our school still talk about what Noah did to protect all of us. We even started a petition to build a statue for him outside of school. It only got 6 signatures, but hey, I thought that counts. During the same time period, we had another hobby, destroying erasers, but specifically poking holes in them. You'd be sitting there once again bored out of your mind, so we would take the tip of our pencil and start stabbing the eraser over and over until it looked like one of those operation board games. No goal. You just keep going until the eraser became useless. Teachers must have watched us do this every day and just thought, I really hope this doesn't lead to them being a serial killer in the future. But to be honest, they've probably seen way worse. Like, they've seen kids eat glue. And when I say kids, I mean me. Don't ask why I did it, because I'll never tell you. Okay, fine. The glue was cold and white like milk, so I thought it would taste like milk too. It didn't. From this point on in my childhood, I only got stupider, because another thing I loved to do as a kid was climbing up the stairs on all fours. I'm pretty sure literally every single one of you watching this video has tried this at least once. And if you haven't, I'm sorry, because it feels awesome. Now you may be thinking, Tyler, what's wrong with doing this as a child? That's not dumb. And you're right. I totally agree with you. But you see, the problem is I didn't stop doing this when I grew up. I actually only stopped doing this recently because of what a dog did to me. So here's what happened. I'm in my college apartment building. The elevator is broken, which it literally always was. And even when it was in service, I wouldn't want to use it because I don't know how to make conversations with people in elevators. And I saw a homeless guy sleeping in there one time. So I'm taking the stairs this day like usual, but I lived on the 8th floor of this building. So walking that many flights of stairs was exhausting. So what I would do is look up and down the staircase, and whenever the coast was clear, I would run up it on all fours just like back in the day. And I did this for a couple months without anyone ever seeing me, until this one specific time where I'm crawling up the stairs and I'm at the spot where you're about to turn. But right as I start to turn, for a split second, I see a dog on a leash being walked by a girl. And the problem is, me and the dog were at the same eye level because I was crawling. So to the dog, I didn't look like a human using the stairs. No, I looked like another animal trying to attack it. So the dog aggressively lunges toward me before this poor girl had any time to react. She didn't even really turn the corner yet, so she had no idea what her dog was even looking at. But since the girl was holding the dog on a leash, when it lunged, she basically got catapulted forward like 5 feet and fell down about 3 stairs. She landed straight on her side. The dog's barking at me, and I freeze on all fours like a possum playing dead, not knowing whether I should stand back up like a normal human or just try to convince the girl that I'm part wolf or something. After about 15 seconds of this poor girl shaking off the fall she just took, she looks at me, understandably furious, and asks why I'm crawling up the stairs like that. And in that moment, I realized there is no explanation that will make me sound sane. There's no sentence that begins with, oh, well, that ends with her being okay with it. So I did the only thing I could think of in this moment. I pretended I didn't speak English. I stared at her like she was speaking in code, and then I went, no hablo inglés. When she realized I couldn't understand her, she just shook her head and kept walking down the stairs with her dog. And I assumed that was the end of it. Embarrassing moment, dog got excited, the girl fell, might have broke her rib. I pretended to be from a different country. We all move on. Except that wasn't the end of it. Because next semester, I walk into my first day of a new class, which meant I had no idea who would be in it yet. And I got to this class pretty late, which meant there was only 2 open seats left. One in the very front row, no thank you, or one about 4 rows back right next to this blonde girl. I didn't pay much attention to her at first until the teacher said to discuss with the person next to you what you're looking forward to learning in this class. So I turn to my right, and that's when I realized it's the same girl from the dog incident. The moment we made eye contact, it took us about a second before both realizing, wait, this is the person from the staircase. And now I have a problem, because remember, I already committed to being a non-English speaker in front of her. I can't suddenly be fluent now without exposing that I lied because I was embarrassed. So she gave me a slightly dirty look and then said,
I guess I'll go first.
and after she finished saying what she's looking forward to learning in this class, she went,
Okay, your turn.
and I'm grasping at straws here, trying to figure out what to do, when my mouth just blurted something out before my brain could even think. I went, yo looking forward to business. It took her about 4 seconds to realize I did not actually speak Spanish. And right when she figured that out, she went,
I knew it.
and that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I met my girlfriend. No, I'm just kidding. We didn't date, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure she hated me, actually. But we did end up being pretty nice to each other after I told her how sorry I was. So, I mean, maybe if she's watching this video, Vanessa, you wanna give me a chance? No? Yeah, that was a stupid question. My bad. Anyways, so if you ever see me crawling up the stairs like an animal, mind your business. Speaking of things I'm scared of, let's talk about being scared of the dark, because I got in big trouble for this as a kid. How do you get in trouble for being scared of the dark? Well, you see, saying I was scared of the dark is an understatement. I was terrified. Like, I was so confident that whenever I turned the lights off in a room, there was a 100% chance that a monster was gonna come touch me. I mean, when I put it like that, it doesn't actually sound too bad. I don't know what to say now. Anyways, because I was so horrified of the dark, going to the bathroom in the middle of the night was very hard for me because I didn't want to turn all the lights on and blind myself at 2 a.m., but I also didn't trust whatever was hiding in the shadows of my house. So to fight off any potential monsters, I would always bring my metal water bottle with me to the bathroom as a weapon, just in case. It just made me feel a little more protected. Surely I never actually had to use the water bottle as a weapon though, right? Well, one night, I wake up at 3 a.m. and I have to pee. So I get up, grab the water bottle, and go to the bathroom like I'm on a stealth mission. I do my business peeing on the side of the toilet and not in the middle because I want to be as quiet as possible. I don't want the monsters hearing my stream. And when I'm done, I slowly open the door to head back to my room. But right when I open that door, I see a shadowy figure. So I scream real quick, not knowing what else to do. But then I'm like, wait, this is the whole reason I bring my water bottle to the bathroom. Now it's time to use it. So I swing this thing at the shadowy figure and make good contact with it. Like I could literally hear a doink. But to my surprise, the shadowy figure started crying. Loud. I didn't think monsters cried, but when I turn on the lights, that's when I see this wasn't a monster, it was my brother. Apparently, he also had to go to the bathroom right after I did. And like I said, I was being super stealthy, so he had no idea I was even in there. He goes to open the door, and without even saying anything, he just gets bonked on the head with a weapon disguised as hydration. Of course, because he was crying so loud, which meant I did get a pretty good hit on him, my parents woke up. They're thinking the house is getting robbed because my dad comes out of their room with a baseball bat. I thought I was about to be the next one to get whacked, but unlike me, they used their brain and turned the lights on to see what was happening. And it was pretty obvious. My brother was on the ground, crying with a bump on his head that made him look like a cartoon character, while I was standing there trying to hide the bottle. I got grounded for a week. That was also the first moment in my life where I learned that my fight or flight response is mostly fight. Now let's move to something else I used to always do in the bathroom. And I really hope this one is relatable, because if it's not, it's gonna sound disgusting. So if you didn't do what I'm about to say when you were a kid too, just pretend you didn't hear this. Anyways, when I was younger, my parents would basically have to force me to shower. I didn't know why, but I just did not want to do it when I was a kid. But when my parents noticed this, they would literally say,
Tyler, get in the shower right now or else.
But because of how much I did not want to do that, instead of actually showering, I would just go into the bathroom, turn on the shower, and then sit on the toilet for about 10 minutes or so, just enough time to make my parents think I actually took one. Why did I do this instead of just getting in the water and being clean? No idea. It was literally more effort to fake it. I was treating them telling me to get in the shower like them asking me to jump in a volcano. I just was not gonna do it. And I thought I was a genius for doing this. I thought my parents had no idea about it and I was just getting away with it. Did they actually notice? Probably, but they just didn't care enough to do anything because they had 2 other kids that would also drive them crazy. So if I never got caught by my parents for doing this, why'd I stop? Well, the reason I quit was way worse than my parents catching me, because instead, this happened. I go to school one morning, sit down in class, and I hear the girl that sits next to me go,
Tyler, do you work at the same place my dad does?
and I'm like, no, we're like 9 years old, why would I have a job? Then she goes,
Because you smell like my dad whenever he gets home from work.
so now I'm thinking, well, where does your dad work, huh? The cologne store? But then she says her dad is a garbage truck driver. That was it. That was the moment I realized I needed to start showering every day. Because believe it or not, if you don't shower, you will smell like garbage. Literally. Yeah. I'm talking to you, guy I always see at the coffee shop who I have to cover my nose whenever I walk by. I got nothing against you, but please, just shower. I can't take the scent anymore. Ever since that day, I made a promise to myself. I will be the best smelling person in every room. So now, I smell amazing. Matter of fact, if you ever see me in public, feel free to smell me. Just don't make it weird. Maybe I shouldn't be saying this. Okay, the next dumb thing I did as a kid had to do with sidewalk cracks. Now everyone's heard of this before. Don't step on the sidewalk crack or else something bad might happen. It's like walking under a ladder, breaking a mirror, just things you aren't supposed to do for some reason. And you might think there's some truth to this, but not really. But I genuinely believe it is bad luck to step on a sidewalk crack after what happened to me when I did. Because one day, I'm going to the gym to play basketball with my friends, and accidentally, I step on a crack. I'm thinking, dang it, I lost the game. But that's all. Nothing bad is actually gonna come from this. Well, boy, was I wrong. Because you know what happened while I was playing basketball that day? This. Yeah, I dislocated my kneecap. Was it just a coincidence? Maybe, or maybe not. Either way, I don't want to find out again. I learned my lesson. That was the day my dreams of becoming a professional athlete died. If I'm being honest, I was never gonna make it as a professional athlete. This was just the day where I finally had a fake excuse for why. Now, the moment you're all waiting for, the promise I made at the beginning of this video. Because this final thing I did as a kid was by far the most dumb event out of any of these other stories, like by a wide margin. And like I said in the intro, it almost ended with someone dying. So let's get into it. At my house growing up, I had a trampoline in my backyard. And to put it lightly, this was basically the coolest thing about me as a kid. I was low-key kind of chopped. I wasn't very athletic, so this was basically all I had going for me. Because I had a trampoline in my backyard, my house basically became my neighborhood's headquarters. Whenever any of my friends wanted to do something, they would come over and jump on my trampoline. And eventually, word got out about me having a trampoline to the point where my friends were bringing their friends to my house who I didn't even know. At first, it was awesome. Even though most of the people who came over didn't actually care about me at all and just wanted to bounce on the trampoline, at the time, I actually thought they liked me. But one day, this whole trampoline experience got a little too out of hand because 12 different kids showed up to my house. I knew 2 of them, but the other 10, literally never seen them before in my life. And unfortunately, since there were 12 people at my house, including some girls, my friend decided, hey, I gotta impress everybody. This is my chance. So he came up with an idea that almost got him sent to the gulag. He didn't tell us what he was doing at first. Instead, he just disappeared for a couple minutes and then randomly appeared on the roof. When I saw him up there, I said, oh no, under my breath, because I knew exactly what he was about to attempt to do. He screamed out,
Hey everybody, I'm gonna jump from here onto the trampoline. But right before I land, I want all of you to jump on the trampoline too, so I bounce super high.
Everyone cheered when he said that and thought this was a great idea. To a group of kids whose frontal lobe hasn't developed yet, this sounds awesome. But even at that age, I knew something bad was about to happen. But since there were girls there, I didn't want to be the party pooper saying, guys, that could be dangerous. Let's not do that. So I just went along with it. We counted him down. 3, 2, 1. And then he jumped. But this was when everyone in my backyard learned a very important lesson, which is, if you mess around, you're gonna find out. Because breaking news, if you jump from 10 feet in the air onto a trampoline while there's a group of 12 other people bouncing you, when you land, you're basically gonna bounce all the way to space. And that's exactly what he did. He bounced pretty much as high as the dude in this video. And when he bounces, everyone goes completely silent. Because if he bounced super high and then landed back on the trampoline, he would be fine. He could just turn and land on his back and be okay. But that's not what happened. Of course it's not. What actually happened was he mistimed the jump, like by a lot. And when he bounced, instead of bouncing straight up in the air, he bounced like this. As he's floating through the air and it becomes obvious that he's not gonna land back on that trampoline, we're all holding our breath, knowing there is literally nothing we can do. He's gonna land on the ground from probably 15 feet in the air without any cushion. And what do you know? That's exactly what happens. Smack! Right onto the ground like one of those toy gorillas people throw off the top of skyscrapers. And when he lands, we're all expecting him to pop right back up and laugh because that's just what he would usually do. He was the group daredevil. Sure, he would get bumps and scratches sometimes, but he always ended up being okay. Well, not this time, because he's laying there, face flat on the ground, not moving. We all wait about 5 seconds before doing anything, just out of pure shock, and then we all run over to him. We roll him over, and thankfully, he's alive, but he had the same look on his face I have after being on the toilet for an hour. He's like this. And we're all just like, bro, are you okay? He nods saying no, and we go, well, what are you doing with your face? Then he says,
It's because I can't scream.
why not?
If Tyler's parents hear me scream, they'll find out I got hurt and we won't be able to use the trampoline anymore.
So he just sits there with his face like that for a good minute. And once he catches his breath, he stands up. But that's when we see his shoulder is poking out to the side like this. We all freak out thinking bro is about to lose his arm or something. But then he says,
Oh, it's dislocated.
so now I say, dude, let me get my parents. They can help. But he insists.
No adults. They can't know about this. Just pop it back into place for me.
I've never done that before, but I just did what he told me to do and it worked. His shoulder was back to normal. Still in extreme agony, but back to normal. But what makes this particular story so funny and also terrifying is the fact that just the other week, I saw this same guy for the first time in probably 3 years. And when I went to give him a hug, he only awkwardly hugged me with one arm. When I asked him why, he said it's because ever since that day where he landed weirdly off my trampoline on his shoulder, it's never been the same. He thinks he broke something in his shoulder, but he couldn't go to get it checked out because he would have had to tell his parents about what happened. So instead, he just lived with the pain throughout his whole teenage years. So then I was like, dude, well, we're grown now, so why don't you just go get it checked out on your own? And you would think I just told him the cure to cancer with the way he reacted, because he went,
Oh yeah, I could do that. That's a good idea. I'm gonna go do that.
I don't know if he actually listened to me, but what I do know is, even though I'm older now, I still haven't gained any brain cells. You believe a lot of dumb things when you're a kid. Like if you swallow a piece of gum, it'll stay in your stomach for 7 years. So let's talk about some of the lies we all fell for when we were younger and how I found out that these lies weren't even real. Because looking back, we were all pretty stupid growing up. And between you and me, some of us still are. Wait. No, I wasn't talking about myself. Whatever, let's just get into it. So you might think to yourself, where did we even hear all these lies we believed as kids? Well, lucky for you, I know the answer. It was our parents. They were always the ones gaslighting us into believing things that weren't true. And they weren't even good lies. Like you would be passing by McDonald's and say,
Hey mom, can we get some food?
and she'd just be like,
Nah, McDonald's is closed.
First off, last time I checked, McDonald's is not Chick-fil-A. They don't close on any day. They would stay open during the apocalypse. And second of all, I literally could see people in the drive-thru. But why would parents lie to us as kids? They're the ones who tell us that lying is bad and we shouldn't do it. Well, I've interviewed my mom to find out exactly why parents did this, and this was her answer. This is actually a direct quote from her. Here we go. Well, you were a very annoying kid growing up, and the only way I could get you to listen or behave was by lying to you. Thanks for the insight, Mom. I understand it now. I would have lied to me too. But the first big lie I believed as a child wasn't because of my parents. And technically, it might actually be true. Like, there's no way for anyone to prove that it isn't true. The lie that my toys and stuffed animals came to life when I wasn't looking. Growing up, I was so confident this was real. I don't know if it was just because of watching Toy Story or just straight up schizophrenia, but I believed it. I was convinced that the second I left my room, my stuffed animals were throwing parties, gossiping about me, everything. I had evidence. Because when I was younger, my toys kept disappearing. I'd have a stuffed dog one day, and then a week later, gone. I'd get a toy from McDonald's when my mom finally would take me, but 3 days passed, it's nowhere to be seen. So in my mind, there was only one explanation. The toys were getting up and leaving. Maybe I wasn't a good enough owner. Maybe they found a better kid that would take care of them more. Maybe my farts just smelled too bad, so they got up and left when I wasn't looking. I wouldn't even blame them for that one, to be honest. I mean, I farted so hard one time, my hamster had a stroke. Those poor little creatures will die over anything. I mean, I wouldn't have even been surprised if there was a Reddit page the toys made just dedicated to hating on me. So to prove my theory right, I made a plan to catch my toys in the act. So I asked my parents for a motion sensor for Christmas, which they were really confused about, but I'm pretty sure they just figured this was my autism special interest at the time. So they bought it for me, and I set it up in my room. And then I put all my toys in a pile together and aimed the sensor right at them. But here was the weird part. My toys were still disappearing. Then one day, I'm sitting in the living room and I hear this noise coming from under the couch. So I get down on the floor and I look behind the couch. I'm thinking maybe a mouse is stuck under there, but what I actually saw shocked me, because underneath that couch was every single toy I thought ran away. My tiny stuffed dog, my kids' meal toys, my LeBron plush toy, all just completely covered in dust. Some of them were missing eyes because my cat must have been getting weird with them. So I grabbed them out from under the couch, and then my cat proceeded to take one from my hand and run away. That's when I realized he was the guilty one this whole time. He was stealing all my toys and playing with them, and then eventually losing them under the couch. So I did the only thing I could do in this situation. I fed my cat to a pack of wolves. No, I'm kidding. I didn't do that. It was just a joke, okay? My cat is so fat anyway that wolves wouldn't be able to eat him. But for this next lie, I was literally convinced I would die if I did it. Like, it was genuinely dangerous, and I still don't understand it. But this next lie is about the light inside your car. You know exactly what I'm talking about. If you even thought about turning on that light while the car was moving at night, your parents acted like you just activated a time bomb. You're in the car and you sneeze, which makes boogers fly everywhere. So you turn the light on to clean it up. But the moment you do that, your mom goes,
Turn that off right now.
The way they said it was always so panicked. Like we were seconds away from a catastrophe happening. It was as if the button for the light in our car was actually the same button that launches the nuclear missiles. So naturally, because my parents freaked out so much every time I did this, I literally thought turning on the car light at night was illegal. It was the only explanation that made sense. If a cop drove by and saw your interior light was on, you're going to jail. And then when you get to court to see how long your sentence is, you realize that your homie is the judge and he gives you life in prison just as a silly little prank. So I was terrified of that light. If my hand hand even grazed the switch by accident, I'd have a full panic attack. And my parents never actually explained why it was so dangerous. They just yelled whenever I pressed it, which made it worse because my child brain filled in the blanks with increasingly disturbing scenarios. Like maybe the light blinds other drivers and it will make them veer off a cliff. Maybe it's a signal to the police that there's a child in the car who's getting kidnapped. It wasn't until I was like 13 that I actually found out it wasn't illegal because I was in the car with my friend and his mom and he reached for the button to turn the light on. But before he could do it, I slapped his hand and went, "What are you doing? You can't do that." And he just goes,
What are you talking about?
and when he turned it on, nothing happened. No one died. Well, at least not in that car, because statistically, like, someone dies about every 2 seconds. So I'm sure someone in the world just did, actually. And someone also probably just did right now. But anyways, I thought I would understand why parents were so freaky about this light when I began driving. But now, I've been driving for 8 years, and I still don't understand it. Maybe I'll understand it more when I have kids, but at this point, me having kids is looking like a long shot. The worst part is, I'm scared of the dark, so I like when the light is on. And most of the lies we believed when we were younger aren't harmful at all. This next one was harmful, and it was disgusting. Because did anyone else assume growing up that actors who played relatives in movies were actually related in real life? Like Drake and Josh, or the Jonas Brothers. The logic was simple. I'm 5 years old, I'm watching a show where these people are brothers and sisters, and since I'm a dumb kid, I just assume they must be brother and sister in reality. But what made this so disgusting was the day I watched the movie Ferris Bueller's Day Off. If you've never seen this movie, it's about a guy named Ferris Bueller, but in the movie, he has a sister named Jeannie. And in the movie, they're like normal siblings. They fight, get mad at each other, very standard brother-sister stuff. But then one day, I'm walking through the living room and my mom's watching some entertainment news show. Then I look at the TV and see Ferris Bueller and his sister. And there they are on a red carpet together. Doesn't seem too weird until they turn toward each other and kiss. Like full-on romantic kissing. Not a peck on the cheek, not a friendly hug. So I just point at the TV and go, ew. My mom looks at me and this is how our interaction goes. "Oh, Tyler, grow up. They're just kissing." "You support this?" "Yeah, they're a cute couple. I don't see the issue with it." "Are you and dad siblings too?" And after I said that, this was the moment I was taught that not all relatives in movies or shows are actually related in real life. So if you see someone making out with their sister on the red carpet, don't worry, it's not weird. Wait, please do not clip that out of context. Please, I'm begging you. Let's move on. Do you see this face I'm making? Well, this face is actually very dangerous, and if you try to do it, bad things may happen. Well, at least that's what I used to believe growing up when my parents told me the lie that we've all been told before. If you keep making that face, it'll get stuck that way. This is a classic parental threat that worked way too well because it's pretty believable. Like if you don't know how faces work as a kid, maybe it can get stuck like this. You've never tested the limits, but I've got some trauma with this lie because for some reason, I was obsessed with rolling my eyes back into my head when I was younger. I don't know why. It didn't serve any purpose. It wasn't even comfortable, but I discovered this weird thing my body could do and I was gonna exploit it. So I just walk around all day with my eyes rolled back like I was possessed. And my parents hated it. It looked like this. "Hey mom, what's up?" "You're such a disappointment." Naturally, my parents hated when I did this. Every single time I did it, they'd hit me with the, "Your eyes are gonna stay like that." And whenever they'd say that, I'd stop immediately because the mental image of having permanently rolled back eyes was way too horrifying. I'd be walking around looking like a zombie for the rest of my life. Imagine trying to find a girlfriend or a job when you just look like this. "Hey baby, wanna go on a date?" I mean, to be fair, my eyes are fine and I still don't have either of those things, but I'm sure this wouldn't have helped. And I genuinely thought this one was true one day when I was yawning a bunch. I don't know if I just didn't get good sleep the night before, but after about the 500th yawn, my jaw got stuck like this. I literally couldn't move it. I was freaking out thinking, oh my gosh, they weren't lying. It's gonna be stuck like this forever. I can't live the rest of my life like this. What if a bird flies in my mouth? How do I defend against that? But my mom took me to the doctor and it turns out I just had lockjaw, which they were able to fix in like 3 seconds. To this day, I still can't open my jaw super wide because of that, which is super sad because I used to get a quadruple Baconator at Wendy's, but now I can only fit 3 patties in my mouth. But do you guys remember when I swallowed a piece of gum in the beginning of the video? Probably not, because I think most of you just put these videos on in the background and don't even really listen to what I'm saying. Actually, let's test if that's true. If you're paying attention right now, comment the word purple pineapple. Well, I mean, I guess that's 2 words, but anyway, where was I? Ah, yes, swallowing gum. The one thing you never wanted to do, because if you did, apparently it would stay in your stomach for 7 years. 7 years. That's longer than some people's marriages. So just imagine how scared I was one time when I'm chewing some gum until my friend makes a funny joke, which causes me to laugh. And unfortunately, mid-laugh, I suffered the worst fate known to man. I swallowed the gum. And the second I realized realized what happened, I went straight to the bathroom. I had to get that gum out no matter what it took. So I did what any rational person would do, and I tried to throw it back up. I put fingers down my throat, gagged, and made my eyes water. But still, it wouldn't come up. So I had to face reality. I was gonna carry this gum around inside me until I was in high school. This piece of gum was gonna be with me for all my major life events. First day of middle school, gum would be there. First crush, gum would be there. Watching my sports teams choke every year, including to this date, gum would be there. So I went to my friend and told him what I just did, but he just looked at me like, okay, so I've swallowed like 10 pieces of gum before. It's not a problem. If you were wondering whether this was the same kid I said ate glue once, yes it was. I know, I had a weird friend group. I also ate glue once, but that's irrelevant. Does anyone even know where this lie came from though? Because I looked it up, and apparently when you swallow gum, your body just digests it like any other food. So what is even the purpose behind spreading this lie? Unfortunately guys, the video is now in black and white. My room is literally black and white, and this isn't just a filter I put on the video, okay? I'm just joking. Okay, editor, you can put the video back into color now. No, not like that. No, that's not quite right either. Yep, okay, there we go. Okay, anyways, what I was are you serious? Okay, so the point I was trying to make with that segment is that I thought people saw the world in black and white before color TV was invented. In my child brain, it made perfect sense. Old TV shows show black and white because that's what the world looked like back then. Just like the wheel was invented, just like the Popeye's chicken sandwich was invented, one day, color was invented. Someone just decided to make color one day. It was probably just one of the many things LeBron created, I don't know. But I remember watching an old show once where a character pointed at a rainbow and said, "Wow, look at that beautiful rainbow." I looked at the TV screen and the rainbow was just shades of gray. So I'm sitting there thinking, wow, these people are really excited about a gray rainbow? They must have just never seen one with color in their life. The past was in black and white, and that's why old photos were black and white. That's why old movies were black and white. I was so convinced of this that I asked my grandparents one time what it was like to grow up with the world being in black and white and then changing to color. The worst part about me asking this was they didn't even correct me. They were just like, oh yeah, it was cool. Seeing color for the first time is amazing. When a kid that was obsessed with film in my class told me color existed before color TV, how cameras could only capture black and white at first, color film was developed later, all of this nerd stuff I don't even remember. And I just sat there, absorbing this information, feeling my entire understanding of history crumble. World War II? The Great Depression happened in color. Now I know this next slide isn't real, but I want to start a petition to make it real, because it just doesn't feel right any other way. Because when I was younger, I was fully convinced that teachers lived at school. They just stayed there all the time. Because where else would they go? The school was their home. I think the reasoning behind this belief was that teachers were always at school when I arrived in the morning, and they were still there when I left in the afternoon. Therefore, they never left that place. They must have lived there. Now, I've told you guys before about some of the horror stories I've had seeing my teacher in public and talking about how this could be scary, especially if it's a teacher you got beef with. But let me tell you about how I first discovered that this whole thing was a lie. Teachers actually have lives outside of school. At least most of them do. But the one who failed me in 7th grade math, that guy didn't have a life. I didn't forget about you, Mr. Clark. All you had to do was bump my grade 0.2% and you couldn't do it because rules are rules. Sorry guys, I just needed to get that off my chest. But the tragic day where I found out teachers actually do touch grass is when I went to the movie theater. I was there with some friends. I don't remember what we were going to see. Probably something sophisticated like the Cars movie. And of course, when you're in the theater, you have assigned seats. We picked the very back row so we could mess around a little bit. But when we arrived to our seats, you know who is literally one seat over from us? My teacher and a girl. The moment we made eye contact with each other, I don't know who was more disappointed because we both had a facial expression signaling that our night was ruined. But the seats were assigned and the theater was pretty full, so we couldn't just move seats. So we sat down next to him, and at first he tried to ignore us, but we could both feel the tension. So eventually he just goes, "Oh, hey gentlemen, didn't see you there." We said hi back to him, and that was it. Not another word for the whole movie. It was the most awkward experience I have ever had with a teacher, and I've accidentally called my teacher mom before. So who's with me? Who else believes that teachers should not be allowed to leave the school? I know it sounds cruel, but it's just too weird to see them outside of their natural habitat. You don't let the lions at the zoo outside of their enclosure? No, because that would result in chaos. People could die. And we could say the same thing about teachers being outside of school. But if you're thinking, Tyler, this is a bit dramatic, don't you think? Because the only reason I want this to be a rule in the first place is so Mr. Clark can't leave school and he's trapped there forever. So I'm willing to do whatever it takes to make sure this happens. Mr. Clark wasn't even a good teacher either. Like, if he actually did his job well, do you think I would have turned out like this? Don't answer that actually. But Mr. Clark did such a bad job at teaching that I was still stupid when I finished the class. And if you don't think I'm being honest, well, just wait for this next thing I believed as a kid. Because I genuinely thought growing up that chocolate milk milk came from brown cows. This is a lie I believed because of an experience I had with a cow. I had family that lived on a farm in Oklahoma. I'm talking like true Southern people that talk like this and say y'all all the time. Y'all want to go to dinner? Y'all trying to go to Diddy's house? Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, on this farm, my family had several cows, and one of them was brown. So in my mind, that meant one thing. That cow must produce chocolate milk. It wasn't Nesquik making the milk chocolate. It was these cows. And like any other kid, I love chocolate milk. So one day, I decided I want some chocolate milk right now. There's none in the house, but luckily, I've got a gold mine that makes its own chocolate milk in the backyard. Now, I couldn't tell my parents or my grandparents who actually owned the farm about this because they would have told me no. So I quietly snuck out to this barn when nobody was watching. I approached the brown cow with delusional confidence. He was just standing there. I said hi. He said, moo. Then I got up close and was ready to do the job, but I realized I had a significant problem. I've never milked a cow before. I have no idea how to do this. So now that I was standing there face to face with these udders, the whole thing just felt deeply wrong. Even the thought of just touching those udders felt inappropriate to me at that time. I reached my hand out toward the udder, but every time I got close, I pulled it back. Tried again, pulled it back. I did this probably 8 times because I really wanted that chocolate milk. The cow didn't even notice. It just kept eating hay, completely unbothered by me. After like 5 full minutes of doing this, I came to the conclusion I just couldn't. It felt too invasive, so I just walked away. Went back to the house with no chalky milk. But my grandpa saw me trying to sneak back inside the house and asked me what I was doing. Now my grandpa never judged me, so he was the one person that I felt like I could tell the truth to. I told him the whole thing. Then he took me back out there and taught me how to milk a cow. And that's when I realized I never want to milk a cow again. I also don't even know if it's safe to drink milk straight after milking it, but what do I know? Or at least I used to think I know. Something I used to think I know was that swimming immediately after eating something will hurt you, kill you even. This was treated as an undeniable law of nature. Where was the scientific studies backing this up? Well, I have it right here. It's called your mom. That sounded like I was trying to make a your mom joke. I wasn't. I was just saying that moms were usually the ones who made this up. Please tell your mom I apologize for the joke I just made. And if she's single, please tell her to hit me up. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll stop. But I had to learn the hard way that this myth was not real when I was at a pool party for someone's birthday. And I just demolished a massive amount of food. Hot dogs, chips, watermelon, birthday cake, probably some candy. I was uncomfortably full. This is a problem I still have today. Like, if there's free food in front of me, I'm literally going to eat all of it. It's not even me doing it either. I just enter the flow state whenever I see food in front of me. So after eating everything in sight, including the table, my friends got in the pool. I was just chilling watching everyone else instead of actually going in because I knew I needed 30 minutes for my food to digest. And also, like I've said, I sucked at swimming when I was younger, but everyone kept calling for me to get in. Tyler, get in, we're starting Marco Polo.
Come on, Tyler, you're so hot and tall and have so much aura. Get in.
But the point is, they really wanted me in that pool. So I convinced myself, I probably waited long enough. Surely the food digested by now, and my stomach wouldn't burst out with my organs splattering all over the place for everyone to see. So I got in the pool. Within 10 seconds of getting in the water, I threw up. Projectile vomited everything I'd eaten. Hot dogs, cake, watermelon, all of it in the pool. The screaming started right away. Kids scrambling out of the pool like I just released a bag of piranhas. The pool had to be completely evacuated. The birthday party basically ended right there. Someone's dad had to come out with the pool chemicals and cleaning supplies. No one got back in the pool for the rest of the party. So I just had to sit there, wrapped in a towel, dripping wet and covered in shame. So in my mind, this proved everything. The swimming after eating rule was real. For years after that, I never swam immediately after eating. I'd watch other people swim after eating and think, you're playing with fire, buddy. You're either gonna throw up or die. I've seen it firsthand. I became a lifeguard for pool parties, but instead of saving kids from drowning, I was saving kids from throwing up all over the place. If a kid actually was drowning, I couldn't do anything. And this is a lie that's pretty convincing. So it wasn't even until maybe last year where I found out there's actually no scientific evidence that swimming right after eating does anything. The whole thing is a myth. You can swim immediately after eating and you'll be totally fine. But I was like, no, that can't be true. I am proof that that's not true. But the more research I did and the more I thought about it, I started to realize, maybe it was the fact that I ate about 12,000 calories that caused me to throw up and not my toes just touching the water. So did I learn my lesson? No. I still eat everything in sight anytime there's free food. But from now on, when I do this, I just make sure there's a bathroom nearby. And speaking of bathroom, I really have to go poop. So I'm gonna have to end this video right here. Okay, bye guys.
Please stop chasing me! Help! Also,
why am I not moving? Everyone watching this video has had the exact same dreams before, whether it's the feeling of falling, becoming a superhero, or dating your crush. But for some reason, I specifically have a lot of dreams, like almost every night. And as you all know, there's not a lot that goes on inside my brain during the day, but this all changes the moment I fall asleep. Because for whatever reason, I've had some crazy dreams in my life, some really cool, and some really embarrassing. So let's talk about the most wild, unhinged dreams I've ever had. But just so you know, I'm leaving the most embarrassing one for last. And let's just say what happened in that last dream ruined my relationship with someone forever. Now this first dream absolutely traumatized me, but not for the reason you would expect. Because I had a dream where I got put back in 4th grade. So I'm just sitting there in class with a bunch of 10-year-olds, or however old 4th graders are, except I was still my current age and current size.
But Tyler, why would you being in 4th grade again traumatize you?
Is it because 4th graders are still smarter than you, even though you're literally 23 now? No, but this dream traumatized me because it ended with getting chased by a SWAT team. So imagine this. I walk into an elementary school classroom and everyone else is a normal 4th grader. Little kids, tiny desks, animal posters on the wall, that classic elementary school carpet with the alphabet on it. And then there's me, fully grown, adult-sized, way too big for all the furniture, just walking in and sitting down at one of those tiny desks like this is completely normal. My knees were hitting the bottom of the desk. My arms barely fit on the surface. I had to hunch over because I was blocking other kids' views. I looked absolutely ridiculous. But here's the part that made it so uncomfortable. Nobody thought it was weird. The teacher didn't say anything to me. The other kids didn't say anything. Nobody acknowledged that there was a fully grown adult sitting in a 4th grade classroom. They all just went about their day normally. But I knew I wasn't supposed to be there. I kept looking around, waiting for someone to notice. But nope, everyone was focused on learning multiplication or whatever you learn in 4th grade. Then the teacher starts teaching, and it's basic math. I'm talking 4 plus 7 type problems.
Actually, what is 4 plus 7? Never mind.
But I'm sitting there absolutely cooking the rest of the class. 3 times 9, 27. Meanwhile, all these other kids have to use their fingers to get the answers. But just as I was starting to think, maybe I really am a 4th grader, I thought the nightmare was over. But then out of nowhere, the teacher looks at me, like actually makes eye contact with me for the very first time, and she says,
Tyler, why are you in this class? You're way too old to be here.
Before this moment, it was like no one was aware of me. Sure, they knew I was there, but none of them seemed conscious until now. So when the teacher asked why I was in this class, I was like, girl, I was wondering the same thing. But before I could even say anything, she picks up her phone and calls the police. Like a serial killer just broke into her home and she was reporting them. I heard her say,
Yes, we have a situation. There's an adult in the 4th grade classroom. Send help immediately.
so I'm sitting there like,
Wait, hold on. I didn't do anything wrong.
but within seconds, I hear sirens, then helicopter propellers, then footsteps in the hallway. And then, bam, the door burst open. And it wasn't just a regular cop, it was a full SWAT team. Tactical gear, shields, helmets, bulletproof vests, all to capture this dude. One of the officers pointed at me and yelled,
That's him!
then everyone in class turned and looked at me. And it was at this moment where every kid became conscious and aware that there was an adult in a 4th grade class. So they all started screaming. And for some reason, the only thing I could think to do in this moment was just start running. I literally jumped through the class windows to the outdoors and started running. And the SWAT team starts chasing me. I could hear radios going off behind me. Someone yelled,
Suspect is fleeing!
I heard dogs barking. I ran out of the building and into the streets. I was going through neighborhoods, jumping over fences, cutting through backyards. Full action movie sequence. It felt like having 5 stars on GTA. Eventually, I ran into a dead-end alley with nowhere to go. So I turned around and saw officers blocking the exit. I was completely so I accepted my fate and put my hands up. This was it. But right as the officer came sprinting after me, ready to catch me, I woke up. Now you could say I was the villain in this scenario, but everyone has envisioned themselves being a superhero before. It's just what you do growing up. And one time, I had a dream where I woke up, well, I thought I woke up fully convinced I was Batman. I literally looked in the mirror and in the reflection, I saw a man with a mask and makeup. This was my life now. I fully accepted it. No questions asked. And naturally, the first thing you do when you find out you're Batman is try to fly. Now, the only problem is, in the movies, Batman cannot fly. He uses gadgets like grappling hooks and the Batmobile to catch air sometimes, but he himself does not have the ability to fly. I guess my brain knew this, but me in the dream me didn't care about any of that at all. Dream me had fully convinced himself that Batman could fly, and I was about to prove it. So I climbed to the top of the Empire State Building, I stood on the edge, and I'm looking down over the whole city, ready to protect it. As every person in this scenario would do, I say to myself, I'm Batman. And then I go for it. I jump. So I'm falling and falling and falling, and I get about halfway down before I realize, oh wait, I can't fly. So now I start freaking out, thinking I'm about to hit the ground at 500 miles per hour with my arms flailing, legs kicking, just screaming while I watch the ground get closer and closer. And right before I hit the pavement, I woke up. My heart is racing in real life. I'm sweating, fully convinced for a solid 10 seconds that I, Bruce Wayne, almost just fell to my death. But then I realized it was a dream, calmed down, and thought,
Oh, thank God it wasn't real.
and you would have thought that was where the story ended, right? But no, because I closed my eyes and once again, I'm back to being Batman. But never in my life have I been able to re-enter a dream until this day. So I just figured, oh, this must actually be real. I don't know if I joined the multiverse to get in here or what, but somehow I was back. Still fully convinced I was Batman. But this time, I wasn't trying to fly. This time, I learned my lesson. But when I spawned in for the second time, the Joker was with me. He was standing in this warehouse across from me, and I walked over to him, ready for the big confrontation. This was my moment. The moment where Batman shows his ability and defeats the Joker. So I slowly walked over to him, expecting for him to give me a monologue, you know, like every villain does. I thought he was gonna explain to me his evil plan, give me time to think of a clever comeback, maybe do that classic villain thing where they reveal too much information and accidentally tell me how to stop them. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened at all. Cause I go up to him, and right as I'm about to speak, he just starts punching me in the face. No warning, no dialogue, just assault. And I tried to fight back. I really did, but my arms were moving like I was underwater. You know that dream thing where you try to punch someone, but your fists are going in slow motion and they have zero power behind them? That was happening to me. So I'm throwing these weak, pathetic punches that aren't connecting at all, and he's just absolutely cooking me. I'm getting hit in the face, the ribs, the stomach, and I can feel it too. It hurts. He hit me so many times I started crying. Have you ever seen Batman cry in these movies? Didn't think so. I was about to pass out right there in the dream, but right before I lost consciousness, I woke up again in real life with tears in my eyes. Not my proudest moment. I feel like if there was any chance of me playing Batman in the future, I just lost it with that story.
What am I talking about? I never had a chance of playing Batman anyway.
Now here's the thing about dreams that nobody talks about. They don't just stay in your head. Sometimes they leak out into real life. And that's when things get truly horrifying. Because I'm a person who talks in their sleep. Like pretty much every night. I shared bunk beds with my brother growing up, and he told me every night I'd be having full-on conversations with myself at 3 a.m. And usually it's just harmless stuff. I'll be mumbling random words, then out of the blue go,
cheeseburgers.
and then I go back to silent sleeping. No big deal. But one night, one cursed night, I had a dream that was so intense, so vivid, that when I woke up, all my friends couldn't believe what just happened. Because while I was sleeping during a sleepover with my friends, I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. But when I opened my eyes, I saw all 4 of my friends surrounding me, just staring. I thought one of 2 things must have happened here. Number 1, I peed the bed and they were disgusted and never wanted to be friends again. Or number 2, they were pulling a prank on me since I fell asleep first. So I checked my fingers and toes to make sure none of them were chopped off, and then I checked to make sure my pants weren't wet. And when I finished all those checks, I asked them,
Guys, what's going on? Why are you recording me? What did I do?
and one of my friends goes,
Dude, you were sleep talking. But like not normally. You need to watch this video I recorded of it.
so they showed me the footage, and I'm not exaggerating when I say I sounded fully possessed. I was having a full-blown heated argument with someone who didn't exist in my sleep, and I was locked in. I was gesturing with my hands, raising my voice. I was debating like my life depended on it, except none of it made sense. At one point in the video they showed me, I sat up from my bed with my eyes still closed, fully asleep. I pointed at nothing and then yelled,
That's not how marshmallows work!
Then I went completely silent for like 10 seconds, just staring straight ahead with my eyes closed before mumbling something about sandwiches and then lying back down. My friends told me I did this for 20 minutes straight. 20 minutes of me having the biggest debate of my life with an invisible opponent. They told me at one point I said,
Something bad is about to happen.
and then I immediately followed that up with,
But if you toast the bread first, it'll all be okay.
and the crazy part was I had no memory of this dream. I don't know what I was arguing about. I don't know who I was arguing with. I don't know why toast was involved. The thing I can't stand about dreams is that there's always something holding you back. No matter what the situation is, your brain decides to nerf you for no reason. It's like you're playing in hardcore mode every time you dream. You ever been inside a dream where everyone is screaming at you, calling you chopped, short, dumb?
Actually, that kind of just sounds like my comment section.
But what I was saying is, have you ever been in a dream like this, but you don't have the ability to speak back? You can't even defend yourself. You just gotta take the diss. That's the thing about dreams. There are no rules. So if something doesn't make sense inside the dream, oh well, it doesn't have to. And trust me, this next dream made absolutely no sense at all, and it still haunts me to this day. Now, when you hear it, you're gonna think,
Tyler, that's not scary at all.
you just have to really put yourself in my shoes to understand my perspective, okay? So I had a dream. I feel like Martin Luther King when I say that. I had a dream. Okay, what was I talking about? Oh, I had a dream where I was being chased. I didn't know why. I didn't know where I was. I just knew that I had to run, and I had to run fast because something bad would happen if I got caught. Here was the problem though. I was moving in slow motion. You know that nightmare thing when you try to sprint, but your legs feel like they're made of cement, and no matter how hard you push, you barely move? That was me. So I'm trying so hard to run. Like I'm pumping my arms, pushing off the ground with everything I have. I'm leaning forward trying to gain momentum, but I'm moving at the speed of a sloth with a sprained ankle, trying to go go through peanut butter. And you're all gonna say, Tyler,
We've all had this dream before, but what makes yours so special?
well, the whole time I was running, I could hear footsteps behind me, getting closer and closer, steadily gaining on me. And I can see the silhouette of who was chasing behind me. But the weird part is, on their head was a bow that kept bouncing up and down as they were running. At first, I couldn't tell who it was. All I could see was the bow, a pink, sparkly bow. I tried to look back to see who was chasing me, but every time I turned my head, I'd slow down even more. It was like the dream had rules, and one of the rules was, if you look back, you lose speed. So I'm stuck running forward in slow motion while this bow gets closer and closer. Eventually, I worked up the courage to actually turn around and see who it was. And guess who I saw? JoJo Siwa. Full ponytail, big bow on, full sparkly outfit, just casually chasing me through the woods in my dream like it was a normal afternoon activity for her. And she's got this big smile on her face. And you would think I would be relieved to see that it's not a serial killer or anything like that. But no, somehow this made it more creepy because she wasn't even running aggressively. She wasn't sprinting or chasing me with any urgency. She was just there, effortlessly gliding toward me while I'm out here fighting for my life. I tried everything to escape her. I turned corners, she was still there. I'd hide behind things, she'd find me immediately. I even tried running into a building and going out the back exit. But when I got outside, she was somehow already there waiting for me. It was like she had teleportation abilities, or she knew exactly where I was going before I did. Low-key, I feel like JoJo Siwa does have teleportation abilities in real life. But it was almost as if she was in my head. Well, I guess she was technically. At one point, I tried to reason with her. I stopped running, turned around and said, "What do you want from me?" She did not respond. She just kept gliding towards me with a smile on her face, not saying a word. Just existing in the most terrifying way possible. So I started running again. Then finally, I tripped on something and she catches up to me and she's towering over me. Gotta be at least 10 feet tall. And right before she did whatever she was about to do, I sprung up from my bed back to reality. So JoJo, if you're watching this, no hate, but now every time I see that bow on your head, it gives me PTSD. What am I kidding? JoJo Siwa is not watching this video. But the image of those bows bouncing toward me in slow motion will stick with me forever. That's the weird thing about dreams. You almost never seem to get the climax of them. And this applies to both bad and good dreams. When you don't want to wake up because you're married to Megan Fox, you wake up right before the dream gets good. And when you're in a dream where, well, you're falling off a skyscraper, right before you hit the ground, you wake up. It's almost like our brain doesn't want us to get too happy or too scared. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. Your brain will definitely let you get too scared during a dream. And I can prove it because one time I had a dream I can still picture perfectly right now. The worst dreams are the ones you don't even realize you're in. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The dreams where you're going about your day completely normal. Everything feels accurate. The sounds are right. Physics are working correctly. You're fully immersed in what you think is real life. And then you see a toilet and your brain goes,
Oh, I should use this.
and you think,
Yeah, this seems fine. This is definitely a real toilet. I'm definitely actually awake right now. There's no way this is a dream.
and then you use the toilet. And that's when everything turns sideways. Because even though you're sitting on the toilet, you start to feel something warm creep down your leg. What is it? Oh, right, it's pee! Because you weren't actually asleep, your brain just gaslit you into thinking you were because well, I don't know why actually, that's a good question. Scientists say that everything in this world serves a purpose, right? Trees gives you oxygen, water gives you hydration, LeBron gives you love. But what purpose does peeing in your dream serve? Was it just God's way of saying,
Yo, dog, you really need to clean those bed sheets.
because other than that, I can't think of any good reasoning. But I know exactly why my brain decided to give me this next dream. Because this next dream was literally something I've thought about doing my whole life. It should have been the best dream of my life. But instead, it became a nightmare. Let me set the scene. Suddenly, I wake up and bam, there I am playing in the World Cup final. I'm on the pitch while the game is going on, and I look around and realize,
Oh snap, I'm not watching the final.
I'm playing in it. So my first thought is, this is incredible. But then I realized something horrible. I didn't get any superpowers in this dream. Most dreams, if you're doing something you can't do in real life, your brain gives you a boost. But not this time. I didn't suddenly have the skill level of Messi. No, it was just normal me playing against the best players in the world in a World Cup final in front of 100,000 people. The whistle blew, and immediately, I knew I was in trouble. The ball came near me, and I tried to control it, but that worked horribly. It bounced off my shin and went out of bounds, and the crowd groans. I tried to defend, but the other team's players just blew past me like I wasn't even there. And it kept getting worse, because every time the ball came to me, I'd lose it immediately. I tried to pass, it'd get intercepted. I tried to shoot, I'd miss the goal by 500 feet. Within 10 minutes, the other team was up 3-0, and all 3 goals were basically my fault. The commentators started personally attacking me. I could hear them through the stadium speakers. One of them literally said,
This is genuinely the worst performance I have ever seen at this level.
The fans started booing me, but not just casual booing, like aggressive booing. Then they started chanting, and I would repeat to you what they were saying, but I don't want this video to get taken down. Eventually, the booing got so bad that I couldn't take it anymore. So I just ran off the field. In the middle of the game, just straight up left. I ran toward the locker room, and the people in the stands are throwing water bottles at me. Anything they had in their hand instantly became a weapon. I made it to the parking lot and collapsed against a wall, crying, while I could still hear the stadium in the background. I've always watched World Cup matches on TV thinking, if I was out there, I feel like I could compete. But let me just tell you, that is the stupidest thing I have ever thought. And trust me, I've thought a lot of stupid things. But have you ever had a dream that you wish you could go back to? Like when you wake up, you almost want to cry just thinking about the fact that your dream wasn't real. And then you try your very hardest to go back into the dream, but it doesn't work. Because that's how this next dream was. And let's just say it involves my sweet Pookie Bear Honey Boo Scrum Diddly Dum Goat, LeBron James. So one day, during a dream, I wake up in my bed and everything feels normal. But then I rolled over and I see that there's another bed in my room and someone's sleeping in it. Who is sleeping in it? LeBron Ramon James. And my brain fully accepted this as normal. There was no moment of confusion. I just thought,
Oh, yeah, LeBron's my roommate now. That's just how it is.
and when you got a roommate like LeBron, you just want to make him happy. So what did I do? I got up and made him breakfast before he woke up. Pancakes, eggs, bacon, toast, orange juice, the full spread. Little did I know, this would be a horrible decision. Because Bron woke up, came into the kitchen, saw the food, and said,
Oh, good looking out, man. Thanks.
so we ate together, had a completely normal conversation, and after we finished eating, he left for his game. It all felt completely natural. But that night, I was sitting on the couch watching his game, and it went bad. The Lakers got crushed. So I knew LeBron would be upset when he got back home. But about an hour later, I hear the door open, and it's LeBron. But immediately, I could tell something was wrong. He didn't say a word. He just walked in, sat down on the couch next to me, and stared at the wall. I gave him a minute, but after a while, I was like,
Yo, you good?
he turns to me, and the look on his face was pure disappointment. Then he goes,
Tyler, we can't be friends anymore.
so I'm like,
Wait, what are you talking about, Pookie?
and he says,
The breakfast you gave me this morning gave me food poisoning. I felt sick the whole game and I played terrible. It's all your fault we lost.
he just shook his head and said,
I can't have you around if you're gonna mess up my career. You gotta leave. Pack your stuff now.
so I started packing in silence, and he just sat there on the couch watching me gather my things. And I'm literally crying like we were going through a divorce. I grabbed my stuff, walked toward the door, and turned around to say something, maybe apologize one more time, but he just looks at me and said,
I never want to see you again.
and when I left, I woke up. But here's the crazy part. Even after I woke up, I still felt bad. I sat up in bed, fully awake, and my first thought was,
I need to find a way to apologize to LeBron.
it took me a solid 10 minutes to remember that none of it was real. LeBron James does not actually know me. Maybe he does. No, he doesn't. But LeBron, if you're watching this, please let me make it up to you. I love you, LeBron. Would you like to be friends in real life? Maybe? No? Okay, stupid question, sorry. During your childhood, you have a lot of obsessions that, looking back, seem ridiculous. But at the time, they were awesome. And the wild part is, we all had the same ones. From slap bracelets to your babysitter you had a crush on that you actually thought you had a chance with, we basically all lived the exact same childhood. So we're gonna go through all of these obsessions and decide whether they were valid or just completely ridiculous. And considering the fact that one of these obsessions ended with me having green skin, there were definitely some dumb ones in here, starting with slap bracelets. Slap bracelets are a perfect example of a toy that were made for one purpose, but everyone who actually bought them used it for a completely different reason. The intended purpose of these bracelets were, you slap it on your wrist, you wear it, great. But what everyone actually used it for was, well, assault. You would walk up behind someone and snap it on the back of their neck as hard as possible. And when slap bracelets were trending, everyone at my school knew this, which was terrifying. Because this meant you could not walk anywhere around school without fearing that at any moment, you might get slapped in the back of your neck. Me and my friends treated the neck snap as an art form. We had a system. During the time when all the students were either in the hallway or at lunch, we would identify a target, sneak up behind them, and strike, and the bracelet would wrap around their neck. But when the victim spins around, we would have already disappeared back into the crowd of students before they could even catch who did it. We thought we were geniuses. Now, does this make us sound like the most insufferable kids at school? And looking back, we probably were. But don't worry, because one day, something happened that made us realize, wow, we really are the problem. It was lunchtime. We're in the cafeteria looking for our next targets, and we spot what looks like an absolutely perfect setup. It's one of the guys I was on the baseball team with, sitting at the end of the table, head down, completely focused on his food. He's totally unaware of his surroundings. I knew it was him because of a sun hat he was wearing. So my friend and I creep up behind him, and wham, clean snap directly to the neck. But then he turned around. It was not a student. It was not the guy from my baseball team I thought it was. You know who it was? A teacher doing cafeteria supervision that happened to have the same sun hat. When we slapped the bracelet on him, the teacher slowly took off his sun hat and everyone went quiet after seeing what just happened. Then he turns around and looks at us. You cannot imagine the fear we had after seeing the teacher's face rather than our friends. Because last time I checked, assaulting a teacher is probably not a good idea. You would think the teacher would forget about the law, but surprisingly, he was very calm. Instead, what he did was get up, pick up his lunch, and say to us,
Come with me.
and we all walked directly to the principal's office. He went in, told the principal exactly what happened, snitch, and then you could probably guess what happened next. That's right, the school exploded. No, I'm just kidding. We got detention. That was the end of my slap bracelet era, which meant I had to move on to a new obsession. An obsession that I know every single one of you watching also had, because it meant you get to skip school. I'm talking about field trips. Field trips were the greatest invention in the history of human civilization, right along with the air fryer and LeBron James. Because field trips weren't actually about learning anything. Nobody went to the science museum and came back as a changed person. We were just happy to be outside of the classroom because none of us go outside anymore. And when I say us, yes, I mean me and you. We both don't touch grass, twin. But because I was so obsessed with field trips, I was willing to commit actual crimes to attend one. Which brings me to a story that you definitely should not try doing yourself. My school had a fundraiser one day where whichever class raised the most money won a special trip to the aquarium. My class did not win, so I was super butthurt because I missed out on a free day off school. But luckily for me, I had a couple friends in the class that did win. So I told them how jealous I was that they were going on a field trip and I wasn't. They came up with a plan to sneak me onto the field trip. The buses were leaving at 8 a.m. All I had to do was blend in, get on the bus, and by the time anyone realized I wasn't supposed to be there, we would already be at the aquarium. The teacher would have no real choice but to let me stay. What were they gonna do? Call another bus to bring me back? Drive 45 minutes back to school just to drop off one kid? Literally the only thing we had to do was get me on that bus without the teacher noticing. And honestly, the plan was working at first. My friends basically formed a circle around me so the teacher couldn't see me. And as students were slowly filing onto the bus, we waited till the teacher was distracted with something else and we all got on the bus. Obviously, we went straight to the back to get as far away from her as possible. I just crouched down on the floor, hoping the teacher wouldn't come back here before leaving. But then I heard it. The engine started and all of a sudden, the bus was moving. The plan was actually working. I was actually gonna make it to see Nemo. All good things have to come to an end though, because then the teacher stood up. Now, I don't know why, in all of my strategic planning, I did not account for the most predictable thing a teacher does on a field trip, which is count the children to happen. Like, it's literally their only job on these trips. Don't lose the students. So she starts walking down the aisle, moving toward the back, and I, with my incredible instincts, decided that the best course of action was to become as small as I could and put my friends' backpacks on top of me. I thought it would just hide me completely. But when the teacher got to the back, she said to my friend Garrett,
Garrett, why do you have so many backpacks stacked up right there?
and Garrett just went,
To save space?
but the teacher wasn't having it. So she told him to move the backpacks. And when he did, there I was, staring straight up at her. Now this is the part that frustrates me because this happened about 5 minutes after leaving. So the teacher turned the bus around and dropped me back off at school. I had to walk back in there in silence while everyone watched from the window. You can't imagine how humiliating that was. And then, as a bonus prize, I got detention for it. If we had just drove for like 5 more minutes, I doubt she even would have turned back. That aquarium actually closed down recently too, so I'll never get a chance to go to it anymore. What even happened once an aquarium closes? Do the fish just fly away? They put them in the ocean? Now in this scenario, I was trying to be invisible, but that definitely wasn't the case for my next obsession, which was superheroes. At some point in every kid's life, you pick your specific hero and you become a ride or die for them. I didn't want to be the super smart one or the wealthy one or the one that could fly. I wanted to be the one who was so uncontrollably angry that he turned green. So Halloween comes around one year. My mom asks what I want to be, and the answer is obvious. I say Hulk without hesitating. She says, great, we'll get you a costume at Spirit Halloween. But I looked at her and said, no, a costume from Spirit Halloween is not enough. I need to actually
Be green.
Now, little did I know at the time, this would be a decision that ruined the whole next week of my life. My mom, who, shout out to her, didn't say I was insane or that she didn't want to go through all this work. No, instead, she said, okay, let's get you some paint and make you green. So we got the paint and painted me green from head to toe. Like, my whole body. Well, I guess not my whole body, if you know what I mean. But anyways, I loved it. When I looked down at my arms, they were green. I had the purple shirts on, doing poses in the bathroom mirror, and when we went trick-or-treating, it was perfect. Adults were complimenting my costume all night. Other kids looked scared, wondering why there's a 4-foot-tall Hulk going around. It was amazing. But I should have known it wouldn't last, because we got home, and I got in the shower trying to get my paint off. But there was a problem. It would not come off. I scrubbed harder, still completely, fully green. It still doesn't work. The paint was designed to survive sweat, heat, and water. My mom had accidentally purchased professional cinema level permanent body paint and applied it to her small child the night before a school day. The only solution was to wait for it to wear off naturally, which took 3 full days of showering and scrubbing. And during those 3 days, I had to go to school. Just walking into school looking like a green bean. When you're green on Halloween, everyone thinks you're really cool. When you're green the day after Halloween, everyone just thinks you're autistic. That first day back at school is one I will never forget. Literally everyone would look at me no matter where I went. But the worst part was trying to explain it to anybody. So instead of trying to do that, I just didn't explain it at all. The only person I actually told about it was my teacher, because she asked if I was going through problems at home, and I said, well, yeah, my mom turned me green forever. But if you mean something else, no problems. I kind of miss being green though, so maybe next year I'll dress up as a crayon. This was painful mentally because of the embarrassment at school, but I also had some childhood obsessions that were painful physically, like animals. Animals were my entire personality as a kid. Now, of course, that doesn't make me different from anyone else because basically everyone loves animals growing up. Honestly, I wouldn't trust you if you weren't obsessed with animals. But I took it a step further. I knew the most random facts about all these animals. Like, did you know
the pistol shrimp creates a cavitation bubble that briefly reaches the temperature of the sun?
I didn't either. To be honest, I looked that up for the video because I was trying to impress you guys. But I still did know some facts. And as we all know, I might have a little bit of the tism. At least that's what my mom says. So just looking at animals wasn't enough for me. I needed more. So when I was about 8 years old, my parents took me to the zoo. And this was basically the best day of my life. Seeing the lions and tigers close up, smelling the elephant poop, the whole experience was just awesome. And eventually, we got to the orangutan exhibit. They're just chilling, as calm as can be, and I'm thinking to myself,
I wish I could be inside there.
But funny enough, the fence for the orangutan exhibit was only about 2 feet tall. There was 2 fences, so it was like one fence, then a couple feet, and then another fence. But they were both very easy to jump over if someone wanted to. And I wanted to. So when my parents looked away for 1 second, I jumped over the fences. I was inside the exhibit before anyone had processed what was even happening. My parents turned around, and I was on the wrong side of the fence, inside a real zoo enclosure. I wasn't trying to go pet an orangutan or anything, so I didn't get any closer. I just wanted to be in the exhibit with. Obviously, when my mom saw me inside the exhibit, she screamed,
Tyler, you get back here right now!
And you would think, if you're inside an exhibit with an animal that could very easily turn you into dinner if they wanted to, you would be scared of that animal. But I was way more scared of my mom. So I hopped back over the fence in approximately 2 seconds. A zoo employee who heard the screaming came over, saw that a child was climbing back from the exhibit, and very calmly escorted our family out of the orangutan area. Not the whole zoo, just that section. Then she looked at my parents, she looked at me, and knew none of us could be trusted near the orangutans anymore. She understood it was a mistake and just told us to not do that again or they would have to kick us out of the zoo. So my mom took that as a chance to say,
you hear that, Tyler? Do you want to get banned from the zoo? If not, you better never do that again.
She just said we would get kicked out, but whatever. From that point on, I never climbed into another exhibit again. Well, at least until one day when I was in Cincinnati and I saw this gorilla named Harambe. Nah, I'm just kidding. That wasn't me. Rest in peace, Harambe, though. I miss you, dog. Now, only certain people can relate to this next obsession because to experience what I'm about to say, you would have needed a babysitter growing up. But my babysitter left me with trauma I still have to this day, and let me explain why. For those of you who didn't have a babysitter growing up, congrats! Your parents probably took care of you all the time. Or they would just leave you at home by yourself, which is concerning. But if you've never have had a babysitter, let me explain why this was a childhood obsession we all had. When you're a little kid, you're delusional. So when someone shows up to your house every day, they're constantly nice to you, they're fun, and they even make you food, you start to think, wait, this person must like me. And when I say like, I mean like we have some chemistry, if you know what I'm saying. And when I was 8 years old and I thought an older girl liked me, this was my dream. So one afternoon, while she was babysitting me, I decided I was not gonna let the moment pass anymore. I walked up to her and asked if she would be my girlfriend. She smiled, was as nice as possible, and said to me,
"Oh, Tyler, that's so sweet, but I have a boyfriend."
The moment she said that, you could see me turning into Syndrome from The Incredibles in real time. I cried for hours. She tried to console me, but after finding out that my one true love had a boyfriend this whole time, I was broken. So eventually, my mom gets home that day and asks why I'm so upset. And I didn't tell her the details of what happened, but I did say to her that I wanted a new babysitter because it felt like my current babysitter was cheating on me.
Cheating on you? What do you mean she's cheating on you?
So I explained the situation to my mom, but the next thing she did was heartbreaking because she said to me,
"Why would you think the babysitter liked you in that way?"
So I told her, well, the babysitter's always coming over to hang out, she's super nice, and she makes me food. Because my mom starts chuckling and goes,
"Tyler, I pay her to do all those things. She's not coming over just to hang out with you for fun."
This was the moment where I found out she didn't just decide to come hang out with an 8-year-old for fun every day. No, this was actually her job. And from that point on, I could never trust a babysitter. This was my first true heartbreak. I'm done with being so negative and always having heartbreak in my life. Surely there's gotta be some moments growing up that were actually happy memories, right? Yes, actually there were. And a particularly happy memory I have of my childhood is bottle flipping. Bottle flipping is just a you had to be there to understand it type of thing. On paper, it doesn't seem crazy. You just flip a bottle and try to land it. That's the entire activity. But yet, when bottle flipping was trending, people were obsessed with it. I'm talking competitions involving the whole school. And if you were really good at it, you'd probably get on the Ellen show. And my school was always trying to do things to get kids excited to actually wake up in the morning and learn for 6 hours straight. So they organized a bottle flipping tournament. There was a bracket and anyone could sign up to be on the list. The format was simple. People would go head to head and flip bottles at the same time. If you both land it, you go again until one person misses. It happened at lunch, and let me tell you, the whole school would show up to watch. The nerds, the goth kids, the kids who have been in the same grade for 3 years, the kids you're extra nice to because you fear what they're capable of. People took it very seriously, and I was right in the middle of it. And while I was pretty decent at bottle flipping, and I really wanted to win it all, I knew the competition would be tough because there was one man participating who, I won't use his name, but he knows who he is. And this man had a gift that I genuinely believe he was born with. He could land a bottle flip on command every single time with a consistency that most professional athletes would envy. I genuinely never saw him miss a bottle flip. So whenever someone was up against him in the bracket, they basically knew they were cooked. Now I made it past the first 4 rounds and was into the quarterfinals feeling pretty good. But guess who my next opponent was? He who shall not be named. I thought I was cooked. I thought I had no chance because this man could literally not miss. But on one specific day, something happened. When we were going up against each other, first of all, it was a huge crowd, but every flip I threw was landing. Back to back to back to back to back to back to back. I was in complete flow state, and the crowd started noticing. The energy was shifting. This wasn't supposed to be happening. He was landing all of his flips too, because of course he was, but I was landing mine, and that was the part that had never happened before. For the first time ever, you could see my opponent start to look slightly nervous. We hit 5 in a row, then 6, then 7. I'm not gonna say it. But by the time we were at 8, every student would hold their breath when we flipped and then go, ooh, when someone landed it. Like people were standing up. We both landed the 9th flip, but then we picked up our bottles for the 10th. And you know what happened when his flipped? It missed. I had never seen him miss. Nobody had. The crowd went insane. I stood there in the quiet center of all of it, looking at his bottle on its side of the table, understanding that this was an opportunity that may never come again. If I landed this one bottle flip, it was over. So I picked up the bottle, took a deep breath, and I flipped it. But right when it left my finger, it felt different than all the other flips. Because before, I wasn't even thinking. I was just flipping it using muscle memory and it was landing. But I didn't do that this time. So when I flipped the bottle, it barely rotated. It just sort of flopped sideways and came to rest completely horizontal on the table. I missed my one shot. Because here's the thing you gotta know about me. I ain't built for high pressure moments. You know how some athletes just perform best when the lights are bright? I'm the exact opposite. The moment the pressure is on, I crumble. So of course, the crowd let out a big moan after I missed because they wanted to see the favorite go down. Then my opponent went again and he landed the bottle and I missed 2 in a row. So it was over and he was still the champion and I choked. Looking back on it now, if that bottle did land, it would have been my most impressive athletic achievement. It's kind of sad actually. I had so much dopamine during that flipping session, but let me take you back to the moment where my dopamine addiction started. It wasn't the day I got my first phone. It wasn't from playing video games. My first dopamine addiction came from fidget spinners. The fidget spinner era lasted about 4 seconds, but man were those 4 seconds legendary. Now for the younger people out there who weren't really around for the fidget spinner era, you might not see what made this thing so popular. And if I tried explaining to you why these little fidget toys were the biggest thing on planet Earth, it probably wouldn't make much sense now. It was just another one of those things you had to be there for. But here's the thing. The obsession with fidget spinners wasn't really about the actual spinning part. It was entirely about the different types of fidget spinners because there were some really cool designs. So if you just had a basic red one that spun for 15 seconds, cool, get in line, buddy. But if you had a glow in the dark one, okay, now we're talking. There were so many different tiers of how cool a fidget spinner could be. But the really cool fidget spinners were super expensive, so not a lot of people had them. I had a standard one and I wanted nothing more than to get a custom rare one. The issue was my parents would never buy me a $100 fidget spinner and I was broke, so I couldn't upgrade mine. So I went online to find something that would separate me from the crowd, and I found it immediately. A $50 fidget spinner with a metal frame, 3 different colors that changed depending on what lighting you looked at them in, and it spun for 3 minutes. It was absolutely perfect. I needed it. But once again, I didn't have the money. The only thing a child could do in this situation. I went into my mom's purse, I found her card, and I bought the fidget spinner without saying anything to anyone. I knew that in a few days, I was gonna walk into school with the most elite fidget spinner in the building. But 3 days later, my mom sits me down out of nowhere and asks,
Tyler, did you use my credit card to buy something?
I said no with zero hesitation, but I could tell she already knew. Apparently, she'd gotten a purchase notification the second the transaction went through, which I didn't know that was a thing until that day. But she wasn't asking me if I used her card to find out if I actually bought anything. She was giving me a chance to tell the truth. And I looked her in the eyes and lied without blinking. But the fidget spinner was already on its way, right? So she was just gonna have to let me have it. After catching me lying, she then told me the website I bought it from was a scam. It was a fake store that collected your payment information and sent you nothing. She had to cancel her credit card, call the bank, dispute the charges, blah, 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 all because I wanted a $50 fidget spinner with diamonds in it. I got grounded, the fidget spinner never arrived, and this was so heartbreaking because I really thought if I got that special fidget spinner, everyone would have been circling around me wanting to try it, thinking I was cool. But instead, no one thought I was cool. I do have to say though, without a doubt, one of the coolest things I remember from my childhood was the Odell Beckham Jr. catch. If you've never seen it before, here it is. But this catch caught everyone by storm. After this, people would always say, hey, I'm gonna do the Odell catch. Every kid wanted to be Odell. But I took that to the next level because I even wanted to look like Odell. He had a haircut at the time I thought was awesome. Bleached blonde, curly hair with a fade. I wanted that haircut bad. So I went to my mom and told her about it. My mom looked at me for about a second and then said,
Tyler, you cannot get this haircut.
I was very stubborn. So I said, no, Mom, you don't understand. I need this haircut. I will do whatever it takes to get it. And because I complained for a whole week over this, my mom gave in and said,
I'll take you to the barber and get you that haircut.
not every person can have the same exact haircut. And let's just say me and Odell do not have the same hair type. So I went to the barber, showed him the cut I wanted, and he gave it to me. When he said he was done, I was so excited for that chair to turn around and see how awesome my hair looked. But the barber swung my chair around and I looked a lot less like Odell and way more like Big Bird. I literally just had the same haircut, but it was yellow, not even blonde, and it wasn't curly at all. It was just straight. I was bawling crying, and I asked why I didn't look like Odell's, and the barber explained to me that Odell has curly hair and I have straight, so it's just not possible. So I went to school with this goofy looking haircut, which is a place where hats are not allowed. One person even asked me why I would do that, and I had to explain that I was going for the Odell Beckham Jr. haircut. But he just responded back to me saying,
Did Odell do a Michael Jackson and become white?
that haircut lasted about 2 weeks before I simply could not take it anymore, and my brown roots started to show, so I said, forget it, we gotta go bald. And let's just say, I do not have the head shape for a buzz cut. I looked like an egg. But you know what? Since you guys like to see me suffer for some reason, if this video gets 100,000 likes, which will not happen again, I will go bald. Please don't make me do that.